Welcome everyone to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown brought to you by Ghatlue and Community Gaming. Yesterday we saw some fantastic matches from the OC qualifiers, and today the action continues as we bring you the Japan qualifiers. Joining me casting today in the first half we have Dan Ali and Nuggy D. Danny, I know you're so experienced in the APAC scene. Do you expect something new coming from the Japan talent today?
Okay, I love that you asked that question because there's always something new happening in Japan. If there's a region that I would say innovates the most in Pokemon Unite, I actually think it has to be Japan. They probably pull out some of the craziest stuff, and I love how sometimes they influence other regions. Like some people think like, oh, this Pokemon doesn't make sense. For example, Dragonite, right? Dragonite very rarely was touched outside of Japan. Then we saw this rise of popularity in this Pokemon in Japan, and all of a sudden people tried it and they thought, wow, this was amazing. So with the popularity of Dragonite, this might be now creeping into Cramorant, right? This Pokemon that had a massive buff. We've seen so much of this Bluebird in Japan, so I'm kind of excited to see this Pokemon again.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Cramorant, it's been banned for the best part of I guess last season. So it's good to see that Bluebird coming back as well. What about you, Nuggy? Are you keen to see what Japan has to offer in terms of its meta? Because our region is so tiny, right? We're really influenced by
Yes.
so many different, I guess, regions there.
Yes, you guys are both spot on. And I think just seeing how our region as OC just really trying to adapt from other regions out there and specifically looking at Japan. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of Cramorant. And you know what? That Cram deserves its spotlight. You know, it's been so oppressed for like the last, I would even say up to 2 years. We haven't really seen any form of Cram entertainment until this year. And the one region who really showcases it all is Japan. And we do have some excellent players on the roster right now who's going to showcase some of that as well. And like Danny said as well, just to see what Japan does to allow us to, in a way, inspire and take that inspiration to put it into our own region is always a sight to see. And we're really looking forward to see what this type of off-season showcases into the next era of Unite from here on out.
Yeah, well said, Nuggy. Well, we won't delay the action any further. We have our first match ready to go. Our casters are ready as well. It's going to be between Connect Gear and Neo T. I'll throw it back to you guys, and happy gaming.
Thank you so
Alrighty.
much, Fu. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so exciting. So, we have two teams that are relatively unknown for people that do not tune into the Japanese region. Now, one of the teams in particular, there is actually almost no information on them at all. So, really keen to see how they play Nuggy. But let's run through all the information that we do have. So, firstly, Neo T Nuggy, we have some notes here from the wonderful Fifi, I suppose, the best
Love
person
Fifi.
for the Japanese scene. I love Fifi.
Yes, great
Yeah.
person.
So just give us the rundown on like what do we know so far about Neo T?
So Neo T, from what we see here, that they've been pretty consistent in their games, being able to make the top 8 of the most of the last Japan Championship Series. So they are very well known in the region to be up there and be amongst the best. And it's just really difficult to see what type of gameplay Connect Gear is going to do here because we really don't know much about them, but we're going to find out soon in this game. And you can see at least that the bands, as we see right with T-Tar and Trevenant, Hooper and Mamoswine, so they do have a little bit of a difference here with that Mamo.
So I do think this Mamoswine pick in particular, this is also something that has sort of risen in Japan. And in particular, I feel like Mame has been the one to really popularize this Pokemon. Very, very
Yes.
strong crowd control, but in some cases can be really, really finicky to use as well. But in a lot of cases, you just really want to have that lockdown, very tanky frontliner. So what are we going to have instead of that? So we already see on the on one side, we have Umbreon and Buzzwole to be those really tanky frontliners supported with that Clefable for the healing. And it looks like we are thinking either a Blastoise or a Crustle pick on the orange side. And it looks like it might end up being this Crustle here. So Crustle was the front line supported by that Eldegoss. Here's the thing. This Chandelure pick, okay, I love Chandelure, especially after the OC
Yes.
qualifiers for Worlds, because I think there was a lot of discussion for teams wondering, like, okay, why was this Pokemon so popular in OC in the finals? And it's
Yeah.
actually because this Pokemon is a hard counter to Dragonite. This Pokemon, because you're able to unite, you turn off the lights, all of a sudden you can't target what you need to with that Hyper
Yes.
Beam. So just having this here, I love that they've shut down that Dragonite option, forcing them into a different central area pick instead.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think Crams, it feels so underrated because it is so strong of a unit and it just needs a little protection and love and care from time to time here. And it's great to see what Neo T is going to use here because I'm very interested to see how it's going to fare up, especially units like the Decidueye who doesn't really need to be in that proximity. If it is and looking at its items, it does look like it would be a Spirit Shackle build. So I'm keen to see how these two teams play out. And I'm actually surprised that neither of these teams picked up the blue bird that we were essentially promoting for the first few minutes prior. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably a preferential choice as well. Not everyone is capable of really playing Cramorant. It is a pretty difficult Pokemon to play, especially with the skill shots as well. If you're running that Hurricane, very, very small area of targeting. So for them
yes.
to go for these two options, like we are looking at a really strong pool of Pokemon. So I guess at this point of time, we have to really see what's going to be happening for both of these teams, right? What is the goal? And ultimately, how are our underdogs going to perform in their first matchup, right? Because we know
Yeah.
very, very little about Connect Gear, but we also know that Neo T, this is a team that has already proven themselves. So are we looking
Yes.
at a underdog story here, or is it going to be a case of the team with consistency being the ones to be ahead?
Yeah, no, that's a great point there. And you know what? We get to see it in action as Connect Gear is on the way. They will be on the purple side, and we see Neo T on the orange. There goes the Magikarp and the Gossifleur at the top side. So we will see how they're going to fare about Clefairy and Dodge. Sorry. Yeah, it's going to be the Rowlet.
Mhm. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be seeing quite a bit of action already in that top lane because these two teams, they're trying to get the experience there on that Magikarp, but a Buzzwole in lane is a fantastic lane bully. I think this is a great way to sort of prevent that Magikarp from being able to hit that early evolution. A lot of teams in Japan, they really focus in those top lanes, and especially if you're running that Gyarados, you really want to try and get all of that experience to your Magikarp. Now, the support here for the Sylveon, I think this is a great choice for the team as well because you threaten with the Sylveon, all of a sudden the Buzzwole can't frontline anymore. Now, we do see Scyther here, but no teams are in position. I think at this point, we just have to wait and see what happens when we do get that final spawn in.
Yeah, they're just really preparing themselves. And as you said, Magikarp needs a lot of love. Sylveon there early, but not so much happened. But we do see a little bit of engage here. Tabby, Buzzwole being a little bit of the bait in the central as the Swablu's on a period jumps up. Magikarp trying to go for a little bit there, but both teams got a little bit of something each with evolutions on both ends.
No knockouts either as well. Ideally, you get the knockout on the Magikarp, but the eject button is just too good of an item. Now, we are seeing a bit of pressure there by the Umbreon trying to jump onto the Chandelure, but up top, though, this battle continues. And again, I love this pressure coming in from the purple side. You really need to
Yes.
keep that Magikarp under check. The longer you keep him as that fish, the much easier time you'll be having in that mid game. And especially with the Scyther stealing away the buffs, I like this choice, but this does mean that top lane is going to be pressured a little bit.
Yeah, and you look, this is great to see what Connect Gear is doing here because we essentially we don't know much about them, but they're doing everything right. Scyther's trying to get out of the way here, manages to jump aside.
Uh-oh.
Sylveon still applying the pressure. Clefable not able to protect that Scyther there, and that is a huge detriment to Connect Gear.
Especially with how strong Sylveon is in that early game as well. It's such a delicate balance. If you play against that Sylveon, you need to make sure that you don't get knocked out because of that really strong power spike that comes from this evolution. Now, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world here for the team, as long as they're still able to sort of hold their ground. And maybe it's going to have to come down to that mid game, right? Dartrix, if you can get to that Decidueye evolution and you can start throwing down those shackle shots, then the Spirit Shackles, then maybe this is how this team comes back. Play with that range. Keep that Decidueye protected. Now we are seeing a bounce happening in that top lane. Oh, they did try to go for the insta-KO, and they will get it through both on the Buzzle and that Scyther. And with just a Clefable, I mean, what can you really do?
Wow, that's just a great rotation there from Neo T. Just 4 men up top immediately and just KOs the Scyther, takes down the tier 1 pad, and now applying pressure doing that Regieleki while you've got Crustle here just kind of watching and defending. We do have Decidueye at level 7, so hopefully Connect Gear will be able to get the secure, which they do, so that's great. But while this is happening, here comes the pressure from Regieleki, and Buzz will be there to defend the tier 2.
Yep, so a bit of a trade. I am a little bit surprised they didn't try to contest for that bottom lane Reggie because that was also experience given away too for the purple side. So Interesting choice to go for the Regieleki. I mean, if they're stealing the central area Pokemon, then okay, I think this might be a pretty decent trade-off. We are seeing a
Yeah.
battle in that bottom lane, though, as they try to break that goal zone. And I mean, you're doing the best that you can with these two Pokemon, but there's only so much an Umbreon and Scyther can do. And if they make any kind of mistakes, that's going to end up being a knockout as well. Tabby's doing his best on the Scyther, but he's just not enough
No.
firepower on this central laner.
I mean, this just shows how strong units like Gyarados is, and just giving Chandelure that time to fire away, just applying even more pressure. But there goes a nice attack there. Umbreon does go down along with Chandelure, so you do see the members of Neo T retreating backwards there. And top lane, you can see Sylveon just trying to defend against Clefable and Buzzwell as they try to apply that pressure, but Buzz may be able to get something down here, unable to do so with that Hyper Voice being in play.
Yeah, this Hyper Voice Sylveon is a really big issue for this team, and unfortunately, the only Pokemon that can pop that Sylveon is the Scyther. But you're reaching this point where if the Scyther's not able to get that level advantage over this team, he's really going to just struggle trying to find that 1 second opening to try and go for that insta-pop. So fantastic positioning so far from the orange side, and they're keeping the pressure up as well, even though they're the team that's actually running the late game composition. They have the better objective secure. They have the better late game scaling Pokemon as well, and they have some fantastic supporting Pokemon to accompany this draft. So now it's down to the purple side. What's your comeback plan? Is it going to be experience? Are you going to try and steal these objectives away? Because if you're hoping to steal objectives, that's a big ask for a Decidueye.
Yeah, and I think this is the big issue here. I think that Buzzwole from Connect Gear really needs to come down to help them, because you can see that they just need that extra manpower that we see that Connect Gear is lacking of. They're just being oppressed. They're seeing that, you know, and this is something probably due to experience as well, with Neo T being able to consistently invade and take experience away from Connect Gear. Buzzwole doing the Regieleki by himself, not sure about that one, but in the meantime, you can see that just so much pressure from DOT that Sylveon and Eldegoss is able to take the Reggie steal. So we're going to see how they're going to combat this.
That's an attack buff as well, and that's massive for a team that wants to be in an aggressive position. We do see the Dragon Current being used as well. Now, unfortunately, Gyarados does go down, and because that's going to be on cooldown, the next team fight that they have, there's going to be no Dragon Current for this team for initiations. Luckily, there's no more follow-up after that, though, but there's Regieleki going into that top lane, and that is going to be a goal zone break. So the score between these teams, it's slowly closing, 142 to 228. This lead that's been built up so far from the orange side, they would love this to be a little bit wider, but again, the late game for this team, it's not looking that bad.
Yeah, they're just holding their own, and they're doing really well trying to push back here. And you know what? Like, I'm going to say it again, Daddy, but I'm just watching Connect here. I'm watching, there are fights consistently happening in the bottom parting here, but Boswell has yet to really be seen to join the fray. And we're going to see if something's going to happen here at that Ray point, but it's not. You can see here, Chandelure getting a nice pick of Umbreon. They just don't have anyone to go into your face from that Chandelure. And we're going to see now that they're slowly finally coming together. Boswell finally making an appearance, using its Unite, going through, getting rid of that Sylveon. Chandelure, the next one to go, and here we go. This is what we want to see. Great job, Connect here, as they finally show a sign of force for their late game capabilities here. Decidueye getting another KO from Eldegoss as well. You can see Crustle trying hard to defend with Gyarados coming in for backup, but no, Buzz spending the essentially 7 minutes at top side to come down, and here's where the late game begins, Danny.
Late game is about to begin, and this might just be the time for this team to make that comeback happen. I actually am quite surprised that the Buzzwell has been very absent up until this point, but if you're able to have such a fantastic opening like this, please keep that up. And maybe this was a sign of complacency coming in from orange side as well, because you don't see a Pokemon all game. You think, okay, there's no way they turn up into this team fight. All of a sudden they turn up, and they're at a relatively decent level as well. And especially because it's a Buzzwole. Amazing for chasing down Pokemon that are retreating. Rayquaza's here though, Nuggy. It's time to see if that comeback could potentially come through.
Well, we're watching through here. You can see that Neoti is just guarding the fort right now. There is a little bit of a jump there. Gyarados almost getting caught, does get out of the way. Crustle has finally used his Unite, pushing forward. Neoti on the offensive right now. Buzzwole versus Gyarados at the top side. And meanwhile, the rest of Connect Gear is cycling down to the bottom part to get a better position. And this is actually great, Danny, as Crustle's Unite essentially did nothing for Neoti.
It did nothing for Neo T, so all of a sudden, maybe this is the opening that they need to break on
Cypher.
through, and so far, this might just be what they need, Nuggy!
Oh my gosh, you can see that the fallouts were done. They baited Neo-T's Unite moves out of there, and now Connect Gear is going for the objectives. Well, Scyther is at least Buzz with a 2 KO. I'm so sorry, Buzzwell, that I ever doubted you for the first 7 minutes, because you are showing work now, and the team that we have essentially no info of has taken the Rayquaza, and poor Eldegoss cannot defend that tier 1 pad, and you can see the scores are coming in, and right now, with the thanks to the Buzz at the top lane, they are ahead for game 1.
They're ahead, and they're probably going to take this game as well. I think we have to sort of break that down as well, Nuggy. I think in particular, the Rubble Rouser being used, that was a Unite that really needed to be saved to protect your main attackers, right? You need your Sylveon, you need your Chandelure, and that's where the Crustal's job, it becomes much more important. And to not have that available anymore, that was just a sign for Buzzwole and Scyther to go in to really cause some issues. And because you have your frontliners doing their job, all of a sudden Decidueye can do whatever he wants in the backlines, right? Left untouched, practically all on his own. Game number 1, I have to say, looking really good for this game number 1. Game number 2, looking forward to seeing what happens next.
Yeah, it was a really great play from both teams, but you're right. The Crustle, I think, may have united just too early there, and it just allowed Connect Gear to kind of fall back and bring everything about there. You can see Gyarados going in earlier as well, but you could again, great job on the Buzzwole, kind of pushing Gyarados out of the way, and it was great. It was great to see a team that we just don't know a lot of info about doing well and taking the first game from a team such as Neo T, who are consistent Pete's. So it's just wide open to see what's going to happen for game 2, you know. And it's just still early days, right? We're just getting used to the scenes now. We're just turtling our toes back in the water. We're going to see what else are they going to come up with here, and that's the best part about JP, because we saw some excellent bans there, as you see. And then will we see Dragonite? Will we see Cramorant? Because they weren't banned, but they weren't used either.
Well, at this point in time, you kind of have to look at it and think, like, would those two choices have really changed anything? Because I really felt like the game went as good as it could have been, especially for Orange side. Like they had a fantastic game for the majority of the game. It was just, it really came down to those final moments, and then Connect just sort of comes in from the back line, sees this opening, and what can you really do for the Orange side, right? You've lost your main source of disengage from your 2 support Pokemon.
Yeah, you're right. I think they did do really well at the start. They were, you know, they were invading the central experience from Purple. They did everything essentially right. But we talked about how a lot of the times when the 2-minute mark to go, that's where you got to really up step on the pedal. You know, 80% of the match starts then, and I felt like that's when they kind of fell apart. And Purple Connect Gear just took it up a notch and took over the scene. So it's really difficult for a lot of teams to see how much work they put towards those first 8 minutes, and just for it to kind of crumble down as that consistently kind of drops off, especially in those last 2 minutes when a nice creature called Rayquaza is there ready to kind of sway in whichever team's favor that gets it.
Well, we still have another game here. It's not a best of 1, it's a best of 3. So we could potentially
Yes.
be looking at a comeback and a game number 3. But when you go into this next matchup, I'm kind of wondering from this team's standpoint as well, right? So, firstly, I would have loved to have known, were they happy with their original draft? Did they get all of their ideal Pokemon, their favorite Pokemon? Are they able to, play how they wanted to play? Because if you manage to get your lineup of Pokemon that you prefer to play, your signature choices, and you lose with them, that can really damage your mentality going into game number 2, because all of a sudden someone's beaten you playing your best comp. So
Mm.
if these are their best Pokemon, how do you adjust going into game number 2? I think one of the things is maybe they're going to have to try and consider going for that Buzzwole ban. Maybe Buzzwole being a little bit too problematic. in that matchup. Alternatively, I kind of wonder, should maybe the Crustle be swapped out for a different kind of Pokemon? Because it's a great utility
Yeah.
defending support Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but they also considered Blastoise for their comp.
Yeah, from what we saw, it did look like Russell was pretty good at just initiating and kind of being the aggressor in that team. But when it came to actually defending, I don't think it really did that. And you could see that's kind of how it also fell apart. But Blastoise has always been a consistent one, especially with the Surf combo as well. That's always really good to see, as well as its Unite moves. Uh, we're gonna have to see what Neo-T is going to adjust to that. Maybe swap out the Crustle. You're right there, and I think Gyarados, I think, is always fine. It's not really a big issue there, and I think how they played leading up
They
to
did
it to
fine with the
evolve.
Gyarados,
Yeah,
truly.
that
They
yeah,
actually
there
did
was
the lanes really well. It didn't evolve late. Although they didn't go super heavy into the Gyarados as well, because I know some teams when they run that Gyarados, they'll have their central laner rotate top and they'll actually swap the lanes. So whoever's central lane, they'll rotate top and then they'll actually send the magic cup into the central area to get the rest of that experience. But that's
yeah.
not really what happened here, right? Like they were comfortable just to sort of stay up in that top lane. But yeah, Nuggy, we're gonna have to see what happens in the drafts here. Are we maybe going to see that
Mm.
Buzzwole ban, or are we just going to see something different? Because
Well,
again, this is Japan.
there's I mean, Neo T has opted to ban the Phalanx, so that we know how strong this Pokemon is, and uh, Phalanx Tita. I'll be very surprised if we do ever get to see a game with either of those two Pokemon in play for the JP right now, because they're just so aware of what is to them a big threat. But what's
Mhm.
interesting that we see here, Danny, is Blaziken has been banned as well, and Umbreon's been taken out of the play.
Yes. Blaziken, this is another Pokemon that's just running rampant in Japan. So I think I can kind of see where they're sort of going with this. Trevenant first pick here for Neo. So love this decision to go for the Trevenant. Fantastic defender, especially in the current meta. Very sustainable. Really, really great at just
Is
locking
this
Pokemon
real?
down.
Oh no, it's not
I
real.
am just is this real? Okay, it's Crustal.
Yeah,
It's Crustal. It's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
Crust, but it's Crustal Hooper. Like this is already a really great pairing. That's a great pairing. You've got Recept, you've got a lot of mobility in both the Crustal and the Hooper, as well as the supportive capabilities of both of these Pokemon. So for Neo, what is their choice going into game number two?
Ooh,
It's
okay,
hmm,
okay.
okay,
So picking
very
up the
very
Zorak.
early, very early, Nuggy. Zoro
They
isn't typically picked this early.
Yeah, it does allow Connect Gear to really think up the counters here, but from what I'm seeing, they seem to be really fond of the Decidueye, but we are seeing an Aegislash involved as well now. So I like that they're showing us Pokemon that it's the place to do it, right? In the off season, just play the Pokemon. I'm just not sure if this is their comfort picks, but I'm watching here. Aegislash going up against Zoroark isn't too bad, but I just don't know. Zoroark seems to be having a field day at this point. I can't see a bit of a problem for the Zoro, but yeah, Metagross being picked up for Neo to EQ. So this
Yes.
is
They did
I'm just
think of the
rattling my brain about
Comfey.
this.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
it's totally fine. I actually did see them sort of hovering over the Comfey. I think the team had a bit of a discussion thinking like, would it hurt us to try and run the Comfey Zoro? I do like the decision instead to go for the Eldegoss. I think it's just
Yes.
much more
Yes.
beneficial for the entire team in general. And maybe just the fact that they considered the Metagross here, maybe this was also what tilted them towards to having more of that team playing supporter for the team. That's also a very strong laner. I will say at the moment, looking at the lanes here for both sides, extremely aggressive. Although I am kind of leaning to Neo a little bit because you have both Sylveon and Zoro. Really great early game Pokemon. Desi needs a little bit of time to wind up, and even Aegislash. This Pokemon
Yeah.
can pop off, but he kind of needs a little bit of time before he can ramp up. And if you're Neo, you kind of want to try and slow down both top and bottom lanes to allow your Metagross to really ramp up and be that really scary mid-game tempo controller, because I see a lot of potential here for Ruru to go absolutely crazy, especially with some of the squishies on the other side. But again, you need those levels. Now, can he get those levels?
Look, we've been there. I don't know if you've played with Decidueye in that as much as I have when it's such a struggling moment, and to have him to get to level 7 to actually be a threat to the team, I think it's going to be very difficult for sure for the Decidueye and Aegislash to go online, because yeah, I think Neo does have the advantage here. They just need to stay the same aggressive tone that they were in the first round, yeah, and then just really push that through, starve out Connect Gear, and I think this will propel them towards scaking round 2.
Yeah, and I actually love the way that Neo has split their lanes up as well. So they've actually shared the central area a little bit just so that Sylveon can hit that level 4 and be an absolute menace in that bottom lane. Up top, though, Gossifleur taking quite a bit of damage as well as that Hooper. So no trade from either side. Now we are seeing a bit of pressure here, unfortunately, for this little Phantom
Ooh.
taking too much damage. Leafeon is here, though, and it's not going to be the Solar Base. It's actually going to be the Razor Leaf here. Double KO for that top lane. This is big because Zoro is not Zoro yet. You're still a Zorua. And so, unfortunately, because you're late to the rotation for the team and because he's shared that central area, this means that now this top lane is going to be able to pop off. Hooper scouting for the team and just constantly threatening with that Razor Leaf as well. But here we go, Sylveon actually rotating from that bottom lane to try and provide some assistance for the team. But can they get the knockouts?
Oh, jeez, you got Sylveon coming up there trying to help the Beldlim, but they are rotating. Sylveon going into a little bit of a jungle evade. Leafeon spots that away. You can see the XP being used on Sylveon to get away, but while that's happening, poor Dualblade there gets KO'd by the Zorak at top part. So you can see that Neo T is responding in kind. Great little set of dunks there. Leafeon, 1 HP and a dream, manages to just stay above there. Matang trying to stay afloat as well, using its Dryer Ball, trying to get a little bit of more shields. Hooper trying to push forward, and now it's gone to a little bit of a relaxation period for both teams as they enter to the central stage.
They enter into that central stage, and so far so good actually on the side of Neo. They're making that comeback happen very slowly. The supports on the other side are actually very low in experience as well, so kind of struggling even though they have the support there of that Leafeon.
No.
But Nagi, what do you feel like is going to be happening for these main objectives?
Well, I can tell you right now that Dartrix had no way out as he gets taken down there. But look, main objectives wise, I do love the fact that Leafeon is really trying to keep Connect Gears just level afloat. He is pumping up the levels to keep up with units such as Zorak here. So just looking at what Leafeon has to do, they are trying to get the ball rolling, and he's everywhere right now. Hooper managed to get a KO off the Matang, and Leafeon's literally trying to help get Aegislash and Decidueye online, and they're holding for as long as they can. But right now, just having Trevenant, Sylveon, and Eldegoss in the top side is a bit of a rough start. But we can see a Decidueye going in, Spirit shackling that Trevenant. Trevenant may go down here, but the shield from Eldegoss has just managed to keep it afloat. Eldegoss may be saying goodbye, but no, there's a bit of a Hooper Phantom Force there from Leafeon, manages to pull it back, and now we're ready for another set of engages.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if these teams are ready for this second set of engagers, especially with the fact that you're looking at a support on the other side that has so much reset capabilities, but Eldegoss kind of can run out of gas.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that there were not more KOs than there should have been, but you could see there that the Mystical Fry from Sylveon pushing through on that Crustle. Sylveon going really deeply there, but great job from the Hooper to pull it back, and what a distraction as Leafeon, who was there at the tier 1 pad, manages to secure the Reggie Alecki after falling back from Hooper there. So great play, really love to see that, and now they're stuck with a 6-on-4 situation, and you can see how Orange is just pushing forward defensively though. Sylveon with its Unite pushing through as well. Zorak getting rid of the Aegislash and now taking care of that Reggie Alecki, and you can see just Orange on the back pedal.
Orange on the back pedal, diving a little bit too deep. This is something that teams sometimes fall into this trap where you have that Reggie Alecki, you think you're going to be able to make that push happen, but sometimes the pad regeneration and defensive stats, they're just a little bit too much. And if you don't have the burst, it can backfire for you. So for anything for Neo, I think they're glad that this backfired. They were able to get some of that return experience, and their top pad is now going to be safe for a little longer.
Wow, great KO there from the Metagross, getting rid of that Leafeon, not opting to get rid of that tier 1 pad. Decidueye using its Unite right now as well. Eldegoss and Sylveon kind of casually just walking away from it all. And that's the best part. I think you're right, Danny, when we talked about the drafts of Conclave to Eldegoss, that was a great change. And this is an amazing 38 overcap done by the Zoroark from getting rid of the tier 1 pad there for Purple's side.
Just going to keep poking with those Spirit Shackles, be a nuisance for the purple side. But it's not too bad for Neo, even though it seems like they are on the back foot. Just some of this range damage, they're still in the lead because Orange can't score. They can't break through these goal zones. And the main issue being that they just don't have the burst damage to really threaten players that sit on the goal zone. They're kind of hoping that fights happen off the pads. And so because they just keep playing in such a defensive position, it's so tough for Connect to make that breakthrough, but it looks like they're trying to go for the Eldegoss here.
That's just a quick annihilation there from the Aegis Slash. You can see that the Hooper has gone unbound. Great job, Crustle getting rid of the Eldegoss right there. Still moving forward with the push. Spirit Shackle also hitting through as well. Leafeon trying to find a little bit of space. And right now, you're right, they are playing defensively. There's just not a lot of segue for Connect Gear to go ahead and even up the scores here, because there's all 5 of them, Danny, right now, just at the top side, just defending this pad. But it looks like Neo T is not really leaving, but all the while, Zoroark getting those hefty levels, getting those experience, does come in with Unite. There goes the Phantom Forest, and here comes Metagross's Unite goes as well, trapping in a few, but that actually caused a hindrance more than a benefit. But you can see Sylveon picking up. There goes Decidueye's knock going through, but essentially everyone's tanking the hits, and Decidueye goes down from this Sylveon from the back line with that Mystical Fire, and that is an absolute stellar response from Neo T.
Oh, that was all for naught, unfortunately, for Connect, because they were trying so hard to defend the tier 1 goal zone in that top lane. Sure, they got the Regieleki, but if your team just goes down, it doesn't really matter, does it? Even though you get that bonus of being able to score in that top lane. So they tried their best, but they just did not have enough gas in the tank. This Desi, unfortunately, on its own, it just can't carry for the team, especially with how aggressive Neo can play. They have a lot of sustain, a lot of tanky Pokemon that want to be in your face. And this Crustle, there's only so much you can do. And with the Aegis Slash being caught as well, having to try and go for the shield, but just losing so much health so quickly.
Yeah, I think this begs to ask the question right now, Danny, is Crustle the right defender for this comp with what they are going up against? Because I just feel that in terms of the suppression, the crowd control, they just don't have enough of it to prevent units like Sylveon or Zoroark from running through to their allies such as Decidueye.
Yeah, well, I can see the synergy between this Crustle, right? Like, they're not picking Crustle for the sake of it. There is great synergy in Crustle. Actually functions very similarly to both the Desi and the Leafeon, basically setting up for the team. It's just that, unfortunately, I just don't feel like these setups are really working for them in this case. There's just too many Pokemon that are constantly moving. Moving targets are so difficult to hit. But with in the final 2 minutes here, Nuggy, this might just be it for the team to come back. Oh, the Emerald 2 steps, not enough.
Oh, no, they're just really pushing forward. Metagross trying to be that front line right there. Aegis Slash trying to push forward to go through. Raze being done slowly. Zoroark getting rid of the Crustle, though. That spells a little bit of doom. Decidueye trying to pew away along with Hooper unbound. Raze still only at about 80%. Maybe not even, but Hooper's getting swarmed right now. The portal does go through. Leafeon here to save the day. Metagross running through to the backside with that Magnet Rise. Gyro Ball misses as Hooper unbound is no more, and you can see how aggressive Neo T has become. They are just trying to prevent them from just kind of gathering together, but no, Metagross maybe stayed a little bit too long there, and this is a signal for Connect Gear to push on the offensive.
Aegis Slash still has access to his Unite as well, so maybe if they can line things up, they can cut this through and take this game. Now, they need the points, they need this Rayquaza. Oh, but losing the Desi, that's your main source of damage.
Oh, no.
You couldn't afford to lose your attacker there, and the Crustle and the Hooper. The entire team is now collapsing. Neo, they want to bring this to a game number 3. They said game 1 was a fluke. We're bringing it to a game 3. Show us what you've got.
Yeah, you know what? That Aegis Slash's Unite was more of a frustrated Unite if I ever saw one. Does manage to get rid of the Sylveon, but no, they just could not get into gear. They had the secures, but there was just no way to rip, no way to really push through the Raider. So I think Neo T played this really, really well. They were just aggressive, pulled them out of their position, and now is reaping the rewards from this. And their reward is getting a game 3.
I mean, they had to get this game number 3. You didn't want to lose to a team that people don't know
That's true.
anything about, right? You're a team that
Yes.
has that proven track record. So, game number 3, I think some people may have expected this, but I think for Neo, a sigh of relief to be able to bring it to that third game. You don't want to be knocked down this early in the competition.
That was a great game to watch, definitely from both teams, and I love the response that NeoT has just given there. You know, just letting us know that, you know what, maybe game 1 you threw us off guard, maybe we weren't prepared, but game 2 we went out and we brought all the pitchforks and knives. We just pushed back really, really hard there. So you could see that even just in terms of score, they just prevented. Like I think Decidueye had stacking items, right, and he just wasn't able to do so. And it was just a really well defensive and aggressive play by NeoT, which shows why they are so consistent in their matches from the Japan Championship Series. So they deserve. This is a top 8 team, Danny. They mean business. They know what they're doing. So it's going to be interesting to see how Connect Gear adapts to round 3 here.
Yeah, I think one of the major issues for Connect Gear, especially in this game as well, I feel like they just didn't have enough firepower to really tear through all of this sustain, all of this tank that was sitting on the other side. Like you're dealing with a Trevenant, probably one of the tankiest, most annoying, most sustainable Pokemon
Yes.
in the game. You have a Sylveon, which you think you've got it, and then all of a sudden it pops the Unite and it just resets. And then, of course, you have the Metagross just constantly throwing down those shields, and you're just sitting there thinking, am I hitting a health bar or a shield? So going into game number 3, I'm kind of wondering, do they maybe start to consider pivoting away, not just from the Crustal, but maybe even the Desi? Like, does Desi really do enough for this team? Do you maybe need something else for the team for that rip? Something that can consistently not only rip through Pokemon, but can also maybe steal those objectives away? Was Leafeon a good choice? I feel like Leafeon just did what Leafeon was supposed to do, although I'm not sure about you, Nuggy. Personally, I'm not a really big fan of Razor Leaf. I feel like that
Yeah,
move,
I was thinking
unless you
Solar
play
Blade would
perfect,
have
it's
been,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
They have a lot of secures from the Desi, AG, and Leafeon, yeah. So they could have done something with it, but from what we see, they just didn't have more of like a frontline all rounder. I mean, Aegislash, you can say yes is there,
Mm,
but considering that most of NeoT had units that were pretty much self-sustain, right? Or they could just generate their own shields and whatnot. And I think it was only Zoroark that kind of did his own thing. So they really need to find another unit. There's a missing Pokemon in their team
mm-mm.
lineup, I feel. And I think, yeah, I think Decidueye maybe needs a team, a different character, and I think maybe Aegislash for something else as well. I think Leafeon, as is, should be fine if it's just an in and out Pokemon. Razor Leaf, probably not the way. I'm more of a Solar Blade guy, but that's just me. But yeah, we're gonna see. I think this is the good part too. We get to see how their mind works, you know,
Mm-mm.
to a team that we're not sure of. So very interested to see what their draft picks are going to be like. Are we going to see a bird? I don't know. Maybe they're saving the best to this part now.
I just feel like at this point maybe they just don't play it, you know? That is a case with some teams, you know, even though something looks so good, some players or some teams they just don't mesh with it. So
Mm,
if they're not gonna pick Cramorant and it's not being banned or anything, then like I just assume they don't play it. But I mean, they can prove me wrong. Maybe they're just sort of keeping it in the back for this game number 3 where things start to get a little bit too dicey. But yeah, I don't know. Cram, haven't seen it. Even Dragonite as well. Dragonite's really
no
fallen off in
Dragonite, no
popularity.
Cram. Maybe they're moving
Mm.
away from what we in the other regions around the world know
Even
Japan to be.
look, even Blaziken. I know Blaziken is a pretty hot topic in Japan as well. And this is
Yes.
also, I mean, we saw it banned in game number 2, right? But game number 1, it was there. It could have been picked. But to be fair, Gyarados was, you know, Gyarados, Buzzwole. There are also some great top laners. Central Lane could have been a good option too. Who knows? So
Yeah, it's
yeah.
I mean they're probably finding something that fits them. Maybe it was their comfort picks, Danny. we're not sure. And I think that's the hardest part about trying to analyze a team that is essentially new to us and to everyone watching, because we are trying to figure it out as much as you guys are about what they're doing. Having said that, though, they did perform really well in game one. You know, took a game off Neo T, and it wasn't like it was a close one in a way. Neo T played that really well, so it's just more of the draft picking session here. This is probably what's going to really give us an insight to what they know, what they've learned, and if it's something that they're going to adapt to. So very much looking forward to seeing this draft.
Well, what are the bans going to be? Because I know that's a question on all of our minds, and it's going to be the Mammoth-Swine. So clearly there is something that they don't want to be hard locked down. The Ice Fang Mammoth-Swine is terrible, absolutely terrible to play up against. If you get caught in that, you're just going back home. So sure, understand that ban, and Tyranitar as well. So similar bans here for
I mean, Clefable's kind of an interesting band for me from Neo T to put onto Connect Gear. Trevenant, you know what?
Connect Gear did play this in game number 1.
Yes.
So maybe this is something that they're just sort of saying, okay, they played it in game number 1. Let's get rid of it. It was a pretty big nuisance. Trevenant ban also understand, but this does mean Hoopa goes on to the other side. But we have a bit of a trade. Umbreon is going to be sitting on the Neo side. So trades for the supports. But I want to see a core Pokemon here. Who's going top? Who's going bottom? Who's going central? And Sylveon is being highlighted here for Neo. So very comfy pick for this team. I mean, look, it's worked for this team so far. If it's working, you just got to keep going with it.
Okay.
Hello?
No, I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not
Sir?
sad. I'm just okay.
What am I seeing?
I'm trying to think. Give me a moment. Okay, Chandelure did well for Connect Gear. Goodra, sustain on its own. Hooper works.
I'm not sure, Nuggy. Okay, so I have my reservations for Goodra. We'll talk
I
about my
I know a
Goodra
lot. I mean, I'm looking
reservations
at the
later on.
items. I'm looking at the items on Goodra as well, Daddy. I'm just trying to processing. I'm processing and analyzing, because are you the brawler? Are we going to see at least another defender? If there's another defender, that's okay. If there's 2 frontline brawlers, sure. Or is it just I am just going to confuse not just the enemy team, but the people watching as well?
They highlight Serena, Aegis slash Zorro.
Oh, wow.
And then is this just gonna be a Phalanx for Neo? Or a Cinderace, you know? They're just highlighting all these random Pokemon, you know? Just I don't even know, Ruru. Might be. Are they gonna go for tank again?
Okay. It looks like Scizor? No,
really
it looks like
Scyther?
Scyther. No, it should be Scyther.
I was gonna say like Scizor.
Yeah, it's no, Scizor would never not like that.
Okay, technically, I don't think Scizor would be horrible, but I mean, just looking at the items already, it probably is going to end up being the Scyther. I'm trying to make sense of what Connect Gear are trying to do with their comp, because I've heard so many people say Goodra's amazing. You know, Goodra's so overpowered. It's so strong.
I'm a fan. Look, I'm a fan of Goodra. Okay, Danny. I know a lot of people aren't. A lot of people are not. It's like with disgust. I know. it's a Pokemon for sure. It is tanky. Okay, it does do its job, and it's just trying to find out how it synergizes with the rest of its team here. And we can see for units like to go up against Umbreon, right? Or if it's another Mystical Fire Sylveon, Goodra's going to have a tough time. But I guess if it's able to Power Whip and be able to get any of those units into its line of sight, Chandelure with Imprison would work, or even the Poltergeist would work really well. Zorak going through, in and out. I can see it working. And I'm just going to be watching, very interested, like you, Danny, to see how this plays out.
Oh boy,
could be the best Goodra we've ever seen.
Maybe they figured Goodra out. You know, I think that's been the major issue with Goodra. People trying to figure out like, what is this Pokemon? And in the case of this game, like, it's a support Goodra. This is not a core Goodra. This is a supporting Goodra. So is the role for Goodra this game to be somebody that just latches onto either like the Blaziken or the Scyther and just constantly does attack reductions, like heal reductions? Like, is that kind of the job here? Because if that's what you want to do with the Gudra, it can do it. But the issue is there are other Pokemon that can do what Gudra does and doesn't require so many resources.
Yeah.
Like, that's
And
the issue that I kind of have with this Pokemon. It is so resource intensive and it plays like an all-rounder.
Look,
And there are a lot of cases where it's just very difficult to make this work as a support.
Look, I'm
They
going
got a
to agree
knockout
with you,
though.
and then yes, I was gonna say they did try and show you wrong by saying, well, we just took out the Eevee, so what now? And considering that Gudra and Litwick at bottom lane does not have EXP share, Sylveon's already online. That's already a little bit of trouble, but we're gonna have to see how that progresses as we go to the top side. As look how quick the combustion goes through. Just stellar natural plays there. Zora going through, trying to get a little bit of damage on or KO, but no, great healing there from the Blissey to allow. Or another one going through. Combustion almost got a little bit caught out, but no, just a little bit of a test the waters, and we can see them just kind of cycling through. Gumi here trying to prove a point, going straight for that Sylveon, but Zora going for the Invader as well on the Combustion, easily takes away that blue buff and runs away.
That's going to be a pretty nasty one. Oh, that looks like they may have caught the Sylveon. Oh, that's so close, Maggie.
Okay, you know what? We've talked kind of negatively about this Gumi here, but this guy is putting up the work. He hasn't been KO'd yet, Danny, and he's been instrumental in getting rid of units as Combustion, because getting rid of their central laner this early kind of messes them up, especially at this phase. This is where you would like to spike out the most. And look at Zorak really taking charge here, getting rid of the Scyther. Blissey, nowhere to go, gets just taken out by the now Aegislash.
Nowhere to go but home, eh? So big scores being thrown down here from the purple side, able to bring it down to that 1 pointer. So whenever they want to pop this, they absolutely can. And in the process, Umbreon trying to go for the defense, but Zoro is there to ruin his day and send him back home as well. 23-point overdunk thanks to the Lampert, and things are looking fantastic here for our purple team. As for the orange side, they're all down in the bottom lane having to deal with this Gumi and this Hooper. But with Hooper here, it's going to be quite difficult to try and go for this push because reinforcements are coming in hot.
Yeah, and just like right now, Slugu is literally being the frontline defender there. It's very hard to get rid of a unit like this. Zorak just really playing havoc, as you can see. Blaziken trying to blaze kick that Slugu out of the way, but you can see Slugu is, if you haven't seen it yet, guys, it is muddy water. So that is not even a bad choice against these units that do attack a lot, but he really needs to be in your face. And you can see that Aegislash gets rid of the Regieleki, and here goes all in right now. Sligo gets a KO on the Umbreon somehow, and all of that overheat gets rid of the Regi Rock, and you can see that this is a really big a chance for the orange side to take advantage, even though Aegislash has successfully gotten the dunk in along with Regieleki in the tier 2 pad, and that's without the Aegislash, Danny. So the scores are now a lot closer than it seems to be.
They equalize, and they're going to knock out as well on the Zoro, so that's going to be a big boost of experience there for our purple team. But look at this, they're going in for the big dives. Wow. Those Scyther looking for blood, even more to add to the table. And with all of these scores happening, I mean, there's only so much you can do without your Aegislash. So, I mean, Aegislash is here, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it's the same thing that we saw from Connect Gear in the past, and you can see Neo T just being aggressive, as they should be. And Sligu is finally a Gudra, but it's still level 8, doesn't have its Ignite move ready. You can see Zoroark really going forward. There goes the Blitz Assist on the Scyther, though, but Scyther just couldn't hit anything there. And you can see Umbreon managing to get rid of that Zoroark. There goes the Aegislash with a nice KO, but getting KO'd itself. Blaziken getting rid of the Aegislash. You can see a big fight going through there. It's Chandelure doing its Unite through on the Sylveon, but Sylveon kind of just walks away pretty without a lot of threat there. And yeah, you can see right now that Zorak is back for a little bit of revenge. Blaziken maybe stayed a little bit too much there.
A trade on both ends, it seems. But at the end of the day, the experience advantage will be in favor of Neo. Although, if you lose the Zoro here, this would be pretty devastating. Caught on the end of that snarl, but the team coming in clutch to protect the Zoro does come in, really playing with all of that movement. And thankfully, we'll be able to get out, but at the cost of the Hooper, unfortunately.
You know what? I commend the Hooper for essentially just giving itself up for its teammates. It's only level 8, not a high experience gain here, and it does allow it to come back quickly. You can see, though, that with that Blaziken at hand from NeoT, they are able to get rid of the Regieleki really quick. Scyther getting rid of the Aegis Slash, as you can see there. Gudra getting a KO on the Umbreon, going through the team as well with the Muddy Water. Chandelure getting rid of Sylveon. Scyther going through for 2 KO, getting rid of the Zoroark. And you know what? Gudra kind of held the line as long as it could there, as Chandelure was trying to do the Regieleki, which I would say is not a bad play. It protects your tier 1 pad and allows time for the mons that were KO'd to come back.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing you could have really asked for at that point, right? Because I mean, what else?
I'm trying to pump up this Gudra, Daddy.
I know. It's fine. But the thing is, like, just seeing that, right? It just shows the potential of this Pokemon, and if it had the backup, right? If it had someone with some firepower to come in and assist it, it could be an absolute nuisance. And maybe this is gonna have to be the battle where we try and see the comeback of that Gudra. Actually, gonna go for a reset instead. Rings Unbound as well, going to be used, but this Sylveon though being a absolute menace, trying to hunt down that Chandelure, really struggling to try and escape that evolution. And because of that, it's a free Registeel going in the way of Neo. And with a minute and a half to go before that Rayquaza, this is a very scary time to be out on the map, especially if you're Connect gear.
Yeah, the level difference right now we can see is just so huge. Scyther wasn't even in that team fight at the bottom, scores a big 50 and breaks the tier 1 pad. And if NeoT can win a engaging fight here with a 4 versus 5 situation, then Connect Gear really needs to find ways to up their levels. Otherwise, they're gonna need some sort of miracle to be able to take this down. But there is a Rayquaza. That's what it's there for. It's there to make upsets happen. So we're going to see if they can hold on at least till that phase.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if you want to hold on. You kind of want to dominate this Rayquaza, right? Just find that opening, just rip this game open and bring it to that game 3 victory for this team. Just going to try and get all of that experience. Ideally, you don't want to be knocked out here, especially with how scary late game Blaziken is. If you don't have a reliable way to lock this Pokemon down, we've seen it delete teams in the past, and it can very well do that in this game as well, especially with how high leveled his teammates are.
Well, there are a lot of cogs moving forward here, and we have talked a bit about Chandelure's Unite move. I think that will be a very instrumental force for Connect Gear to kind of turn this around, because if you can't see them, you can't hit them. So we're going to see how this plays off. Will Connect Gear just go for a random rip? Because I don't think just playing as a stalemate right here is the way to go. Zoroark going in for a great initiation, but falls back a little bit. Just kind of suss the waters right now.
To suss the waters. If anything, you're kind of praying that you're going to be able to turn the lights off at the right time. Oh my gosh, the slow is there. Chandelure, he's a little bit too far forward for the team, and they're going to have to try and go for some kind of reset. They're going to have to heal back because they've taken too much damage. Gudra, though, he has found the Sylveon, does a little bit of damage, running through the bushes while trying to get the healing. Blaziken, though, going for the pops onto that Rayquaza, and stuff is looking really scary here for Connect Gear. They're just losing so much health with so little time.
Yeah, they are, and you can see NeoT is just poking away. There goes the Snarl right there on the Zoroark, trying to get a catch-up. Zoroark, though, putting it back around. Umbreon in a lot of trouble. Does Unite to try and save itself. There goes the Unbound as well. You can see both fights going through at the same time. Scyther getting rid of the Zoroark as well as Aegis Slash as well. A double KO there from NeoT. You can see Gudra now falling down. Connect Gear doesn't have a lot of gears left. Chandelure being caught in the crossfire at the bottom pad by the Sylveon. And that is almost all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, as Hooper could not secure that with the team that is NeoT winning ahead this game 3 match.
And Neo, the new top level where they were fighting so much damage now. That unfortunately, that they didn't make the right call at the right moment. They were not going to win that battle. And unfortunately, the game was just too close.
Okay, no worries there. Yeah, it was such a good game from both of these teams, but you could see, if we go back to the analysis part right there, just how methodical NeoT was. They were able to essentially separate the team from Connect Gear. They went like Sylveon went after the Chandelure. Chandelure wasn't even in a lot of that fight. They got pushed. He got pushed away from that. So that was really, really well played by the Sylveon. In the meanwhile, Saito getting those 2 KOs in literally an instant didn't even allow Aegislash to get off the right Unite moves off there. Unbound went off, but I think at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough damage. There wasn't enough levels. The level difference was also quite high as well. And for Connect Gear to be able to win that, they had to get a pick of any one of them, but it was them that got picked off there. And this is a great example to show how much experience NeoT has in the scene of Japan and how well known they are. And not to say that it wasn't bad, all bad or anything for Connect Gear. I think they did really, really well. It just kind of fell apart in the end there. But I am very much looking forward to see what Connect Gear can do as we move forward.
All right, so concluding that game, we're going to bring Fu back into the stream as well. Fu, how you doing? How'd you feel about that game?
Well, I mean, I was on the edge of my seat, to be honest. Looking at the fact that Gudra was picked, I'm very excited. I didn't get to see Gudra at all yesterday. So it's always awesome, right? In these type of broadcasts, when you see these tournaments showcase talent of different Pokemon that we don't really see in the meta at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's not over yet for both of these teams, right? Obviously, we do have the double elim, which is something great about this tournament. So, there's always chances to still qualify into those Asia finals coming up later next month. But, wow, I mean, I hope you enjoyed your first matchup. I mean, that was quite exciting to watch, wasn't it?
It was really exciting, especially for teams that we don't have a lot of information on, right? Like, I mean, Neo, we had an idea as to how well this team performs. They have a proven track record, but just seeing Connect Gear, like, it makes you wonder, what's this team going to be like during the next season of UCS? Because they're showing a lot of promise, considering that how well they actually did in the series overall. Obviously, some things have to be polished up here and there, but I mean, this is one step closer to them to being a known team in Japan.
Yeah, it's great, and this is the reason why we have tournaments held like this, right, in the off season, to kind of see any new up and comers into the scene, and for them to again like take a game off NeoT is great potential to see what they're going to improve on, because they're probably a newly formed team we don't know much about, and for them to play like that is always really good to see, and can't wait to see more.
Yeah, speaking of the other teams as well, Nuggy, let's look at maybe a bracket. I guess refresh for everyone, seeing what has happened, because obviously there are other matches going on while we have broadcasted that first match. So if we can bring up the bracket. I'll just quickly talk about the in a bit. But we saw the awesome match between Connect Gear and NeoT, with NeoT taking on N1 Empire that has made it through the round 1 as well. So that's going to be part of the round 2 matches. Meanwhile, the next match that we're going to be broadcasting in a little bit is going to be between Unite Holic and also Yoera, which I have heard from behind the scenes is a team to watch, with some of the players on that team as well. And then Big Engage will be sent to the losers bracket, waiting for the loser of NeoT and N1 Empire. And Connect Gear will face UN Cat Eye. I love these names are quite interesting from the ones we saw yesterday. But that's a quick bracket update. We'll get the the bracket link is in the command if anyone wants to check out the graphic for that. And then since we're on the topic of these events, let's remind everyone of all the other qualifiers that are available, and that's going to be broadcasted on a variety of channels, including Ghatlue's ones, coming up this and next month, because we're all setting up for the finals that's going to be in mid to end July. And I mean, Nuggy and Danny, there's a 650 prize pool, so a lot of money up for grabs, as well as bragging rights for these teams. USD. Yeah, so even more. I mean, looking at our, currency here, Nuggy. I mean, I would love a bit of USD, right? But for example, from the 23rd of June, which is I think next week on, we've got the EU qualifiers. We have the Brazil qualifiers wrapping up June, and then at the start of July, we have LATAM and North America as well. So plenty of action coming up as well. So make sure to follow along on all the socials. Because the Unity Clash is going to be, extending across all the regions. And in addition to that, we actually have a shout out to a fundraiser event from memory. Yep, here we go. So this is one of the teams I hopped on a little bit yesterday. I really like their name. We saw a little bit of action from them in the Spring Showdown from Unity Clash. So it is the Alphabet, or AKA Vamos. They're going to be actually going to Honolulu to compete in the World Championships, guys. And obviously, it is quite a costly process. So they're looking for any donations or contributions to help make the trip a little bit easier. I mean, there's nothing more we like to see than, teams that have qualified for Worlds to, actually get to compete, because everyone likes representing their region to show the talent that they have. But apart from that, I think right now we'll quickly throw to a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Go to the bathroom if you need, grab some snacks, because we're going to be right back with the round 2 broadcaster match between Unite Holic and Yoera. So stay tuned, guys. See you in a bit.
Ooh.
Welcome everyone. Welcome back to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown. We had some exciting actions for our first match, but let's not delay any further. We've got our second match ready to go. Got my casters Danny and Nuggy with us to bring you all the action. This is going to be between Unite Holic and also Yoera. So Nuggy and Danny, take it away.
All right, guys, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I think we all know who Unite Holic are. And this is a team that's basically been playing at almost everything. Everything Japan, you'll see Unite Holic. But Nuggy, I know you and I are both really excited about the team that they're going up against. Okay, sure, it's a team that I think a lot of people haven't heard about. But do you want to give people the rundown on like what the history is for Yoera and why they're called Yoera? Because their name doesn't read anything like that.
Yes, I got confused about that too, because if you would see it, it would say Amazera, but it's just because so a little bit about Eurozera is that they qualified for as top 8, the best qualification for March from the Japan Championship Series, and they also participated in April and May, but they fell short and they just couldn't advance further into that one. But the team name is shortened for Yo What Zero Aura can nail in this comp. And so that's what it means in Japanese. So I'm very, if I don't see them playing Zero Aura, I'm gonna be sad, because what was the point of the team name? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
That's
it could appear as a ban, you know. They're just like, okay, we can't pick
well, that's
Zara, so we'll
true.
just ban it, so it still
Only
makes
if
an
it's bad.
appearance.
But
So
they will ban their own Zero Aura in their team.
they ban their own Zero Aura, yes, because I mean, okay, let's be realistic. There are very few instances where I would look at a team comp and say, Zero can fit in that comp. Unfortunately, the Pokemon is in a really I suppose like the best way to put it, it's in a very strange state where it's just too niche. It's
It's in
almost like
limbo
the
right
stars
now.
need to align, and then there's like
Yeah.
a comet arises, and then all of a sudden someone wishes on a star, and then maybe that's the Zera game. But in a lot of
Yeah.
cases, Zera is just a lot of other Pokemon just outcompete Zera, period.
Yeah, yeah, that does. But look, we'll see how they go if it is throughout their name. But you know what? We talked about them. We haven't talked about a lot about Unite Holics, because they essentially don't really need an introduction, guys. But
Mm-mm.
they are an amazing team that has just been solid throughout the previous seasons and this year of Unite as well. However, we do have a few new players in this roster, Danny.
Sorry, which team are you talking about? I was looking
Unite
at
Holics.
Pokemon.
Yeah, so it was
Oh, Unite Holic.
yeah, Mama and
Mame.
yeah, sorry, Mame, yes, Mame.
Yep.
So guys, Mame is
And
amazing. Just
Yapoto. It's
yes, they
fine.
are the
Okay.
originals.
I would love to agree with you because the player names are in Japanese. So I cannot I mean there's Kota, okay, but everyone else is in Japanese. So I cannot verify this information.
What are the other two names, Danny?
I would love to tell you. Fifi might give us a DM here, but I want to talk about the draft very quickly because I think some people in the previous game were kind of confused. Like, what's this? Like, what is up with this love for Mammoth Swine, right? This is such a strange Pokemon, especially outside of Japan. Teams just don't really play it. So, firstly, on the side of Unite Holic love to play Mammoth Swine. I know Mame usually handles this Pokemon, but it seems like in the case of this, maybe they're thinking, okay, who's going to play the Mamo? Is it Mame? Is it someone else? They can absolutely pivot because I have seen Mame play Mamoswine and he is disgustingly good. Although with his Serena being on the field, might not end up happening. But the threat that a Mamoswine sort of puts onto the field laning stage, the fact that it's a ranged freeze type Pokemon can actually
Mm,
threaten a lot of squishies in the laning stage. I think it catches a lot of people off guard. And as it evolves, if you can get a quick evolution and it can get access to that Ice Fang, if you're caught in an Ice Fang, if you're a Zoro, it doesn't matter if you have a Comfey, you are going to go back to base.
yeah, yeah, and I'm actually surprised, Danny, that they saw the Mamoswine. So, yeah, Zera saw the Mamoswine as their first pick, but still opted to go with Comfey Zoroark there. So they are confident to be able to bypass through the Ice Fang Mamo. We're going to wait and see. And it's always nice to see Serena on Mame as well, one of his, or if not, is his favorite Pokemon of all time. And we see
Gudra.
Mimikyu being picked up as well.
Gudra
Another
is
Gudra.
back again. Mr. Nuggy
Double
D. I
defender.
don't
Double
I
defender. I know this
sure.
build too. I see this build. I use this build from time to time. And if
This
this
is a
ain't muddy
proper
water,
this is a
yes.
proper laning Gudra, okay? This
Brawler.
is no
Yeah.
support shenanigans, okay? This is definitely
Yes.
but the thing is, like, I don't I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this because again, I don't know why I'm seeing all these people or these teams picking Gudra, but looking at the comp that it's going up against, what are you really countering? Because
He's running straight for
there's
the Espeon from all I can see at this point, guys. Like,
but they have
I
no
mean,
gap close for that Espeon. Like that's where Zera, like the Zora comes in, right? Zora comes in. That's Zora's job to try and jump onto the Espeon. But there's so much front line. There's so much defense.
I mean, not just that, Danny. We got to think. Muddy Water does reduce the attack of the opponent. So having someone like Mame with Serena there, it's not going to do as much damage as he would like to. So I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to defend this Pokemon. All right, guys, I am. So Mimikyu and Serena, those who thrive in just kind of breaking through that front line, a Gudra just applies that Muddy Water and does again and again. It stacks, and their damage will be obsolete if they can manage to hold the line for that long. All right. So
But here's the caveat though. We have Yapono. Okay, Yapono hard counters this Gudra because he ice fangs him and you're just a sitting duck. Because
yeah,
I think like in environments where Gudra thrives, because we have seen a couple of games where Gudra actually really does work, you want to be consistently mobile. You want to be running in and out of those pushes, the consistent sustain during those team fights. But that requires you to be up against a lineup that doesn't have a lot of slows and a lot of stuns,
yeah.
right? That prevents you from having that access to movement. So I guess the question we're kind of have to figure out right now is that what is Yupono's priority? Is his priority to lock down the core
Oh,
Pokemon, such as
yeah.
the evolutions or the Zoro, or is he just going to be the one to say like, okay, I'm not going to let this Gudra play the game. The rest of my team can handle everyone else.
I mean, if your opponent does do that, it would give Zoroark some free reign, though. So I do think Mammoth will be on the Zoroark duty. But we're going to have to wait and see. And we can see a nice bit of aggression here from Easy as they're moving forward on a purple. So you can see that Swinner didn't manage to successfully get the job done and gets punished by it from the Zoroark. So that's one up to Zoroark against the Mammoth.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that was a bad thing, to be honest. I think the lanes were relatively untouched since, the Zoro wasn't there. There was just something left to do. And Sylveon actually gets quickly knocked out there by Mame. Bit of a slight misplay in that top lane, the bottom lane,
Ooh,
unfortunately. And that's going to be a great thing. And they're just going to get advanced
wow.
aggression. This bottom lane has been wiped out.
Yeah, it's very rare to see Mimikyu and Serena on one lane together, and then having the Swinub just kind of be that nuisance. But they've done it really, really well. And I think the good thing about Holic a lot is that trying to break boundaries here. They just do so unconventional that it can stump the opposing team because they're not sure how to handle it. And you can see right here Mimikyu
Buff
with
was
the
stolen! Oh my
is his
gosh!
buff gone? 2 KOs. Like this Mimikyu is now fed.
Oh my gosh, that Mimikyu is huge. Steals the buff, gets a double solo KO. Massive win there for that Mimikyu. And all of a sudden, this mid game just got increasingly more difficult for the orange side because all of a sudden, not only do you have to deal with Mame, who's playing on his Serena, but there's now the threat of this Mimikyu that can solo the central laner.
Yeah.
Imagine what this Mimikyu does to a poor old Sylveon that's just waltzing into the central area.
I mean, that's the thing. We're just waiting. Gonna have to see how Team Azera is going to respond here. They are looking to quickly clear the wild experience. You can see Umbreon in a little bit of trouble. Mimikyu getting assistance from Espeon to get that KO there, but takes a follow-up from the Sylveon as well. And Unite Holics are at a very strong stage. There goes the Unite move from the Mimikyu, getting a double KO. Poor Sliggoo, not a care in the world, and a 70 dunk as well, further extending that lead. And right now, Danny, the Zoroark and Comfy doesn't do enough at this stage because they're behind.
They couldn't even get a solo pick off onto the Eldegoss. And this was a level 6 Eldegoss at the time up against a 7 Zoro. I think this is just a great way to visualize the state of the game right now. Ice Fang unfortunately misses, so Yopono takes quite a bit of damage, but here comes Mame. They're coming in with that double stomp and threatening that Zoro, who has to escape now, even though he has that come-face support. All offense so far here for Unite Holic, because they're going to try and push down this top lane with that Reggie Alecki. And it's going to be quite difficult. They don't have a tree, so they have no way to shove that lane, and they will lose 2 Pokemon and maybe a third here as the Espeon gets chased down by that Sylveon. Oh, the eject button though.
Run through, does manage to save away there, but Zorak is there for the taking, manages to get that pick off, and now Pillow Swine is in a lot of trouble. Mame is still there though, but it's currently 4 versus 1. Nice pick up though, gets rid of the Umbreon. Mame is trying to show why he's such a great Serena, going through, trying to escape, getting a little bit of a hit, misses the double stomp though from the Zorak, and Sylveon mystical firing and getting rid of Mame. So this is a great response and much needed catch-up experience for this team to go up against.
I love how they spread apart as well, because they do, if you group up, you're just going to give health back to Mame, and he's a melee Pokemon as well, so he really has to get on top of you. Great stuff for the team to be able to just stay away from those double stomps down bottom. Though 40-pointer, that was not much of an overdunk, unfortunately, but they did break the goal zone, so obviously that was the goal for this team. Ice Fang connecting onto the Sylveon, trying to get away with the mystical fire. Oh, the support, it wasn't enough though. Both defenders, last teammates standing for both sides.
Now this is very hectic, for the observer. Just fights coming on top and bottom path, just really being a nuisance. But they have closed in the gap. And it's so crazy to think that we're only at the halfway mark, Danny, because it feels like it's just been action-packed from the get-go. And right here, Mimikyu's trying to find targets. They're just assessing the situation. But the level difference, like Zorak already level 12 at this stage, is scary.
It is very scary, but the thing is Zoro going to be able to capitalize on this level advantage? Because if you have that level advantage, if you're not getting knockouts and if you're not getting objectives, are you really being efficient with your time with those levels? Yeah. Alternatively, you'd rather give that to a teammate. Mammoth Smash going to be used, and no steal, unfortunately, for the Sylveon. Last hit going to the Mamo. So nice bit of experience going in the way of Unite. Holic up top, though, a bit of a battle as Regieleki advances in that top lane. Serena, though, trying their best to hold his own. Mame, though, somehow, someway is surviving and slowly chipping away through all of this firepower.
Dang, and the Cotton Cloud crash just for extra heal capabilities. Goodra just cannot tank that much, ladies and gents. And even with the amount of muddy waters there, just will get taken down as well. And you know what? On the side things, Mamoswine was there to protect Regieleki from going in. And this is a huge back and forth between both of these teams. And you can see that the levels are coming up a little bit nicely. Only Zorak is pushing ahead for the team, but you can see that Unite Holics is getting up there as we're slowly coming into that end game scene.
We're coming into the end game, and if anything, just looking at the state of the game, Umbreon doesn't want to go down here. Not ideal, but free bit of experience there to the Mimikyu. Not the best giveaway, unfortunately. But just looking at the state of the game so far, we are seeing a lot of these team fights being won by Unite Holic. They have a lot of AoE to work with when it comes to crowd control as well as damage. They even have a fantastic Unite from the Serena Unite, being able to isolate and have that invincibility period. But on the other side, really relying on either just continued sustained damage or trying to go for the burst with the Zoro. They do get a knockout there on the Espeon, which is nice, trying to bump up the levels there for the Zoro. But it really, I feel, for the orange side, for them to win these fights, you have to go for these little pickoffs like this. If you can separate the team, isolate them, go for these 1v1s, this is where this team thrives. You don't want to be in a 5v5 with this comp.
Right now, the Zero team is... Zorak is doing very well for his team, already at level 14 for the final fight. Umbreon just casually just goes through the Elbush there unharmed, and you can see Zorak just applying pressure. Final 15 seconds. No one from Unite Holics is really caring right now because they are positioning themselves for that final fight. They may go for a rip here because you can see all 5 are ready to go, or are they looking to pick someone off?
At this point, I wonder what the play here is for the Zoro, because firstly, Regieleki will go in, so the insta-dunk capability is absolutely there for the team, but Unite Holic, knowing that Zoro was in the top lane, wanting to try and go for a fight there, very Frolic being used as well from that. Sylveon able to get the regen, Zoro comes in for the fight as well. Maggie, is this the comeback?
This is doing really bad. Well, Goodra just got rid of the Eldegoss, which is massive right now. Mimikyu responds in kind, getting rid of the Umbreon. Goodra still looking really healthy. Sylveon getting rid, and Unite Holics just got team wiped. Is that a 3 KO Goodra? I think it is, and you know what? If Goodra gets this secure, this will mean something amazing. But no, it was Zorak. What an absolute stellar play, and this was perfectly played out into Goodra's field with the muddy water.
It was what they wanted, and I'm just looking at this game, the thought of the game plan here for Unite Holic. They thought that they would be able to rip these Pokemon apart before Zoro came in, but too much sustain. The focus on Sylveon, it just wasn't quick enough. The fact that they were able to get the Fairy Frolic off in time means that Sylveon was able to survive and dish out the follow-up damage. You had the Gudra, which this Pokemon itself is generally very hard to pop as well, and because Comfey is on the Zoro, they're coming in much later. So because they couldn't pop the Sylveon, I kind of feel like that's where things really fell apart for this team.
Yeah, I totally agree. Unite Holics had everything going for them, but you know, kudos to the Sylveon to be able to clutch off that Unite, which stalls for time, which adds another layer of muddy water around from the Gudra to just have preventative damage there as well, or mitigated damage, I say.
Oh my gosh.
There as well, just able to do so well, and it's not that Unite won't do anything. Yeah, like look at the amount of jumping. It's just a trampoline at this point right now. It's just crazy how well they played this off. And Danny, this is just round one. It's not even like anything, and this was such an awesome display to see.
So I didn't say this on the broadcast, but I do remember telling this to you this morning when we were sort of having we had a discussion for the teams, right, going into the tournament. And when we had this discussion on Unite Holic, I think you're going to remember when I said this. Unite Holic is a very gifted team. Now, let's be real here as well. We're not looking at the original Unite Holic. We're looking at a bit of a, I guess, reformed Unite Holic. But, and then here's the big but, having Mame as a captain on your team adds a very different dynamic to the team in general. Mame is a very great captain because he's able to really guide his team, but he's a very unorthodox captain. His vision for Unite is vastly different compared to a lot of other teams where it's very standard. Everyone just plays, you know, normal game Pokemon Unite. Mame loves to try different things. He loves to try strange things because he likes to surprise his opponents. And because of this unorthodoxness, that's one of the reasons why it's brought this team a lot of success and him a lot of success. But it's also one of the main reasons why this team can sometimes have a lot of consistency issues. Because when you go against the current, sure, you might catch some people off guard, but when you're not playing meta, that can come back to bite you in the backside sometimes, because meta Pokemon are meta for a reason. And that's mostly because they excel in the current meta because they are able to really focus down on their primary objectives. And the main meta is having strong laning stage, having secure for the late game, and having crowd control, having back cap opportunities. But if you take a look at Mame's comp, like, this is something that you would see in a lot of your pub games, right? Obviously, there's a lot of coordination happening between the teammates, but you don't have that guaranteed secure. You don't have that Pokemon that's going to give you the opportunity for those back caps. Like, it's a very unorthodox draft. And unfortunately, because it wasn't able to do what it was supposed to do, it just completely fell apart because they weren't ready for the Zoro.
I agree everything you say about Unite. I think that's the thing. And because they're off the book,
they're great to watch. Don't get me wrong. Great to watch. Love to cheer for them. But sometimes my heart's like...
I think if you're able to... If them as a team is able to just throw off the opponent by doing... Like, I think it's totally fine to do that. But I think over time, the team, your opponent will pick up on what you do that is so off the cuff that they'll adjust and just go by their original plan. And I think that's what happened, because at the start we saw Unite Holic was doing very, very well, just with the essential amount of invades that they did, just lane dominance. And it was just probably around the mid game to the late game where they realized that, you know what, in a team fight situation, the Owa Zero was going to win that. And they did that really, really well. So it was... Like you said, it's where they kind of failed the most. Like when I say fail, it's not like fail like what they do, because they're amazing players. But when you're gonna bring an unorthodox style into the final fight that sometimes requires like all 5 of them together, that's when it can kind of cause a bit of cracks there, right? Because then at that stage, you probably need to get a pick off one of their teams, or at least separate the core fighting team to be able to be ahead there. But we'll wait for game 2. Like,
we're probably going to get another game, a 3-game series. I kind of feel like Unite Holic are not going to let this slide, right? Like, this is a team that, I mean, if you've seen Mame, this man is very competitive. So
Yes.
competitive, he will fight with his own teammates. But obviously, like, for a good reason, right? If you want to win, you really need to fight for it. So coming into game number 2, I want to know if this team is going to continue to lean in on this just unorthodox style of play. I mean, this is technically their normal style, I suppose. Some people could say that. But are they going to continue leaning into this? Or are they going to maybe play it a little bit safer in this next game? Will they manage to have a Pokemon with a great ability to secure? Will they have a central laner that is going to be able to consistently support their side lanes? Are they going to maybe go for the back cap comp? We have seen this in the past with Unite Holic, Mame going all out, Sableye, Dodrio, everything you can think of to back cap. I don't know. I love casting this team because like sometimes I feel like you're just playing Russian roulette when it's draft time.
I feel like you've channeled some sort of energy here, and I think we are going to see some sort of score comp from Unite Holics just to kind of put off guard. Because the thing with score comp is that when you get going and you start dominating through it, by the time that the opposing team sees it, it's a bit too late because you've already done the damage. So if they do decide to do that, they do. But I mean, look, they decided to ban Dodrio, so maybe I've channeled it wrongly because they're banning the score cup or something. So I don't see them doing it if Dodrio is banned, especially from themselves.
So, okay, I'm just looking at the 2 bans. Tyranitar, like, no biggie. This is just a late game monster. Dodrio. So in what cases are you banning Dodrio? Probably because of the Hooper, because they had the first ban, but Hooper was banned anyway, so probably doesn't matter. If anyone is kind of wondering my thought process here, Dodrio is a really annoying Pokemon to play against if you are playing Hooper because of the triple trample knock-up. That can actually prevent you from going back through those Hooper portals. So if you want to play Hooper, sometimes Dodrio is a really great option to eliminate from the pool, so you don't have to worry so much about its very sudden knock-up ability. But it's not in this game anyway, so doesn't matter. But you know, Holic, I mean, Yupono loves the Mamoswine, or Mame does, I don't know who. Blaziken, okay, I said they needed secure, and Blaziken is an option, although now it's just like, okay, no, alright, back to Unite Holic,
no,
never
Daddy.
mind.
Yep.
Never mind. I give up with this team. No, it's fine.
No, it's fine. Like Mame, I think that's the thing with Mame. From what I've seen, guys, is that if he has any chance to play Serena, he's just gonna pick it, right? Like it's just his go-to.
Sableye? Oh, okay, no,
Pokemon.
never mind. Never mind.
Well,
I thought they were gonna go Sableye.
Oh, I was about to say, is it going to be some sort of full evolution team that they want to do here? But it does look like TTV is picking up the Blaziken there instead. So this is their secure as well. They did do really well. And correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Pote that did Gudra last time?
I do not remember. I'm just looking at this Dragonite. I said they needed secure.
Yeah.
And they're getting Shant. I love this because they have essentially also picked the hard counter to Dragonite.
This is good from Unite Holics.
We might be looking at game 3 just from the draft. I'm a bit early, I'm sorry.
Wow, we'll wait and see how they respond here. Don't count these guys out yet because they did really well. Like any team that wins with a Gudra. Okay, Decidueye. I see.
Lots of Decidueye I love in Japan.
I mean, I'm worried for him just because Mame's on the Serena right now, right? It's very hard to kind of... You've only literally got Umbreon here to kind of defend Decidueye from Serena. And
if you're right, and it was Pote that played the Gudra, it's top lane Blaziken as well. So bottom Desi, central Sylveon, I guess? If we're getting the names right. Because I don't think you want to put Desi central.
Before. No, and they did it before in bottom in the previous game 1 where Decidueye was their bottom laner. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see how it plays out. But it looks like Sylveon. It would make sense for Sylveon to be in the central path at the early, get that level 4, be aggressive early to try and take that lead. But yeah, I mean, this is more for Unite Holics to win. They do have a very, very strong comp to go up against. I mean, if I was to be afraid of a team right now, I think Unite Holics' team lineup is the scarier one, especially with them covering their weaknesses. So yeah, I'm interested to see how Team Zera is going to be able to respond to this with their play, because they have Sylveon. I guess it's going to be Hyper Voice. I don't know. It's Hyper Voice. Yeah, I think Hyper Voice.
I kind of feel like you need Hyper Voice this game just to really have that zoning capability. So Mame is going into that top lane, And we're going to have the Dragonite in the central area as well. Okay, and then we see the Chandelure down bottom. All right, so lanes. I mean, I'm happy with the lanes. I don't think anyone's really going to contest what Unite Holic want to do here. But it is going to be that Sylveon central on the other side. But we could be seeing a steal here.
Yeah.
This is one of the issues with running Sylveon Central because it is actually really hard sometimes to secure. And Chansey gets it! Lost the red buff!
Chansey's such a great secure. This
Look
is
at this!
crazy.
We have a dragon, no Dratini, stealing the buffs as well. Everyone's just stealing buffs today.
Wow. And you know what? I love the information that was given on both sides of the team. Obviously, Dratini saw that Gossifleur was heading into its own territory rather than fight for it, and knowing that Blissey took the red buff away from Sylveon, Dratini helped itself to its own blue.
Got the blue, now has to try and outrun the Sylveon. Looks like LD though almost trying to get rid of Mame there, but now half at health, needs to be a little careful. No knockouts thankfully, but there's a little Torchic, not going to be too happy going back into this lane. Very under-leveled. This Blissey is trying to stick around though. Hyper Voice going to be used yet again onto Mame. Unfortunately, the direction for this Hyper Voice wasn't the best, so couldn't really chase with it.
Yeah, no, it was a great stall from the Blissey to take away the attention there from Sylveon. Great job from Lampert as well, getting a KO on the Umbreon, and you can see even like they're not afraid, Danny. They're still going in for the invade here. Central blue taken away by the Sylveon. Dragonair can only watch right now. Blissey in a bit of trouble, does get taken out by Sylveon as well. So even though the initial invade wasn't good, you could see Dragonair trying to go through, gets another KO. So this is a massive advantage right now for Team Zero, and they are well in line for the Central Swablues and Alterias as well. But Mame right now is probably the one who has the highest level lead for their team.
So it might just be on his shoulders as well as that Chandelure's shoulders to really give that space to that Dragonite now, because sitting on level 6 has fallen behind as the Team Central laner. But if you're the orange team, I think you want to capitalize on this as well. Unfortunately though, your Desi was solo in that bottom lane, so it does get eliminated. If they can win this top lane fight though, this will absolutely be worth it though, trying to go for that Dragonair down to half health, really trying to do it with that Combuskin, but might go down, will just survive as the Dragonair does go down. Blissey though will be the one to finish him off, and here we go. Chandelure is coming in for support as well, and maybe they've just stuck around for a little bit too long because Unite Holic bringing the entire roster, able to be the last ones to really end this battle.
Yeah, they did really well. Mame so meticulous in just going for the back line there. Mame had a free pass, essentially. There was no protection for that Serena to be able to just dominate through that back line. And just so much effort and time was spent on grabbing that Combuskin down. You can see, though, we do have Dragonite finally online. Decidueye starting the objective right now, but it is going to be a Hyper Beam Dragonite. And depending on how things go, it is going to be a Razor Leaf. Oh, Dragonite just couldn't do it. Not Spirit Shackle at all. The Razor Leaf Desi, Danny. That is going to be an interesting, crazy to see how that's going to play out. But this could actually be a very, very good scene set up for Team Zero here. But you can see Regieleki just on the cusp of the border there. Blaziken just defending it from a slight moment. There goes the Bliss Assist on top of Mame right there, pushing through. That overheat from Chandelure, getting rid of that Eldegoss, and they're still pushing through. Mame, no one right there. Mame's just having a field day right now. No response. Umbreon trying to unite for just a last-ditch effort, but the deed is done. Regieleki tier 2, they're doing the math right now, Danny. Dragonite might be looking to end it, and they do.
They end it. Now, if they do lose their experience, if they lose their lives here, this wouldn't really be that great of a trade because you are giving away some precious experience, and they're going to continue with this as well. Dragonite, without some support, could be in a bit of trouble here. It's actually both of the damage dealers for the team does manage to get away with the Dragon Dance and actually getting rid of the Blaziken.
Wow.
That actually entirely stops this push because without the Blaziken, they don't have a way to rip through both of these attacking Pokemon.
Yeah, look, just looking at how Overheat and Hyper Beam solidifying on one character right there is so deadly, because if the Hyper Beam doesn't get you, the burn or the final tick of the Overheat does. So this is great to see those two in combination. And you can see there goes Chandelure with its Unite to protect it, blinding the opponents as well. Umbreon trying to go through to its teammates going through, but there goes Dragonite just really poking away. Imprisoned. Oh no, Umbreon just can't get out there. Chandelure, this Pokemon right now is a menace. OM0 just can't find a way to deal with it right now.
I don't know if they really have a way to deal with it either, because okay, we have Razor Leaf on the Desi. I can see a situation where this could potentially work, but the issue is Desi doesn't really have enough bulk on his team to really keep him protected and to feel safe to stand there and actually go for those basic attacks, right? We're looking at this Blaziken being lifted up by the Ice Fang and just being deleted. Umbreon can barely survive. Sylveon could only really just come in for the Hyper Voice. Like, how do you comfortably stand there and provide assistance for your team? This is where the Spirit Shackle probably would have been a better choice here, because at least you can actually do damage at a distance.
Yes, I definitely agree. I think Razor Leaf, as fun as this move's skill set is, it's just you really need a very strong front line to be able to allow you to put maximum output of damage there. But Desi just doesn't get that chance. You can see Dragonite just stalling for time. At least Sylveon manages to get the Regieleki, and now Unite Holics is on the defensive. But as of it stands, they are really, really strong. But this looks like a great 37 overcap there from Sylveon. So they are closing the gap a little bit, but there is still a ways to go to be able to get there, and we are just going on to the end mid-game phase to see how the levels are looking up.
Yeah, level is actually looking really good here for Yoera. I think they've done a really good job trying to keep up. They just really need to bump in some more experience into that Desi. We're seeing a Midnight Prance going to be used here, connecting onto the entirety of Unite Holic and actually still surviving somehow, but that burn damage, the heals, just enough to keep that Umbreon going. And now Blaziken 1v1 wins that battle up against the Dragonite, but just isn't able to score because Mame comes back in time. But that means that there's going to be no Serena in that bottom lane, but thankfully the battle has also dispersed down here. I think if this fight continued in that bottom lane, and if they had more knowledge that Mame was going to go up top, I think they would have actually considered going for that battle. But, you know, sometimes you got to play safe. Pump in those levels into that Desi. He is your late game.
Yeah. Now, what we see struggling right now for OM0 is they just don't have enough suppression or crowd control to push away the impending forces of Unite Holics, whereas on the opposite side, they have everything to kind of defend, which is why units like Chandelure gets their time to shine. They just can't, they're unstoppable right now. They've got enough protection on the cards, but we can see OM0 trying to position themselves. It looks like a bit of a standoff. They're really having a, I mean, I was going to say they're doing a little bit of a twirl and a dance, but I don't know. There's no way that they're going for a rip, are they? I mean, I guess they can.
They can. If they can actually get this instant knockout, this will be great.
Swine.
Mammoth Mash, enough shielding, but that means no Mammoth Mash for the rest of that battle, and no defender buffs for your Bono as well. Oh, Moose going down, will be able to get out, but you're gonna have to try and go for some kind of reset. But look at this though, Mame gonna go for the back cap. Is this just the call for the team to just go? Yoera, they're ripping the raid!
Oh, they're going for it right now. You can see the Decidueye rapid Razor Leafing. There goes the Blaziken as well. Overheat going through. Overheat gets it right now as well. Mame, not sure if this was the right play, because right now we've lost 3 members. 4 only Mame stands, and they are over 300 points ahead. But everyone still has a shield here from OM0. This may be a massive upset here. There's still a minute and a half, but Mame cannot take this many opponents, especially with Ray shields. They've all dunked in their 100 points, and now with the difference, they're behind Danny in what, 30 seconds. They were 300 points behind, and now they're 200 points ahead. And how is Unite Holics going to respond to this? There's only one way.
They have to push. You've got to go for a big push. But look at the Umbreon though, staying in the central area, trying to farm up some more points, wants to go for the back cap. I actually think Unite Holic could absolutely push. It depends on what Umbreon wants to do here. If it comes in to assist the defense, I think they can absolutely defend this. If they try to go for a back cap, I think it's a little bit too sneaky, but 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Can Unite Holic turn this game around? They've been spotted!
Whoa, the great pick there from the Decidueye. Decidueye ejects out of the way. There goes the Mammoth Mash from Mammoth Swine, but Mammoth Swine is just not there on time. Mame's just a bit late to the party. Umbreon keeping an eye on the side. Mame comes in right now with less than 30 seconds to go, but all 5 members with Rage Shields is there for the defense, as long as Knock Knock as well. Mame goes up for the Unite from the Eldegoss, but just not enough. The Desi is really low, but still great healing amount there from the Eldegoss, and the pads just... The Ray Shields plus 5 members to OM0 is just way too much for Unite Holics to handle. And my gosh, That was an absolute insane comeback. We thought, Danny, we were going to see a game 3, considering how well Unite Holics played there. But just a little misstep or direction, or maybe the cause. Mabe, probably the most questionable one, was the Serena scoring in central pad, considering we talked about Decidueye, Razor Leaf, you know how fast that Ray's going to go down. Blaziken with Overheat and Unstoppable, you know that's going to be a very big issue to deal with. And not having Mame there to a 4 vs 5 with a rip
Oh my gosh.
comp into Ray.
I'm just, yeah,
that hurts.
I'm genuinely confused. I really question, like, what was the decision behind the back cap? Now, obviously, like, we get a top-down view. We get to see the entire game, right?
We
The
get
players
to see,
only get to see what they get to
yeah,
see.
we get to see everything,
So,
yes.
I'm going to try and think of it through Unite Holic's point of view to try and justify, like, okay, like, why would you try and make that call? Okay, so firstly, you are going up against the ripping potential of the Desi and also the secure potential that Pote has, right? Because we know Blaziken overheat secures are fantastic as well. But you had a Dragonite as well. You had a Dragonite. You also had access to a Chandelure who could have actually switched off the lights early and maybe your team could try and go for a rip. One thing that we know for certain is that Unite Holic have been winning a lot of these team fights. Like, straight on, if they can find the right angle, they have been winning a lot of these team fights. And Mame has been playing a pivotal role in those team fights because his job is to jump onto the squishies, right? You're trying to catch on to these squishy Desi, or you're trying to catch on to the Sylveon. And so for him to show himself to score that 50 point in the base, that was literally a sign for the enemy team to be like, there's no way Mami comes back in time. Let's rip this thing. And if you were going to make that play, wouldn't you have maybe tried to send the Dragonite to backcap with Mame so that you could offset the points that would have been able to have been scored? Would you... I just... It's very hard to justify this thought process for the team. Like, I'm assuming at this point it was Mame saying, like, guys, we cannot out-secure this team. We just try and backcap. And maybe there was some miscommunication or something.
Yeah, I think 200 points ahead for them was not enough, so they wanted to jump into the 300 points, but in doing so, just as you said, Mame was a pivotal role in that backline. Fu, what do you think, man? We're analyzing this. They had such a great lead. They were so strong in team fights as well, and I think it was very hard for them to lose in the team fight if all of them was there. And for sure, we thought it was going to be a game 3, but it's not. it's not, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the message is just the Ray fight can change everything, right? I think one of the most pivotal moments at the end was I saw the Mamo had to panic, I think, Unite to try to live there and didn't end up actually picking anybody off. That Razor Leaf Decidueye. I mean, we're so used to just the arrows for Secura, but we often forget how powerful, those, I guess, leaves that come out as soon as you proc that Razor Leaf. And then I think once they saw an opportunity of the Dragonite, getting pushed out of the way, they just said, to the Blaziken, this is our time, this is our opportunity, and then they ended up getting it. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many points in terms of the difference in the scores leading up to the Rayquaza, as long as you secure it and everyone is up and able to score those hundreds in, it changes the game. I mean, at the end of the day, I expected the Dragonite to really be there for the secure there, but I think just
I think
a
he got
great
pushed out, right? Like, I mean,
I
think Mamo Unite was used up. That's already signal
Yeah,
number 1.
exactly.
Serena backcapping, signal number 2. I think everything kind of fell into the way of Zora to just rip, really, and have the rest push on the Dragonite. And, it was...
I think the backcap is a good play if there was something like a Hooper on the side of Mame's team, but it's just a little bit of a... I guess a risk, right? If you're one of your, I guess, star frontline players on that Serena is doing the backcapping. Maybe they was trying to get a lead that's so far in or so far ahead that, the getting the Rayquaza didn't matter. But we saw it was only like, I think, a 250 point difference, which is...
It wasn't a lot.
Probably not enough,
But
I think
especially
that's what Danny
since
was
like
saying.
5 members up.
Yeah, it would have been better if Dragonite had done that and just Unite back into the front. Like, that's where Dragonite can shine instead, and Mame can still be that front line. But I mean, look, guys, they are having a new roster, right? So, it's two of the original members still flawlessly playing, beautiful. Like, it was great to watch and commentate on this alongside Danny and watching how they made their minds work, because they were just dominant. It was just so great to see. I can understand why Daddy's just so excited every time we see a Unite Holics game. It's just thrilling, and the fact
It's
that
like
they
a
got to
gacha
play
game.
here,
You don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, true.
and the fact that they do it here at Unity Clash is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not over for Unite Holic, because it is double Illim, and I can just see the bracket has been updated. So give everyone a quick rundown of what happened in round 2 for those interested. So obviously Unite Holic will be going down to the losers bracket, and they're going to be up against UN Cat Eye, which took out Connect Gear in that best of 1. And the other thing is Big Engage will be going up against Neo T, who got knocked out by N1 Empire. So plenty more action to come, ladies and gentlemen at home. This is the time where we're going to throw to a quick break. We're going to come back in to broadcast more of the action, but stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back. Well, it's great to be here, Ghatlue. Welcome into your own stream. That's always nice to have you here. As we get into round 3, I've got Ryan with us here. And as the lobby is going to get prepared real soon, Ryan, I mean, this is your entry here. Have you had any ideas of what you would like to see today in the Japan qualifiers?
Now, personally, I've heard rather, a lot of Gudra in the background. I've been on the stream for a little bit for, I would say the past hour or two. And so Gudra has been interesting to pick up. What I would like to see though, now this one might be a little bit of a biasness coming for some of you, but I know a dear friend of mine who would love to see Cameron in there, and I myself have been seeing it come up in a few different places, and that is the Dive Hurricane build.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, actually. Cramrant, we saw quite a bit of it in the NAIC. I'm not sure if you watched too much of that, but
Yeah, we did.
Otter, for example, played a lot of Cramrant, and I think, since it was unbanned and the bug was fixed, we do see that, I guess, like you said, the Hurricane dive build as well, offering both the ability to get out of harm's way or dive a backline, as well as, providing that CC for the team with that Hurricane as well. So, I mean, that is a great Pokemon you've mentioned. I honestly want to see how teams deal with the Sylveon problem. Sylveon has been so prevalent in a lot of the games from yesterday's OC qualifiers. Either it's picked up instantly or banned out of the way. And I think it's probably one of the strongest attackers at the moment, don't you agree?
Yeah, to an extent I agree, and you know what's the best part about it? I've always talked to this with some of my friends, and they're like, isn't this simpler solution to fight Sylveon just to jump onto her and like hope that, Sylveon doesn't get away with it? And to that extent, I was like, so we might see Blazikens, we might see Serenas. And, well, Blaziken was the one we did see, but Serena just isn't in such a good place where it's like, yeah, we would see her come out and pick up. But when you have double Grassy Glide, it's kind of like Grassy Glide. You just kind of kick Sylveon back in place, right? And so I was thinking, maybe a Serena is something we will see come up, especially since Japan did really enjoy the Serena for quite a good long time since its release. So maybe we will also see that.
Yeah, I mean, Mame played it, I think, just last game. So, with that being said, let's see whether you're right here as we get underway of our first match that we get to cast together. The draft scene is now up and ready to go. So, we've got, I think it is the Yoera on the purple team, and N1 on the orange team. Now, something interesting, Ryan, that we picked up from behind the scenes, thank you to our team, is that there is someone called Cabby Killer, which is actually a name because they were a former member of Cabby-chan, so it's going to be very interesting. They had that former, I guess, experience playing on such a top-tier team, and I'm sure they're going to bring that into their team today as well. Very, very obvious standard bans we've got here today, Ryan. We've got a Tita ban and a Failing ban.
Oh, do you see it? Do you see it? Oh, no. Oh, no. I was hoping for it. Serena was locked, was up there hovering, and unfortunately we won't see it pick up, but yeah, Fu, I guess the question then is, since you've seen the tournament throughout the entire day so far, what are you expecting here? N1 Empire has been going fairly strong, I feel, and they've got pretty interesting picks to hold themselves down.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of a exposure to Team Yoera just now, but this is the first time I'm going to be watching N1 play, and look at that already. We've got some very, very good evolutions picked up from both of these teams. We've got N1 Teacher picking up that Sylveon. We talked about how strong it is, as well as I think Blaziken. Yeah, Blaziken locked in for that team as well. But, in response, we have a Blissey Leafeon combo, which we know is very, very dangerous.
Ooh, and now, of course, we're going to see that Blaziken is being picked up. We also do see Crustle being picked up, which I would say Crustle has definitely shown a lot of prominence as of late, which is very surprising to me, at least, because I've always thought Crustle was just a big wall, couldn't do much, and then suddenly all the boss come stacking back in. But finally, we do see the Serena come into play here, which, well, I love to say that I called it. I think it was definitely something that Japan just loves to pick up all the same. Dodrio, another strong pickup potentially. We will, of course, not see that because I opened my mouth, and now Dragonite will come into play here uneasy.
Yeah, I mean, they do want to have some sort of response to that Blaziken, right? Which we know is so good for its secure on its overheat move as well. I'm not too sure which move East Pop will go on for the Leafeon, whether it's going to be a Solar Blade or a Razor Leaf, but having that Hyper Beam on that Dragonite is definitely going to be very worthwhile for their team. Now, we talked about Cramorant. We both wanted it, and it's been locked in. I think that is Cabby Killer, if I'm correct on that Cramorant. So I honestly really like both of these teams on paper, Ryan. I think the Crustle Cramorant is a very underrated duo, and paired up with a Sylveon, whether they're going with the Mystical Fire or the Hyper Voice, can deal some serious damage into that Serena and Tree combo.
And of course, now that all said and done, everything has been locked in and ready to go, I guess the main thing we're going to see is how they're going to play this out, because you know what, safe to say, I feel like they can go both ways, right? Do you want the Dragonite to be up online early, or do you want, a very early game dominance with the Leafeon going into the central area? Versus, of course, we have on the other side Sylveon and Blaziken, which in both cases, it's fine to have either of them in the central area, but it again comes down to what do you want online first.
Teams have Pokemons that come online at level 4. You know, that Leafeon, that Sylveon's really, really good. Honestly, Cramorant doesn't even do too bad at level 5 as well. So, I mean, I'm really curious to see what, I guess, Yoera actually does in terms of the jungle split or the central area split for its Pokemons, because that Leafeon, they could take one of the buffs and hit level 4 immediately.
Stacking up for N1 Empire versus whether Easy can actually go in for it and ensure that, they have more of a sustain in the late game. So we already see very early on they're just trying to stack up here, and of course this entire engagement is just splitting it so low with a little bit to spare here, almost going down, and of course from the back here, a nice cleanup crew coming from Sylveon at level 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a tug-of-war situation right here, right? I mean, N1 Empire is so good in that top path at the moment, but they're getting pressured in that bottom path with the Cramorant, trying to get this Leafeon out. What a great pick on the Cramorant, on the Leafeon to start off the match for them. I mean, that's Sylveon already level 4 with that Hyper Voice, which I love to see, with that Crustle combo. And, East TTV, with that Dragonair already, they do want to get that level 8 as soon as AP.
I guess the one other factor that I forgot to mention is that, of course, when you run Blaziken, you kind of want to stack your, weights and your cookie, which is kind of why you want it to be lean, but it's just kind of hurting them so much. As you can see here, they completely try to go onto top lane here, and it's absolutely devastating all of them here, not allowing them to go out with 2 on the side, and our lone Torchic here has to back away. Even with the amount of stacks you have here, there's just not enough damage control here to come up here, and as he continues to take a fight here, there we go, the third one finally falling down just like that. Now the problem is they have entire control over the map here, and so as you can see, N1 trying to grab everything here is just not possible with the Sylveon online.
Oh, yeah, and look at that. That is the combo I was
no.
talking about, Ryan. That Crustle Rock Tomb into the Hyper Voice is going to be so dangerous if anybody on Yoera is going to get caught here. But Leafeon comes out with a 360 to solo play the Cramorant out of play. And, I mean, what a great start for both of these teams, right? So much aggression, which we love to see. However, the points, looking at the points board, is going to be Yoera on 77 points, picking up that Sylveon as well. This Leafeon is about to get their Unite move.
I guess another set of numbers we should talk about is the levels here. 5-7, 5-7, 6-6, 5-6-5 here. Definitely average across the board is going to go to favor of Yoera as they come in really hard and heavy here with the Wood Hammer cleaning up for the Soul Blade into the Razor Leaf here, pushing it for massive damage. Not allowing them to do much in for that. Now the only Razor Leaf I see is the cutting edge coming from Pop here, who's going in hard and strong here. Another Blade to come in here and a Slam to the Unite move to clean that one up.
Oh my god, that was like kind of Emerald 3-step with that eject as well to make sure that Eldegoss goes down. I mean, this Leafeon is just relentless, right? On the side of Yoera here. They're just everywhere at once, taking out all this farm, starving out the enemy here to make sure that they have that level lead and they keep it there.
And again, the Blissey just got caught on the Rock Tomb here, not allowing it to do anything. But as we look at the map control currently added, look, Dragonite's at the bottom, he's already ready to secure the Reggie here. The EXP is going to go to the side. Even with this Rock Tomb, there's not much he can do with the Serena pushing on the Unite. Blaziken's down for the count, and he's going to continue chasing onto the Crustle. With that Solar Blade here, this kind of means they have entire map secured. Dragonite's already taken the Reggie at the bottom, and on the top side, Reggie Lucky, all theirs were taking. There's no one to contest them, Fu.
Yeah, something really dangerous right now that Yoera is showing up is that Serena, able to get, I think, a lot of attack weight stats in the early game. They're level 10 already, so able to counter that Blaziken whenever it comes out. Crustle goes down, and now there's just so much momentum on the side of Yoera as they're going to try to push this Regieleki in.
And a very beautiful finish out, cleaning up this team here, which means this Regieleki is most likely going to go in. There's a lot of damage coming through, and there's not much you can really do to stop it here. The Rock Tomb is going to buy some time here, but the Dragon Knight flies in, kicks them out, and Blaziken goes down for the counter. Crustle getting so much damage coming in here, not allowing himself to stay back into this, and this is not going to be a very tough situation for them to work on. As we do see them coming down, the Dragon Knight is felled to the Fairy type cat here, and now, of course, we do see the Emerald Step coming in. Solar Blade trying to clean up this Cramorant here, but Die pushing him back. Again, another push incoming from Iwazera, just not making it work. The amount of control and space they have, you have to respect. Rocked to the Hyper Voice, and of course, even using Dive to just push himself back away. I mean, there's just a lot of ways they can escape, and they were just not able to capitalize on that, given how far they're into the map.
Yeah, I mean, there is over 270 points differing in this current matchup right now, Ryan. Things are looking a little bit dire for N1 Empire, but things are not over yet, though. But the Trevor is going to stop all forms of advance with that takedown on the Cramorant, and it's going to be Blaziken trying to, you know, be the hero, but unfortunately right now, things are just looking too good for Yoera.
I mean, Itai, very painful indeed here as they come and push this over here. Serena trying to find a way into that Sylvia like I was talking about, just go into their face here, but he's just able to step away from that. It's just insane. The Mythical Fire is not going to be the thing that walks in here. Just pure movement was able to get him out of there, and I guess that kind of shows the kind of prowess that they have. But as you see here, Leafeon just slowly chipping them away. Another Solar Blade, they just chip onto Cramorant and to Blaziken, and they have to kind of fight this with a little bit less HP. Despite having the heals, it's just not going to be enough. That Pollen Puff does sustain them a little bit longer, but from the back here, Serena goes in onto the Sylveon, pushing him down for one. Crossbow locking them away, and they're not able to do it. Emerald Step pushing back, and Cramorant is down for the count. 3 players going into 3 right now, as you can see Serena again pushing back in. Reggie giving it a little bit of assistance here, but with the Color Crash coming through here, we are going to see quite a little bit of damage come from there. They are going to pick themselves out on the side here, having a level advantage, but it's not going to be enough. 2 players left on the side here, a tank and a support, but can Crossbow make it out here? I don't think so, because the sustain is down for the count here, and Crossbow, last player standing, cannot pick this one out. With the Silver finally finishing up here, they could try and turn around and make it count, but the Dragon Knight coming in strong here, wants to take him down, just taking so much damage here. Look at the HP slowly being chipped away here, and unfortunately for them, it looks like N1 Empire's little bit of a step up here with the Fairy Singularity to save him down here. I was gonna call it already, but hey, you know what? Count me unlucky twice, but that was a beautiful Fairy Singularity. Sorry, not Fairy Singularity. You know, Fairy Frolic.
Very frolic by that Sylveon indeed. I mean, I honestly didn't really like the fact that N1 Empire went to contest that Reggie at all. Luckily, the Elder Gods was able to get it, but this meant that, you know, the Dragon Knight was just so easily uncontested to get that Regieleki, putting a little bit more pressure and, you know, not allowing that Blaziken, which we need to get level 13 to actually scale by catching those wild Pokemon. Now, Cramorant in a bit of a situation here. Luckily, you know, tries to get out the of the Leafeon, but, you know, everyone is really scared, I think, on the side of N1 Empire of this Leafeon. Crustle going in to try to take down this Trevenant. Will go down. Cramorant pops. It's Ghatlue Missile, but just gets shut down so fast, Ryan, from that Dragonite's Hyper Beam.
I mean, look at the damage that's coming through again. Another one bites the dust here, as we do see the Elder Gods go down for the count here. Serena trying to make his way back here, which is going to be a bit dangerous, but the entire team just lost their Crustle right now, and N1 Empire has to kind of just fall back a little bit. You don't want to just push through this. The level advantage is one thing, but HP side, I mean, look at that. When you don't have the HP to sustain, what is levels going to do for you? You can't exactly, you know, one-hit KO them here. You're not going to have that kind of advantage. And slow and steady as we see this race comes about here. Looks like they might be able to do something here, but no damage dealers on the side of N1 Empire to fight this Dragonite and the Blissey, which means I guess they're going to be going out scot-free. And don't forget, objectives are up and about here. Dragonite and the Serena could collapse together with their team and try to take this one back home. Yoera is in a great position here to take this Regieleki. Boo.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation now for N1 Empire if they do not get this Regieleki, and no one on their team is looking at it. Because they're all going to be zoned out, and look at that, instantly that Regieleki going to be converted by Yoera, and now, dangerous, Ryan. 10 seconds to the final stretch. We've got a points lead on the side of Yoera, and that Regieleki that can walk into that home base.
Well, I mean, what about that Regieleki is going to go down immediately, and now we're going to set ourselves up for the Rayquaza, which is being shredded right away from the side with Yoera, which I really love, because look at that, one Blissey is just going to stop them out here, and they're literally being stopped like that. They have no time for this now. They have to try and stop the Ray fight as they all try to collapse onto it. The Solar Blade and the Hyper Beam just completely shredding it back here, and there's not much else to say here, but the race begins. 327 points to 30 points. I think you know how the story goes.
I mean, Yoera just showing us that they don't actually need to play Zeraora in order to win a game here. What a fantastic, dominant performance, especially in that Ray fight, Ryan, where they saw the opportunity. You know, most of N1 Empire were just still zoned out in that top path there. No one was actually looking at that Rayquaza except for the poor Crustle, which, you know, it does do very well to, you know, CC the Dragonite out of the way. However, you know, you can take the Dragonite out of the way, but if none of your attackers in your team is even looking to secure the Rayquaza, that's just going to go to Yoera for sure. So, you know, unfortunate series of events there, I'm sure, you know, because this is just the first game of the matchup. You know, N1 Empire is going to go back to the drawing board to think about how they're going to approach the second game. However, you have to give credit to Yoera here. They were so dominant throughout the entire game.
Right, and now as we take a look at the post-game situation here, I mean, not much to say here about the fights. There's not much you can do. From our side, we can tell 450 points, very tough to clean this one up. They have the basis to make it work here. They throw this 100 here, they could still technically turn this around, but I guess the main thing we need to talk about is what they can possibly do against this double secure composition. Hyper Beam has been nerfed to like shredded almost indefinitely since the usurpance of the Hyper Beam meta, and right now we are gonna see Hyper Beam still being so dominant here. And I guess the question is, do you want to deny them the Leafeon or the Dragonite, or do you want to just go for a more fight composition, something that can really go against them? Because we did see Serena make work, right, Pooh? And maybe that is the question. Do we want to take things that can really catch them off?
Yeah, I think N1 Empire, they went for that team fight draft that you were talking about, because, you know, you've got that Cramorant for zoning and damage, you've got the Blaziken that's really, really good for in terms of sustain, they've got the Crustle to zone as well. However, you know, Yoera was looking more of a potential secure comp with that double secure like you talked about, the Hyper Beam and the Solar Blade as well. You know, at the end of the day, you can be the best team fight comp, you know, ever drafted, but if the opposition team don't even allow you to team fight them because they're just zoning you out and then quickly, you know, getting the Rayquaza, your comp is not going to do a lot into that. And, you know, I think the results of this match really showed off the power or the synergy that Yoera has in terms of the team. They're understanding that, you know, sometimes opportunities need to be taken in order to, you know, convert the Rayquaza or some of the objectives. Because for the better half of that match, Ryan, it seems like it was just you know, Yoera's game to play. I mean, it was very, very hard in a lot of these cases, as you can see from the battle report, that N1 Empire even had a door to open to perhaps come back into the match.
I guess the one thing that we also need to know is that, well, Yoera did definitely play the game fairly well here. There was almost no way they could lose. Remember, we had Sylveon go into the central path here for N1 Empire, which means it kind of dictated that they had to have this advantage. But as we look onto the other side here, we saw how Sylveon was, we saw how Leafeon was coming in really strong very early on as well, and he was into the lane as well. When you swap the roles around here, it kind of felt like Blaziken should have just been onto the central area and farming up like that, right? I mean, you kind of want to get the early game advantage on your opponent, but at the same time, when you leave Dragonite to farm at the back, they have the late game kind of secured from there. Let Dragonite do its own thing, he'll slowly build himself up from the Dratini to Dragonair, Dragonite. Now on the other side here, we saw how being a Torchic at level 4 into the lane kind of just hurt them off. They couldn't really do much to defend themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's I definitely agree with that. I think one of the main, I guess, alterations, I think if I was N1 Empire, I would think about our prioritization of the objectives. Now, if you know that the enemy team is running Hyper Beam Dragonite, which has really good rip and also good secure, right? Maybe it's not worthwhile prioritizing the basement Reggie all the time. You know, especially that second Reggie where, you know, it was really just uncontested for the Dragonite on top. And there's like 4 members of N1 Empire trying to, you know, contest that basement Reggie. Well, they got it in the end. but they lost 2 players. They gave the experience to the enemy team, and the poor Blaziken was stuck in Regieleki jail because he couldn't afford it going into the home base. So I think a lot of these problems could have been solved by just a little bit better rotation and just, at the end of the day, prioritization of, exactly what you want the team to be and where.
I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
But on the other side is that Leafeon. I think that deserves a ban. I mean, Leafeon is already banned quite a lot from, I guess, yesterday's OC qualifiers, but I don't think it would hurt really here to ban the Leafeon. Maybe Pop is better at a lot of other speedsters as well. I'm not too sure, not too familiar, but I mean, that Leafeon really just showed us the power, right, of not only making space with the Solar Blade, but also the fact that you can use your Unite move like every minute. I mean, that's going to be really detrimental if you're like a Cramorant or any of the squishies such as, the Elder Gods in that team as well.
I would say to that counter argument, because we all know each region has different metas, right? And I think the one reason why Japan is not afraid to not ban the evolutions is that generally evolutions aren't as tanky for the most part. I mean, we have very good examples across the board of which evolutions are stronger in terms of, the HP pool and whatnot. They have the damage, but if you're talking about tanky, that's only Umbreon. Right, when you run something like Serena, who can just run in and take, dish the damage needed, you realize that actually, they're not as hard to deal with if you can fell them very fast, right? We saw it onto, the Sylveon when the Serena jumped in, which made a lot of sense, right? Because if you're gonna run Serena, that's your job. Your job is to be, the person that KOs all the squishy mons, the one that does damage, which makes sense. And so maybe that's why we don't see the Sylveon ban, but all things considered, you can only deal with one Pokemon at a time.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we don't need to discuss any further of what we think because the players are going to be showing us exactly what they think, right? And you can see in this draft now, Leafeon ban as predicted, which is fantastic. But look at this, a Dodrio ban as well. So they give up the Hooper, but the Phalanx is going to be out to play, Ryan.
The Phalanx is going to be out to play. I really don't think we will see Phalanx out yet. You know what? If it has to be, let it be my fault, okay? Caster's Curse, I gave it to them. But the thing is, I really don't feel like their composition kind of warrants Phalanx to be something that, could be, put in a position. Phalanx feels like a Pokemon that you want to build around as a team. And, well, at least for the most part, a lot of the Pokemon picks that they've gotten so far are a lot more flexible. You have one Pokemon, you run Sylveon, you run Crustle together. That's like a pair at best. But with Phalanx, it's kind of like, I want Phalanx to be hard, strong, dishes damage, able to take the fights. What can I run to support Phalanx as a whole? And that's where I feel like, could be a little bit messy right now.
I mean, it doesn't look like Phalanx is going to be coming out for N1 Empire, though. They're going to go with the Zoro Comfey, which is, very established duo in terms of how much damage and sustain you can have on such a speedster and a support Pokemon. I do want to say, though, Pop's Leafeon got banned, but they're straight on it with the other attacker that I really like in the current meta, which is that Sylveon. And I think Sylveon is going to be very versatile, whether they go, Hyper Voice or Mystical Fire into that. Personally, I feel like both can really work here. The Zoroark is going to be a problem if they do go for that Hyper Voice, isn't there? Blastoise is coming out. That build looks like a Hydro Pump build, maybe a Hydro Spin even. If they are, feeling it into that Zoroark and also that Trevenant as well.
Really?
That Dragonite is back at it again, Ryan.
I'm kind of feeling like it's going to be a push. More so, I mean, we have the escape tools needed for Sylveon, and if you see on the other side, a lot more physical attackers than special attackers. You have Comfey, you have Espeon on the side here, but really, you kind of just want to make sure you're jumping away from Zoroark, you're jumping away from the Blaziken a lot more so. Mythical Fire feels a lot more plausible here, and with a little bit of push coming from Blastoise to keep them alive and healthy, feels like Dragonite has the Hyper Beam potential to just kind of shred them back at one good push, lighting that up, right? And that's kind of what I want to see.
Yeah, you make a good point, but don't forget, Blastoise's Unite is also very strong to, I guess, knock up a bunch of people. And the fact that we have the Mamo already running that experience share, probably going into that bottom path there to act as the top as the defender for the team, I think this Blastoise can really do whatever they want. So only time will tell as we head up into this second match here. Now we know that Yoera has gotten that game number 1, so all eyes are going to be on N1 Empire to see how they respond and adapt to whatever happened in the game 1. And I want to see that early aggression keep on in this game because they have that Zoroark, right? They're probably going to go to the central area. They're going to get that level 5. And, regardless if they're going to be running your Feint Attack or Night Slash, I want to see them deal massive amount of damage going in.
Hiyoi Stato! As the game begins here, we are gonna see how they're gonna pan this one out. Fu, what are your thoughts going into this one, to be very honest? I mean, Zoroark is definitely there, all the same here, but oh, Mamoswine helping them out very early on, once to get the Sylveon out. Same with, of course, the Comfy into Zoroark. You cannot see these two be separated.
No, you cannot indeed. And look at this, just making sure that Zoroark clears that center as fast as possible. Meanwhile, this Torchy is getting harassed in the top path. I don't think they want to pop that eject just yet. Comfy here to, I guess, help out and make sure they stay in the playing field. Meanwhile, more members of N1 are just running away as this Phantom will go down to a Sylveon already rocking that Hyper Voice.
And stacking as well, don't forget. This 7 points is the first of many and is already number 1 down onto stacks. And there it is. Zoroark coming in to see if he can take down Sylveon early on.
Yeah, I love the fact that Zoroark is going Feint here. That allows them to have that versatility into what target they want to actually land their final boosted Feint attack on. I mean, we talked about how Mystical Fire was probably the play that Sylveon's going to go on, but it's actually opting for the Hyper Voice, which is going to be pretty good into that Trevenant.
Ooh, and now as we carry on to see how this is gonna pan out here, Hyper Voice not helping him. Oh
my god, N1 Teacher, Ryan, absolutely going to take down that little Mamoswine there, so definitely a very good pick for them. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure now going in from Yoera on that top path yet again. I mean, something I love about, I guess, their team is, not only the aggression, but the fact that this Dragonair is able to get some levels as soon as possible. Look at this, Zoroark just manages to get that red buff, has to back away here. Hooper is running Trick this time, and look at that, they successfully take out that Zoroark.
But it's not over yet. Look at that Combustion going strong, but wow, one eject button just kind of cleans it up. And of course, as you can see in the overall totality here, it is just looking really rough for the sub N1 Empire here. No damage across the board just yet, unless you have Zoroark online, which at this point, if it's down, you don't really have anything you can do to work around that. But very weird on the Sylveon to be pathing towards there and just hurting them.
Yeah, while I think Yoera is, showing so much aggression, the levels are actually pretty even. And I think I really like this on the side of N1 Empire. They're staying resilient. And look at this, Zoroark perhaps taking out this Blastoise if possible. Pote already on that level 7, already a Blastoise. That Hydro Spin we talked about, Ryan, is coming out to play. And meanwhile, look at this, relentless from Yoera here, pushing this bottom goal zone here. Espeon goes down, the Hyper Voice on the Trevenant, the Ice Fang coming out to take it away, and that's going to be some serious dunking coming out from Yoera.
And with that being said, though, it looks like we're gonna be ready for the Reggie fight. Basement Reggie's online here, Zoroark is at the bottom here, but it ties up. N1 knows that they want to secure this on their own, with only one Dragonite to kind of contest them. I mean, not much secure is gonna be online for them. We do have Espeon though, which I've not seen what they are running at the moment. It's gonna be interesting. Ooh, and now it looks like I know.
Oh, look at this, Zoroark using the Unite move to just the dash in. The Hyper Beam missed, but it's okay. Oh, no, I think it still hit on my screen. It kind of got knocked away, but that's okay. They do get that buff that's needed. And look at this. Just relentless yet again. They're looking to do some mathematics. Ease TTV, getting those 33 in there. Sylveon picking up a KO streak of 3. And Blaziken is left to just quickly convert this Regieleki before the Piloswine gonna come through with that Ice Fang. Here comes a Unite move from the Dragonite to contest this. And I think things might be a little bit over for the Blaziken. Unfortunately, will go down. Just in time, Blastoise there to convert it, Ryan, and I mean, things are just looking better and better now for Yoera, right? Same as the game number 1.
I mean, scoreline is a lot better, right? 197 to 82, which is definitely a little bit of a difference here, but that score is still slowly piling up here as they're going to continue to take this fight, though. It's going to be a little bit dicey.
Wow, what a Hydro Typhoon, able to get that Blastoise out as well. Hydro Pump coming through, but the Espeon is going to be able to knock out the Blastoise, and this push might be looking a little bit rough now. Blaziken getting a huge pick on the Dragonite though, and Hooper is just saying, guys, we need to get the heck out of here, because we don't want to get knocked out by the Zoroark. If it combos, gets another one on the Hooper, and look at this. This is what we like to see in the Unity Clash. Teams taking opportunities, even though they're behind, to get that valuable experience back.
But they're still not over here. Look at that. Another one bites the dust here. They're able to control the area to themselves. The map control is nowhere to be seen on sub N1 Empire as they're not able to do anything about it.
No, unfortunately not. But, you know, yet again, Blaziken is just running at the Sylveon, forced to prop the very Frolic to try to get out of the way. We talked about how, you know, hard it is to Hyper Voice into a Zoroark, but this Sylveon is doing fantastic, Ryan. And I really like the fact that they're level 12 at the 5-minute mark.
Truth be told, I'm really not a fan of the Hyper Voice at this stage here. Again, you can definitely see how it is a struggle to make it work despite how much effort it does to truly make it work. But all things considered, they have the base energy contest here and the Hyper Voice will help out.
Yeah, and look at this, Sylveon able to contest and, you know, secure that basement Reggie for the team once again. And a little bit of an interesting fight here. Trevenant able to just get out with the Horn Leech, unstoppable. Blaziken cleaning up now. Hooper being a little bit of trouble, but the Mammo Mash, look at that eject button, gets the Blaziken. Ice types are better than fire types in this scenario. And as we look at the top path as well, this Zoroark is just going crazy.
Alright, now as we carry on to this next moment right here, we are just trying to see how they can possibly turn this Regieleki around for themselves. I mean, they've got the points down, they want to make sure they try and break this before they go into the Regieleki here, or they can even use this as a bait. They are kind of just putting themselves in a position where it's like, I only have Zoroark on top here, I don't really want to convert anything. The entire side with Yoera is just kind of waiting for us, and right now, it looks like they push in for it. Yoera is just going to try and take this Regieleki for themselves, and there's almost no way they can turn this around. This is going to be their turn taking here, Fu, and this fight not looking too good for the sub N1 Empire.
Yeah, look at this. More KOs raining down for Yoera here. That Zoroark, though, may be able to do something, but the Hooper Portal able to just save both the Dragonite and the Blastoise there. And, I mean, that's just a little bit of a rough situation, right? 39 over dunk on that tier 2 gold there. Things are looking a little bit dire now. I think, you know, it's not over yet. There's still a minute and a half before the final stretch. I really want to see, you know, the entire team of N1 Empire catching those wild Pokemons, getting some experience. Because right now, I think fighting is the last thing you want to do.
Last thing on your mind here, I mean, look at this. Hydro Typhoon pops out, they have one for the side, and this is going to be very painful.
Yeah, definitely very painful there. Look at this, just the whole of Yoera is just running through the central area. I mean, that's just a show of confidence as well, Ryan, right? Because if they get picked out by accident, that's going to give a lot of experience to the side of N1 Empire.
And as you can see here onto the bottom side, they are kind of postured for this basement Reggie once again here. Double secure with the Hyper Voice and of course the Hyper Beam. So the double Hypers here are just going to clean this one up here. And of course with that being said, it looks like the level advantage is going to go to the side of Mazera. 12, 13, 11, 14, 13. Even with a score line almost doubling theirs. Doubling. 100% doubling theirs, which means it's going to be a lot more tougher going into this. But this kind of leaves them in a position where it's kind of going to come down to Ray, and the only thing you can do is to rip it. But do you really think they can rip it with, you know, whatever they have against two Hypers? N1 Empire is a lot sticking online.
When there's a raid, there's a way, right? So Dragonite looking to maybe get a pick on that. Zoroark managed to get out as well. I want to see more of a, I guess, synergistic team fight here instead of just the Zoroark trying to be the hero with that Comfy over there. Just managed to get out. That Blastoise is looking very juicy for them. That has the Trick Fang Force ready to go. Able to just TP back out as well. Very unorthodox there. And look at this. A big pick already potentially coming out for the Yoera there with the Trevenant looking a little bit scary here. Has to pop the eject there, Ryan, to just get out of the way. Now, N1 Empire know that they're behind. They need to see an opportunity, if they can, create some sort of momentum here. And look at this, Zoroark and the Comfy going to backcap. Is that the best decision when there is a Hooper and a Blaziken that could rip this the Rayquaza, and Blaziken
they still pick it up
out of nowhere from the top side of the Rayquaza pit and could be a lifesaver of a secure. But look at this, Unite popping off, breaking as many shields as possible. There is still, I think, 120 to 30 points difference. Who still has the shield on N1 Empire, and can they turn this around? Ryan, I want to see some defense coming out from their team.
I'm gonna have to hope for it too, because 376 to 302 now, they're slowly making their way here. They have the advantage, but the problem they have now is that they only have one Pokemon with that shield, and that's on the Blaziken. Look, that 100 points can turn this game around, and while they don't know who is winning, this Blaziken is the game changer. They need to find a way to get in right now, and that is what I'm gonna let you focus on, because look at it, Blaziken is making their way down, trailblazing, finding it smart, but losing that shield in the process. I don't know if that's the right play, but Swix has to make this one work.
Yeah, don't forget, this Zorak still has a shield, but look at this. It's staying at the pad for some reason. They need to go to score because they're the only Pokemon that could potentially get this in. Now, I think they
He
just
loses
picked up
shield.
the Comfey.
Oh no!
Oh no, they weren't able to at all as we look at this POV and look at this Hyper Beam going out. There's 10 seconds to go. Zora coming in. Do they still have a shield? We do not know as they come in with 4 seconds to go. They're going to get the score right.
shield!
And that's going to give them the advantage. We're going to get confirmations right there and then as we load up into the results screen. But I think, Ryan, it was enough for N1 Empire
It is
to
enough.
send them to a decisive Game 3. Let's see the numbers roll. Oh, wait, just before.
Wait!
No, it could be just flipped. Oh.
Whoa!
It wasn't
Whoa!
enough.
What happened?
Who scored? Who scored at the end? We did not see. Hooper
Play
scored
that back,
at the
play that
end,
back.
Ryan. I'm getting confirmation that Hooper scored at the end while the Zorak was trying to score there.
All right, hold on. Our observer is letting us know that, but pull out what the battle data. Pull out the battle data. Come on. I need to see when that happened and how close it was. So we are seeing that at the very end here, the second last point, which is where I'm going to count it because that is when the points came in, which means both sides scored at around the same timing, canceling each other out because otherwise 376 points would have been beaten by that one score.
And then, but at the same time though, can the Zorak even score if the Comfey was on it? Because remember, they need as much scoring speed as possible because the Zorak only had one pixel of shield remaining there, Ryan. So we're gonna see whether there is a possibility a replay in a bit. But come on, just look at the battle report there. It was actually, in the favor of Yoera for the better part of that game. And that window of opportunity, that incredible secure that Blaziken, just not enough because at that moment that they got the Rayquaza, Ryan, all those Unite moves coming out from Yoera able to break so many of those shields. And I mean, N1 Empire have to be kicking themselves at the moment, right? It was so close.
It's tight. I'll say that much. If I was in that position and I lost like this, I wouldn't even say it's my fault. I wouldn't even kick myself. I would say, you know what? We had to make the push. Zora was on that little slither of, a shield here that they could turn around. Maybe even waiting for like this Unite move or a team to work with. And the same thing with Blaziken, right? Wanting to have that 100 points push, that was technically 200 points. If they had scored the other 100, the total with Sweeps, that was 100% their game to win. And unfortunately, Umezera just had a little bit of hoopening action coming in here, and this kind of just hurts them.
Now, I've got some good news for you, Ryan. We've got a replay potentially set up for everybody at home.
Yes.
As we look at the screen here, ladies and gentlemen, look at the Hooper at the back. We did not see because we're so focused on this fight there with that Zorak coming in with that Comfey that the Hooper, not able to be taken down by that Zorak previously, probably in about 10 seconds ago, able to just sneak in some scores. Let's see how much they scored there as the countdown goes in. 78. And that was enough, Ryan, to get them that win. So, big shout out to that Hooper player. I mean, absolutely clutched it for the 2-0.
In hindsight, it's not our fault we didn't see it. The Unite UI just kind of blocked us. So that 78 went by like in an instant, right? So, you know what? I'm calling it to Unite's UI.
Yeah, I mean, we got to get an expert in, don't we, Ryan? We've got an absolute one of the goats of the game here, Ghatlue. We wanted you to come in and see whether you can provide us with some, advice or reaction or any thoughts about that game.
Did you even see the 78 first? Like, we need to ask that question.
So I saw the 78 because the Hooper was shown on the minimap. The Hooper tried to break the Zoroark shield, and that's why it was 1 HP because he was on the pad. If the Comfey jumped out of the Hooper, the Zoroark had no shield, right? Because the shield was really small. So considering the Zoroark shield, I think they thought if they score, they're gonna win, even if the Hooper is scoring. Because they saw that the Hooper was in the middle. And the Hooper obviously just abused the fact that the shield was so small. So that was really well played by them.
So what I'm hearing you say is you think that the Hooper just went in and they were like, it is my points against yours, right? It's whether they could actually make the 200 points work there. And you're saying that they realized that she was so small it didn't matter. Yeah?
Yeah, it didn't matter. Like
Alright.
the Hooper just knew that they were ahead. So he just confidently scored because if you see the overall score line, how much they scored, it was just kind of impossible for the enemies to come back because they lost too many shields. And since the Blaziken didn't have a shield in the first place, he lost the shield in the Rayquaza fight. The Swablues didn't break his shield. I think you mentioned that. So, I mean, it was a really good secure by the Blaziken, but I think that D-Knight just used the Hyper Beam a bit too late. Because if the Zoroark is scoring with the Comfy, it's technically a 3 versus 5 in the middle. So the score wasn't the best, in my opinion. Because the moment they scored, they just realized, okay, we can flip it. Obviously, it's a flip, but it was like more favored for the D-Knight than the Blaziken. But the Blaziken is a massive secure. Just like they lost every shield. So that was like the major issue about the fight. Because if the Zoroark and the Comfy keep the shield on instead of fighting, it would be massive.
I think a
Ultimately,
lot of the times, Ghatlue, we've seen today, let's say the Serena backcapping and also the Zoroark backcapping, they've all done it without the Hooper on their team. It's always like either on the opposite team or just no Hooper at all. And you can see exactly when you said, as soon as the Zoroark Comfy, 2 members of a 5-member team go to a backscore or backcap, the Hooper instantly just united. They went unbound, the Dragonite just started ripping it. I mean, I think 9 times out of 10, they should have secured that, but even if they didn't secure, you could see shields were broken, and the game probably wasn't going to be as close as it was if the Blaziken didn't secure it, but I think it was still a very good play, right, for the Hooper to just pop the Unite move and just make sure everyone just collapses on that Rayquaza.
I think Japan is more aggressive, surprisingly, because I thought that Japan is better at like controlling the Rayquaza, but in today's qualifier, we are just like ripping the Ray the moment we see someone scoring. So, I mean, I think it's a good thing to do if you're confident enough to get the secure. So that's pretty good.
I would say from my experience, having watched Japan since season 1, that Japan is not good at controlling the Ray. It's that as the meta slowly changes and more mods are added, there are a lot mods that are better suited for ripping the Ray than controlling the Ray. I mean, if you look at the list of Pokemon that we were added, let's start starting from Mew, right? How many mods can you say in full confidence that are more for control, right? Let's talk Chandelier, someone who's really good at, dishing damage from a range here.
Yeah.
Much better for securing than controlling, I would say. You could certainly do damage and push them away, but if you're not dishing enough damage, or if you're not of your team, they could just easily wipe the 5v4, leave the Chandelier to slowly shoot your fireballs off, and where are you sitting from there, right? So slowly it just kind of shifted from controlling to shredding.
Yeah, that's very true, Ryan. And now let's give everyone a bracket update because Yoera have now locked in their spot in the finals for today's qualifiers, sending N1 Empire into that losers bracket. Now, speaking of the losers bracket, we've got some updates from the matchups, the best ones that have happened. We talked about how Neo T have now taken the game across Big Engage. So they're going to be moving into losers round 3, and they're going to be joined by Unite Holic. So we watched maybe a couple of games ago. They have survived the losers bracket for now. They've taken down UN Cat Eye. So they're going to face Neo T in those losers as well. And speaking of this event in general, don't forget everyone, by looking at the event schedule for this 650 Unity Clash Summer Smackdown, or Showdown rather, hosted by Ghatlue and Community Gaming. There are a lot more qualifiers to come as well. Today is the Japan qualifiers. We had the OC qualifiers. Yesterday, we've got EU, Brazil, India, APAC, Latam, Korea, North America. We're going all around the world here, finding out who are the best teams of each region. It's kind of like the biggest, grassroots tournament you can think about across the world. And we got obviously the finals wrapping up in July as well. So make sure to follow on all socials to keep up to date, cheer on your favorite teams from all these different regions as well. And, speaking of teams that are deserving of a spot in a competitive set, such as the World Championships, let's not forget the fundraiser for Team Vamos or Team A2L or Team Alphabet, whichever one you want to call it. They're looking for any contributions available to help them on their way to Honolulu for those World Championships. So I'm sure there's a link somewhere in the commands that mods can bring out, but if you're looking to help out and contribute to that fundraiser, the details will be provided. Ghatlue and Ryan, what an action-packed day it has been, hasn't it? And I'm sure we have plenty to come. But right now, you guys want to take it away, throw us to a break as we get prepared for the next round.
Hello everyone to Unity Clash's Summer Showdown, and my name is Nitera, this time known as Caster, but your host for this, and of course our two beautiful casters here. We have Ghatlue and Spartana. Konnichiwa everyone, how are y'all doing?
I'm doing great, doing great. I'm really excited to see the match Holic against N1 because both of these teams are just really good teams in Japan. And I'm really excited to see how they're gonna perform in this
Right.
loser finals.
Yeah, and I guess that's a really interesting thing to talk about because we just did watch N1 Empire play it out just now against their opponents, which unfortunately they didn't come out as winners for this one. It's a little bit hard for us to say, as Yoera definitely did put a 1-2 punch back into them here, but N1 Empires are still not out of it yet. So how are you guys feeling about how they can go against Unite Holics here? You guys have seen how they play, right?
Yes, we did. Excited to be honest, because I mean, if they have just lost that game and they've gone into the loser bracket, we know that they're gonna want to come out all swinging. They want to try and get that win in that losers. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see two teams going all out to be able to get that win.
Yeah, right now
No, yeah, please, Ghatlue.
like right now we are playing for the seedings. These teams want to be the first seed in the qualifier to have a better chance in the finals. So it's gonna be exciting to see how the draft is gonna go. Are they going to ban Felix? There you go.
I guess we're gonna take a look. I will leave you guys to it here. I think this is not my place to say here. Castles, you have the information. Please take it away.
So Spartan, do you think they're gonna pick Serena priority pick? Because it didn't look too bad for United Holics. Unfortunately, they lost the game because of the flip, but there's gonna be a high chance they're gonna pick Serena again, right?
No, yeah, 100%, Ghatlue. I think they very much enjoy that Serena, and you're gonna stick with what you feel like works for you, right? So, I mean, we see the Beyblade getting banded alongside the Sylveon. Sylveon has also been very strong today, right? So it's a really interesting band there with a Trevenant and a Hooper on the other side as well, Ghatlue. It's gonna be interesting to see what they're picking here.
The priority pick is Umbreon. Both of these teams are highly competitive. So I always expect from these teams to pick high competitive, like meta-wise characters like Basic and Umbreon. Obviously, finding Sylveon, Hooper, and Trevenant are banned. All of these characters are meta picks. They're just gonna prioritize the Blaziken, picking it away from Teacher or Zoix, and prioritizing Blizzy as well.
Yeah, that's really strong. I mean, you're going to look for another defender here? No, they go for the Blissey. Okay, so that is going to be really good going into the Blaziken there as well. So they've got some really good secure already over on the side of Unite Holics. And on the other side, it looks like we're going to be looking for possibly an Eldegoss, which has been very strong despite the recent nerfs to it, right?
Yeah, Eldegoss and Hooper are one of the highest priority picks. I would say that Blizzy, even if Blizzy right now isn't as good as Hooper and Eldegoss in the early game, it is really good with the Unite move and the secure, like you said before. So obviously right now we see these characters, they're really common in Japan, and I'm surprised we see so much like Mamaswan in Japan because we don't really see Mamaswan that often. We always consider Mamaswan as a spicy pig, but Japan loves Mamaswan. And now we see the Tita. Two scaling characters in one composition. So I'm expecting to see a character that will help the Tita and the basic in the early game, the last pick.
Yeah, and I do want to agree with you with the Mammothsline. Coming from the EU region, we never see Mammothsline, but that's one of the things that I love about casting other regions. It's so good to see these different ones getting picked and utilized really, really well. I mean, we do see maybe that Leafeon and the Dodrio coming in there, so a double speedster pick over on the side of N1 there, Ghatlue. That's really interesting.
So Mami is playing Potion on Tita. That means he wants to play Potion just for the early game. He doesn't play Focus Band. Razor Claw is a good option. He changed to Focus Band instead of Attack Rate. If you play Tita against an early composition, it's gonna be pretty rough. So I'm wondering how they're gonna execute the early game because N1 said, okay, they have Tita, they have Blaziken, they have Blizzy. The early game is not that strong. Our early game is massively strong. So I'm expecting to see it's potentially starting from the bottom side and Teacher ganking top end with the Serena, getting him level 6 earlier. But it's gonna be interesting because we are playing against late scaling comp and the early comp. The early game comp can win if they score enough points and just abuse the early game. But the late game comp can also win if they just go even. They don't even have to win the early game.
Yeah, 100%. So it's like M1 needs to put a bit more effort into not only trying to, prevent the late game absolute domination from Unite Holics, but also score those points so that they can get themselves in a nice lead. Unite Holics just need to hang in until that T-Tar and the Blaziken really do get online and they can start cooking. So it's going to be difficult to manage the XP for Unite Holics. There is a lot of mons there, as you say, as a late game situation, whereas a lot of experience, it doesn't take a lot of experience for N1 to get cooking.
Okay, so the Dojo is going to the top lane side, and Serena is starting bottom side. It's a bit interesting to see what they're gonna do, because I think the Busy is looking for a potential invade on the Leafeon to start the early game, which is gonna be like a really good idea, just to stop the Leafeon from abusing the Tita. However, the Dojo is getting stacks because of the gank. So the ganks are always risky if you don't manage to do it properly. So they failed the red buff, and now the top lane is getting abused.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good effort to try and take that, but a Leafeon is a Leafeon. It's going to be quite difficult to combat. We do see the Solar Blade coming in there from M1 Teacher, so really, really good secure already on the side of M1 there. I mean, this chance is going to try and do whatever they can, but they may end up going down there. Really good from the Leafeon to stop any experience going over to the side of the Larvitar there. And with that little Glossifer being there, it's going to be really strong. Pick up that KO, get some dunks in, get some stacks in.
Yeah, even though the top lane is losing, the bot lane has a really good matchup. Pikachu and Mamaswan is one of the most aggressive bot lanes in the game. So both junglers are starting top lane side. Tita running towards the bot lane side to get some XP. Really well done by him. Just to know, like, we cannot get any value on top lane. You might as well get the value on bot lane. Right now, the Leafeon is staying top lane, and the Dojo is potentially looking for a bot lane invade.
Yeah, and it's really good shout to level out that lane there with bringing the Larvitar bottom to try and grab that XP, but it seems as though they're answering to it. RM1, they're picking up whatever XP they can from the side of Unite Holics. They're going to get this invade in. Dodrio trying to get that evo. They are so close to their level 5 there, just a little bit more needed. They were going to be able to grab it off that ball, so if the Pikachu doesn't steal it, the Pikachu does, and the KO coming in there from the Blissey, so a nice little bit of balance in there, but we see the Serena going into the jungle to take over that jungle rotation there as well, Ghatlue.
I really love the Pikachu pick right now. It just shines right now because of the early game. Picking the Pikachu to stop the invades, have a good early game on bot lane side, and just knowing that they potentially gonna pick speed stars, it's just pretty good into double speed stars. However, Blaziken using the eject button to run away, and the Tita not really strong, right? The moment he gets level 5, he has a worse early game than his early power spikes, because the CQ isn't that great. However, Stone Edge is a good ability right now. They have Dojo and Leafeon who can just hard abuse the early game. So even though the Dojo was level 4 at 8 minutes, he's level 6 right now with the red buff feeling pretty good about it. They're going to the jungle again and just getting the level 9.
Yeah, really strong. It seems the levels are going the way of N1 here, which is exactly what we expected with this early game. But Unite Holics are trying to manage it quite well. The T-Tar is back into that jungle to grab what XP they can. These birds have come up with a really nice hit there coming from the Blaziken. They've managed to secure quite a bit of that there. But the Leafeon just does not want to leave this jungle alone. Really strong. Is the Blaziken going to go down there? We see the Unite move coming in from the Leafeon to pick up quite a bit of damage. But with the healing there, it wasn't enough. Are they going to be able to pick up the Umbreon here, Ghatlue? That's a really good pick up there, and it seems as though with this Reggie spawning, the Leafeon and the Eldegoss are just going to have to back out whilst we have these 3 strong mons in this lane.
That Leafeon ultimate in a way was a good ultimate to use, but you need to think about it, the ultimate didn't really have much impact, right? They did a 1-for-1, and the Dojo is level 9. They got all the farm on top lane, and they also got the Regias on bot lane. Ita is online right now, and they are only 100 points behind. So this is something you want to see in the early game. Like, if you play against an early game composition, you don't want to see like a 200-point difference in the beginning of the game. So just trying to get the levels as soon as possible and just trying to get some XP is really important. You cannot expect to win the early game as a late game composition. But the Tita is trying to start the top lane objective and also losing the top lane objective against the Dojo. However, Mami cutting down the Dojo and trying to score 40 points.
That was a really nice secure from the Dodrio there. I mean, they do manage to get those 40 points in. The Blaziken's going to be there to stop the Lecky as well. But wow, they do come in and take out the T-Tar there. They do get the points, as you say. 184 to 53 at the moment, Ghatlue. So they are still in this. They've managed to get their late game mons pretty much at the levels that they want. It's not too far from the Unite move there for the Blaziken. Serena coming in. Serena dropping the Unite moves. Was the Pikachu Unite move? That is a lot of damage that they're going to be able to put on there. But they do have that pad to heal them. They do pick up the Blaziken there with the Leafeon Unite move. Solar Blade coming in, dropping a lot of damage on the Blissey there. Is it going to be enough? They do pick up the 2 KO there, and with the Umbreon Unite move to try and defend, they're going to be able to pick up the KOs. That is going to be a lot of points going in there. Just the Mamo to try and defend. Blaziken is back. This Lecky is on such low health. Blaziken trying to pick up the Lecky. They do pick up the Lecky. They do get KO'd, but with the Pikachu there, with that stuns, the AoE, the gold does go down there. Blissey Unite popping out to save the Pikachu, but it is a Serena and an Umbreon. Are they going to be able to do enough? I think that they will. Oh no, they've gone down as the Serena, but Blaziken picking up the KO there. Dodrio with another Unite move. We have all Unite moves popping out here as possible. A huge fight here. 305 points going to the side of N1 there, Ghatlue, and it seems like coming out of that fight, N1 are coming out on top.
A lot of fighting. I think this game just showcases that the reason Tita is not getting picked too much in Japan is because Japan is really aggressive in the early game. Like the Leafeon, just knowing that the Tita and they don't have any ultimates, pushing the top lane, just knowing that they are able to push the top lane, because the Blissey has to Unite move, because the Pikachu used to Unite move early. There's really good awareness from N1 to know, okay, they have a Tita, they're not that strong right now. Tita used ultimate on top lane side, breaking the go zone. Everyone activating his ultimate right now, and because activating his ultimate, Mama start falling. And Mami is starting the regular key on top lane with the basic and secure.
Yeah, so some really good zoning coming in there from Unite Holics while they try and rip this Lecky. Dodrio trying to do whatever they can to pick up that nuisance that is the Pikachu. Umbreon is there to try and drop that Unite move, do some damage on the Blaziken. Is it going to be enough? There's so much going on to this Lecky, but no, the Tita manages to secure the Lecky. The Umbreon's not going to be able to do much with a Blaziken and the Lecky there, but the Elder Goss goes down, Umbreon goes down. They're going to be able to push this Lecky into this T1. Will they be able to do some quick mass to try and get themselves a nice secure? No, instead, the Leafeon and the Dodrio's there with the Serena to defend. That is a crazy defense coming in there from N1 Ghatlue. Wow.
I think it's so interesting to see like how Japan is playing against the Tita. Like normally you see regions like just trying to fight the Tita with Arondas, but they're picking Arondas / Speedsters who are really good at like going in and going out. So even if the Tita uses the Santum, they're just poking the Tita until he's dead. So that's pretty interesting. Activating the Dodrio Unite move, having a small fight in the middle at 3 minutes. The Dodrio and the Mamoswine will not have Unite move for the Rayquaza fight, so having to farm this Unite move up, getting the Dodrio as well and trying to push it. Leafeon, however, always going in the back, just scoring 50 points in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, 300 points up our M1 at the moment. Of course, the Rayquaza, you know, when there is a Ray, there is a way. We do have points coming in here down to this T1, but with T1s up as well at the Rayquaza fight, that's difficult because if you manage to have a really good fight, secure that Rayquaza, you've got an easy way to score a Hundo Burger in that top T1. So it's going to be interesting to see how Unite Holics try and capitalize on that there, Ghatlue, because it is a good opportunity. They do have the Tita, they can get a rip on, but I think they're going to look for maybe an aggressive stance and try and get some quick KOs.
It looks like they are not going to play for the bottom objective. The Serena is looking for a potential side score, which might not be the best choice, considering they have a Blaziken and the Tita can rip the Rayquaza instantly. However, they have a Leafeon for a decent secure. Mamoswine camping in the bottom side, predicting that someone is going to score. They're pretty good with the Mamoswine, considering a really good flip right now, because they have a better secure and better chances. However, the Leafeon just one-shotting the Pikachu. Pikachu not being able to just punish the Speedstars. And looking for the secure with the Blaziken and the Blaziken move. And Tita gets it.
Wow. Wow, I mean, what a rip there. We see the Blissey Unite move coming in as well. That Tita has that rip capability. We saw the Leafeon trying to go for some cheeky scores here, getting that Hundo Burger in. So instead of trying to defend as much as they possibly can, they instead try and go for the scores. This Serena has been trying to get these scores into this home base for so long, but Mamo was there for some really strong defense. 504 to 222 points here at the moment. I don't know whether Unite Holics are going to do enough to be able to win this game. They have plenty of shields left. Though Ghatlue, with a really good push here, they might be able to do something.
That's pretty interesting. They basically decided to not score in the second tier 2 because they want to keep the shields up to consider like a big team fight to just win the game. Blaziken is staying in the middle, so not let the enemy score any more points. Because considering double Speedstar and Dodrio, there's gonna be a high chance they're gonna try to look for a score. So they're just gonna look for a fight with the shields, trying to kill them and then win the game out of this. Technically, they just have to score 300 points, right?
That is true, and it's easy to do with these shields, but Serena is going to try and stop them however they possibly can. We do get the nice goals going in there, 82 points coming in from the Mama Swine. The Tita managing to get some points in as well. They're going to be able to try and edge it just a little bit closer, but with the Leafeon and the Dodrio here just absolutely annoying this Blaziken. Are they going to be able to do enough to take the KO? Just missing the Solar Blade there, but they try and hit the 50 points. They're not able to do so. Leafeon going down. We've got some huge points coming here into the T2. It's 400. They've got it. 528 points to 504 there, Ghatlue, with 14 seconds left. And with that KO, it is going to go to Unite Holics.
Honestly, like it's a really hard task to get the Blaziken on the tier 3, considering the shield and the healing that the Blaziken is getting. But the combo that the Doju and the Leafeon did, they almost one-shot the Leafeon with the Blaziken, was insane. Like having the confidence to try to one-shot the Blaziken, like just knowing the damage output, was insane. However, the Blaziken survived 1 HP, and that 1 HP healing with the tier 3 just made the Blaziken being able to kill the Dojo, stop the Leafeon from scoring, and let the team carry him by protecting the point. So technically, the Blaziken carried the team on its back by just doing a 1v2. Really well played by the Blaziken and just scoring.
What's crazy though is that unfortunately Leafeon missing that Solar Blade on that pad. They were so weak there, Ghatlue. If they've managed to secure that Solar Blade, that Blaziken's going to go down. They're going to be able to score some points. It was that close of a game. It was literally a Solar Blade away from going the other way. But what a fight to come back there by Unite Holics. They managed to secure the Rayquaza. It didn't look like they were going to do enough to get the points in, but instead they went back. They got that point, the extra points to try and take that team fight, and it worked for them. 562 points to 504. What a game.
So considering that they knew that the Blaziken was on the points button, they had a point lead, right? So what they could have done was just like, okay, Blaziken is on the point. They scored top lane. That means we don't have to score, right? We can just reset, take the 4 versus 5, and win the game from there.
Yeah.
They tried the confidence play where they just tried to one-shot the Blaziken, missing the Solar Blade. It's the nerfs. We don't know if we are winning or not. So it might be a misplay from N1 to not just protect the point, but really well done by Unite Holics to just saying, okay, I have a Blizzy shield. Instead of scoring my 30 points, I'm just going to keep my shield. And that shield made Blizzy able to score more points, right? So the last Blizzy score counted as the win condition for the game.
Wow, exciting. So we're going to Unite Holics taking game 1 now. What do you think N1 are going to do coming into this next game, Ghatlue? What do you think is going through their mind at the moment that they need to consider going into this next game?
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to pivot into a Tita again. I always consider Tita one of the best Pokemons in the game right now. Personally, I want to ban the Leafeon if I want to pick Tita, or I want to have the Leafeon in my team, because the Leafeon is just such a good early game presence to help the Tita to spike. But the Leafeon is also a big counter into the Tita, just being able to make him not evolve in the beginning of the game for like 3 minutes. So considering either they're going to keep the Tita and ban the Leafeon, or they're not going to pick the Tita anymore. Because the Japan region actually knows how Tita works, knows the limits of the Tita. Being able to push the T2 with confidence is just shows the strength of Japan early games.
Right, and that's what I love about doing these different regions as a caster, because I mean I come from the EU region like yourself, and T-Tower is an absolute menace in our region at the moment. But it's interesting to see that Japan doesn't consider it that much of a threat, or they at least know how to deal with it usually. So it is really interesting to see the fact that they don't consider it to be that strong. But what we have seen been really strong today in these games, Ghatlue, has been one, the Leafeon, just the best early game in I think it's one of the best mons in the game at the moment. The early game is absolutely insane. But they've been playing it really well to get not only the jungle invasions, but also just constantly scoring, just being an absolute menace from the get-go. But also, that's Serena. Serena has been played extremely well by these Japan teams today. So I wouldn't be surprised if that gets picked again.
I agree. The fact that they pick Serena and know what's its strength, what it's like capable of, is really interesting, because you don't really see like Serena too often. You saw it sometimes in NA, but the EU doesn't really prioritize it as much, because we wouldn't say it's like a safe pick or it is a more risky pick. You can consider like better picks than Serena. But it's good to see that the Serena is popping off. The Pikachu was a good idea from Unite Holics, but the Leafeon just one-shotted the Pikachu all the time, So that was a pretty rough start from the beginning till the end for the Pikachu. Just getting one-shotted non-stop.
Exciting stuff. So we're just waiting for these teams to get set up for this next game. It seems like we're nearly there. What a game. I tell you what, though, this is a loser's final, so N1 need to come out absolutely swinging here, Ghatlue. A really good comeback from Unite Holics there. So I'm excited to see what they go for with the ban. I feel like the Leafeon played so well for them. I can understand trying to pit that again. But you've kind of got to. They played the early game really well. But like you say, with the team that Unite Holics picked, you just kind of need to stop them from being able to get that going straight that early. All they need to do is stay even. They don't need to score too many points. They just need to make sure that the other team doesn't get too much of a lead. So it's really tough to balance that with such an early game.
So it's pretty interesting. Before Blaziken was banned more, since Phalanx came out and people feel, oh, that Phalanx is really good character, they started to just keep banning Phalanx, Sylveon, Umbreon, these kind of characters. So you see more Blaziken play in general in Japan, and the Blaziken players are just really good, right? That Blaziken just did the 1v2 and won them the game. So I'm not sure if like Blaziken is gonna be like prioritized or gonna be banned. So I can't really predict what they will ban because there's so many good characters in Champion Pool that Japan can play. For example, like the Mamoswine. So it's pretty interesting to just see if they're gonna stick to the Hoopa ban and the Phalanx because Hoopa is banned really common in Japan. Just the Trick Hoopa. They are really scared of the Trick Hoopas in Japan. They're just gonna ban it all the time because Japan loves to play Trick Hoopa. They don't play Hyperspace Portal often like you, but their Trick Hoopa plays are insane.
And it works so well with a lot of the mons that are really dominating in the game at the moment. I mean, you've got the T-Tar, but you also, as we've seen, a lot of Serena. It's really strong as a Trick Hooper, and I love seeing it. But you are right; they do seem to ban it quite a lot because a lot of teams do want to play it. We also see a lot of bans from, let's say, the Trevenant, for example, because they just do not want to deal with the might that is that defender. But as we see here, we're heading into this next draft. So it's
how much is for your ban phase? Let's try to sync up. 10 seconds, 9 seconds.
Oh, okie dokie.
14, 13, 12. How much is for you the ban?
13, 12, 11, 10.
1 second, I'm signing up. Tell me when you're on 4 seconds so we can keep going. Okay. Right. So yeah, Phalanx ban, Sylveon ban, Blaziken ban, Umbreon ban. Talking about the Blaziken ban, just banning it out from Zerix and Teacher, knowing that there are really good Blaziken players. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do.
I love the fact that like the Phalanx just isn't getting the light of day today, because of how strong it can be. No team seems to want to be dealing with that at the moment. But yeah, really understandable bans. They don't want to deal with that Blaziken. They know how strong that can be alongside the Sylveon as well. But we do see the Trevenant picked, Ghatlue, and the Trevenant is probably one of the best defenders in the game at the moment.
Yeah, Trevenant is just really good. I think a lot of people in Japan love to play characters. They spam characters, so they're getting really good at high mechanic characters like Trevenant, Botama. That's really good to see. Moving instantly to the Hoopa Dojo trick, potentially a trick Hoopa with the Dojo. Just saying, okay, Hoopa, this character, we love Hoopa, so we're just gonna prioritize it early. And teacher picking up the Zoroark in the beginning of the game again.
Yeah, as if they want to get that early game as well as the late game with a T-Tar getting picked up there as well, Ghatlue. So they've decided to take it themselves of them one. The Hooper on that other side with the trick that I guess they're deciding to keep that away from them. But we have the Leafeon getting secured by Unite Holics again. So double speedster for Unite Holics, whilst N1 have gone for the speedster and the T-Tar.
Interesting to see the Mime against the T-Tar because people like to play Mime against Trevenant because you can roll off the Trevenant technically, right? You can also stun the Zoroark, make him not really play his game because they're playing Dodu and Leafeon, both characters again, with the Tri-Attack and the Solar Blade having a lot of range. So it doesn't really matter if the Zoroark engages because the moment he engages, he's just getting shrunk down with the damage output from the Mime, from the Leafeon, and from Doduo. It's gonna be interesting because we didn't see a lot of Razor Leaf today. a lot of solo update with like Floatstone, different item builds. For example, the Hoopa is playing Floatstone as well, and the Dojo is playing Floatstone. So a lot of mobility here from United Holics. Exciting to see.
It is really exciting to see. It's a good chance to try and just keep that the aggression with the movement speed. But then we see the Dragonite getting picked again. Dragonite is really strong in this region, and I love seeing it get picked. So if they go for that Hyper Beam, they've got the secure there alongside the Solar Blade as well, if that's what the Leafeon sticks to going with there. So we've seen how strong a double secure such as that can be in these games already, Ghatlue. So I think this is going to be a really exciting game.
So what I'm looking forward to the end of the game, like leading up to the end, is that they know that they have the Hooper. So considering to not side cap, because they have a D-Knight with a good flipping comp, so maybe trying to control and zone with the Serena and the Tita, and the Zoroark just trying to kill the backline. There's not really an attacker, right? So like normally Zoroarks like to go on attackers, one-shot them. So potentially gonna go for the Leafeon and the Hooper on the backline, but there's not really a backline in a sense for United Holics.
Yeah, that is true with the the speed of them running around on the Dodrio and the Leafeon. So do bear with us. We're just going to try and link up on the stream, I do believe.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you at, Ghatlue? I'm at 9:53. Okay.
Right. Okay, I paused at 10.
I'm paused at 9:30.
Yeah, so at 10 it says go, so just pause there and then we can start together. So like it's like ready and go.
Okay.
And then we can sync up.
Bear with me. Nearly there.
Right, let me know if you're ready.
Nearly there. They're just loading in now. Okay. Ready? Go. Okay, pause.
Right,
Alrighty,
you can
start.
see again Zoroark, Serena, Tita. Three of the early game characters who need to get level 5 to get their spikes, or like level 6 for the Serena. So again, you can like you see a lot of Pokemon that are not really that good in the early game, and then you have on the other side Leafeon, and the Tita are like the Hoopa just getting invaded. So that's really interesting.
It's a good invade from the Hoopa. Obviously, they've got the Comfy there to be able to help out the Zoroark. So are they going to be able to secure? I mean, they're going to at least waste some time. That's the main thing. Oh, Hoopa managing to secure the blue buff there. That's some tasty invades going in there. We see the Mime being really aggressive in this lane against this little Mangatu. They do pick up the Dodrio though, getting some stacks in, but the Leafeon is online and ready to cause some absolute chaos for this Larvitar up here.
It's a bit scary on the bottom side because the Trevenant was scoring in. Considering that he was scoring getting some farm, he might be getting an early level 5. Zoroark obviously ganking the top lane side to help the Tita to get evolved, but the bot lane side is just getting destroyed by the Mime and the Dodrio.
Yeah, that was a good effort from Zoroark to try and get the 13 in there with the Comfey on them, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so. They do drop a lot of damage on those birds. They're able to secure quite a lot of them despite the Solar Blade being there. So whilst the top lane is quite balanced at the moment, this bottom lane has been chaos. The Dragonair managing to get their Evo. This Trevenant hasn't managed to get their Evo yet, meaning that they are not quite as strong in that lane as they want to be. Instead, we see a double invade coming in from the Dodrio and the Hoopa here to try and stop this Zoroark Comfey. You've got to try and stop that Zoroark Comfey from being able to cook, right, Ghatlue? Because it can be so strong throughout this game.
And one interesting thing about Japan is they understand the early game really well. They understand that Serena is not really the best early game character on bot lane side. Revenant is useful once it gets level 5. So the Dina just ganking bot lane and letting the Leafeon be alone on top lane with the Hoopa. Considering that he's playing Solar Blade, he's not gonna have a big threat against the Zoroark because he is a long range speedster. it's really interesting to just see like how the early game is going because Mami is almost level 8 in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, really strong. Managing to do some quick steps to get out of the combo from the Zorak there as well. Really strong coming in there from the Dragonair. They do pick up the Serena here. Trevenant trying to do whatever they can to cause some CC, but with 4 of the Mons on you, you are going to go down. So a lot of aggression coming in here from N1. It's working really well for them at the moment. Leafeon going down there with the Zorak. Hooper's just going to be a chaos to stop that score going in. But as we have 20 seconds out from this first objective, we do see level 8 on the Zorak there. Not too far off their Unite move.
As you can see, the Hooper couldn't stop the Zorak from scoring the 30 because he has no lock-on icon. If you have the lock-on icon, you can decide which character you're gonna focus. So that's always like a thing about competitive players. Do I play with the lock-on icon? Do I really need it? But if it comes down to a 30 dunk, it's always really nice to have. You know, using the eject button and the ultimate to stun the Zorak, but not having the hyper beam for the secure at the moment. With the Zorak get it with a boost outside.
Yeah, that was really strong. I mean, the Trevenant there to CC the Dragonite, stop that Hyper Beam getting popped out so the Zorak can secure that objective was a really, really good shout. We saw some really good teamwork there. We see the 21 going in from the Trevenant. It is the Mime and the Leafeon here to try and defend, but Zorak isn't letting that Leafeon get away, dropping a huge amount of damage while the rest of the team is just securing this T1 down here. It's not going to be enough. They do manage to get the points in. I don't believe that's too much of an overcap, but 129 points to 154 over to the side of M1 here.
Really, like a lot of early game aggression from the dojo, invading constantly, trying to get as much XP as possible, getting the attack with stakes on top lane as well, being left alone on top lane, and just getting the XP. However, Tita is online, Zorak is pretty huge, and like I said before, if you play Tita and you go even, it's really favorable for you because you have the comfy, you have the Tita, the bot lane side just going for a sneaky dunk and trying to extend the point lead against the Tita.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're deciding that what they want to do is balance the pressure with the T-Star being up there, just trying to take out this bottom lane instead, which is interesting. We've seen a lot of top game, but we do see a lot of Unite moves popping out here. The Zorak is not going to go down. That Comfey Unite move is enough to keep it up, and that's the difficulty of a Zorak with a Comfey on it because the damage it can drop, and you just need to do so much, but the Comfey can just keep it alive. 1 HP for the Leafeon there. They are able to get away from Serena. 1 HP and a Dream. We see cheeky bit of Dodrio scores going in here, but the T-Star is here to defend it, Ghatlue, and that's going to be too much for that little Dojo to deal with.
I think I have never seen such an aggressive Dojo player until now. He just keeps going in. He doesn't care and just tries his best to like add pressure on the map. However, the Trevenant getting some scores on top inside. I really like using the Unite move, a bit of a buggy animation, but the Mime counter Unite move, the Serena. That's why Mime is good. Into Serena, just activating the Unite move and not letting the Serena use any abilities to escape.
It is interesting to see how N1 are currently playing this game, though, because they are not letting any lane get a break. They are causing chaos in every single lane that they possibly can. We see the T-Tar and the Trevenant causing chaos on this T2 here. The Zorak just wants to go for the Dodrio. These objectives have spawned at the moment. It is literally just a couple of points between the teams right now, so they want to do whatever they can just to not let this T-Tar cut. But with that Dragonite going down there, 39 points, that's going to be a 37 overcap in that top lane there. That's going to be really strong, Ghatlue.
Massive overcap. The Dojo just keep going in on the Zorak. He doesn't care if the Zorak is a comfy, just activating his Unite move. Trying to bump into the Zorak, but the Zorak having the comfy, just getting the Zorak down. Creating some space for the objective for the Hooper to secure it. He couldn't take the Hooper portal because of the stun from the comfy, so that was unfortunate, but they're getting the Reggie Eyes, having the point lead right now. But as I said before, if you have the Rhinotaur, you don't mind being even. Like, you're right now in a really good spot because the overcap on top there wasn't really big, and it's just really massive for the Rhinotaur right now. Now, I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna execute that game. I'm just constantly using Unite move on the Serena, not letting the Serena play the game. And if you have a Solar Blade fire attack that can follow up the Unite move without really going in, it's just really good.
Yeah, it's really, really strong. I mean, as we look at these levels, as this Lecky is going to the side of N1 here, we see the level 13 on the Zorak, as well as the level 12 on the Trevenant. So it does seem to be Trevenant, the T-Tar, I apologize. So it does seem like the levels are slightly a bit better on the side of Unite Holics there, Ghatlue, but the really strong ones are quite leveled up on N1 as we see a push coming into this T2, but there's too much defense coming in here from Unite Holics. They're going to have to back up. They tried to show their face, be a little bit cheeky with it. Dojo with a nice KO there on the Trevenant, sending them straight back to that Pokemon Center.
I think like one thing I noticed from these like team compositions from both of them is that they don't really have like traditional attacker like we know, like Mew, Espeon, or Cramorant. So I feel like Cramorant could have been much better than the Serena in a sense, because the Cramorant adds pressure to the Leafeon and the Dodrio and the Mime. It cannot get run down by the Mime easily, right? Because you have the unstoppable move from the dive. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna play the end game. I'm getting a big stun on the Tita. Trying to potentially one-shot the Tita, but the Tita is the comfy. Trying to out-sustain the entire ultimates and just not falling. Having the Sandhilm on top of him and just getting the special, like the defense. It's just insane.
Wow. We saw like 3 Unite moves on the T-Tar there, but with the Comfey able to save them, they didn't go down. So, but we do have a fight coming into this Rayquaza here. The Hooper has popped their Unite move, but the T-Tar is just ripping on this Rayquaza. We see the Unite move coming in from the Dodrio. Who's going to secure it? It's a Solar Blade from the Leafeon getting the secure there for Unite Holics. That's going to be really, really strong. Are they going to be able to rip some shields? They're having a fight at the moment, but they're going to get these Hundo Burgers in that home base, and it's just going to be an even bigger lead for Unite Holics here, Ghatlue. That was a really good Rayquaza fight.
Great start from the Leafeon. Obviously, they have the D-Knight and the Solar Blade to the secure. They only have the Zoroark that has a consistent secure for the objective, but Zoroark wasn't aware or wasn't part of the flip, so the Leafeon just started the bait from the Zoroark, being able to secure it for the team and carrying the team on its back. It's not over yet. They can score 500 points, considering that they don't have any attacker. It's going to be really rough because the Serenas just keep falling.
Yeah, I mean, wow. What a way to take that. I mean, they tried to put everything they possibly could onto that the T-Tar, right? As soon as they spotted it, it was on its own with the Comfey on it. They tried to do whatever they could to put everything onto it. It wasn't enough. With that Comfey ult, it was enough for them to be able to survive and be really strong. I mean, they're putting in a hell of a fight here, Ghatlue, but it's not going to be enough. They don't have enough points to cover the gap that is currently in there, and with the help from the pad, they are able to take those KOs with the Dodrio, getting a nice tasty free KO there. So it has been all Unite Holics from the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, Unite Holics, a really aggressive team, especially this Dodrio, just constantly invading the enemy jungle, not giving the Tita much time to get XP because of just being constantly in the enemy jungle. And it's interesting because normally you see the Dodrio player trying to respect the Comfey and the Zoroark a bit more, but the Dodrio and the Dodrio didn't care about the Comfey and the Zoroark. Just keep going into the Zoroark and trying to 1v2 them.
I mean, if you've got the confidence on that Mon, then hey, go for it. I mean, I've seen you KOing plenty of T-Tars as a Dodrio on your stream. So, if you do have that confidence, but the Zoroark Comfey is really tough to deal with. But I feel like what they did do there, Ghatlue, is handle that Serena really well. I didn't feel like the Serena had as much of an impact in that game as it previously has done. So it was really well played for Unite Holics there to be able to try and shut down that Serena. And it just meant that they had another Mon out of the fight.
I totally agree that the Serena just keep getting Unite moved by the Mime, not being really able to play the team fight properly and just having a really hard time trying its best to have an impact in the game. Always trying to use the X attack and the ultimate to one-shot the Leafeon, but the Mime just being there to constantly annoy the Serena, just stopping him with the voice, stopping him with the stuns. So great stuff from Unite Holics.
Yeah, really, really strong. I mean, that's a 2-0 to Unite Holics, I believe. So they're going to take the win there, and we're going to bring back in Night Terror. Let's have a conversation with yourself. What do you think about that game there?
I really love how they kind of panned this idea out for them. They had the idea like, okay, I run T-Tar. It will absolutely 100% kind of stomp them. T-Tar's been kind of overtuned to some people, but in general, the consensus is T-Tar strong, T-Tar big, T-Tar kaiju,
smash.
Yeah, T-Tar smash, And I guess that's where people don't realize that T-Tar still has the 3-stage evolution problem, right? Where it's like T-Tar only becomes as strong as it comes up from its, cocoon. From that little shell of his to become this giant monster, and That's where the problem rises. If you can stop them from leveling, which we saw it very prominently, the Hoopa early on invading, grabbing that blue buff, and of course, a lot of the times when they would just completely stop the map controllers in the favor of Unite Holics, you can see how T-Tar is not that strong. And so props to them for really understanding the situation well. And like you said, you guys, both the casters, both of you said, if you understood how to deal with T-Tar, and generally Japan understands how to deal with it, that's exactly what happened. There's no way they can deal with it.
I have a question, Ryan, for you.
Oh.
Do you think that
Yeah,
the
please.
Leafeon is a bigger threat for the Tita, considering that Leafeon both times open and just not picking the Tita when the Leafeon is being picked?
I think both sides, when Leafeon, whichever moveset Leafeon does, Razor Leaf or Solar Blade, I think it's not super big of a threat. I think the biggest problem with Leafeon is not that it has a good move, it's that it has good cooldowns, right? Put it this way, you can do 100 hits to a T-Tar, or one good hit to a T-Tar. One good hit might get you like 70 damage, but if I hit you 100 times for 1 damage, that's still 100 damage over time, and you can spam that over and over again. Which is a scary thing because, yeah, T-Tar hits you one time, you take a lot of damage, but if there's someone to sustain you, all of a sudden that damage is mitigated, and you can just continue to hit T-Tar over and over again. And so I think that's the scariest part. So not just Sylveon, but you can definitely see in Pokemon like Sylveon, you can see, of course, Leafeon. I think another very prominent Pokemon that you might be able to see this in is something like, and pardon me, but this is going to be scary, but Eldegoss against T-Tar. You know, we've always talked about Eldegoss passive, the amount of damage you take from the increase when you're max HP. And if you add in, you know, the crazy, we call it the Elder Glock. You run something crazy like the Muscle Band onto it. Suddenly, you are starting to chip away the T-Tar very fast. So that's suggestion for T-Tar players is always to watch out for these kind of Pokemon that can really hit you from far away, or even continue to slam at you with moves.
Strong.
Yeah, like great
strong.
stuff from Unite Holics and NY Empire. NY Empire not getting the
Uh,
rematch against Imazera, and Unite Holics going to the grand finals versus Imazera.
Ultimately, I think both teams definitely played their heart out. I love where they are at in this situation. I just kind of feel it's a shame because I definitely want to see this giant, you know, monster kaiju walk about and, you know, really makes waves here. And Unite Holics kind of put them in a weird spot. But ultimately, you know what? What is said and done is said and done here. We are finally going to move on from that. I definitely want to see them continue to try to make this work. You know, most people would say, you know, insanity is letting history repeat itself. I would say that if you have a kaiju, let them fight.
So true there. So true. I love seeing it. I mean, I think the Godzilla itself is really strong. But what we're going to do here is we're just going to pop to a break while we get the next game set up for you, chat. So please do bear with us. Take the opportunity to go get yourself a drink, go get a snack, and we will be back with you very shortly. Guess who's back? Back again. We are back on the mic. I am here with Nightera and Ismifu, and we have got an exciting game lineup for you here, chat. So, these two teams met back in round 2, and it was Zera that managed to take the win. So, Unite Holics ended up going down to the losers bracket, but now they are back with a vengeance. Will they be able to get the reset in this final? So, exciting, right? What do you think we're going to see in this game, Fu and Nightera? Let's go to you first, Fu.
Sure, Unite Holic is going to change it up a little bit. They had a little bit of an interesting off-meta draft going in. I remember Danny talking about how Mame likes to play a little bit different and kind of like shock the enemy team in terms of the picks they had. I feel like there were some decisions in some of the games that could have costed them and cost them in the end the victory over Yoera Zera. But this is the grand final, Spartan, and I think they're going to bring everything they've got.
Now,
Right, so-
on my end, I would say I have the 2 mons here. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it fast enough, but my 2 mon picks are actually on screen right now. They're actually Lucario and Mimikyu. And for the same reasons for that, I think Unite Holics are going to stick to this, maybe copy the T-Tar that they saw, which is so core and so strong. So maybe there's something. I'll talk more about it as we get into the pick ban phase.
Yeah.
All right,
I
as
mean-
we go on in. Oh, sorry, you go, Spartan.
No, it's fine. I was just going to hand it over to you both. So go for it, Fu and Nightera. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, Nightera, this is the grand finals. Both the teams want the #1 seed going to the finals. I mean, a lot of things are up for grabs here as we go into this draft. You can see, for the first time today, no
Not Venusaur.
Phalanx banned, no Tyranitar banned. Nightera, what do you think about that?
I am going to say the same thing as I said before. I think one of them is going to ring T-Tar, and I'm going to look at Lucario as the pick to kind of go against them. And in particular, E-Speed, right? Because you don't want to be in the face of T-Tar a lot. I said it just now as we were coming back into the games. You want something that really goes in and out fast, dishing the damage and just repeating, rinse and repeating that cycle. I think that's your solution. I could be wrong. Right, Blaziken also technically can do the same thing, dishing it out, and even going from close range to far range, so on and so forth. But we are seeing Leafeon. We are seeing Leafeon.
They want to stop. We saw how strong EZ Pop was on that Leafeon, and I think something that Unite Holic is trying to strategize is how do we deal with that Leafeon, because from the games we watched before, I mean, Pop just runs around, gets the level 8 so early on, and then just uses the Unite move constantly and gets those KOs for the team, right? So I think Umbreon is a decent pick, especially if you're going to be running the Mean Look set to just trap that Leafeon in its spot if it's going to secure or if it's just going to dive the back end. You can see on the side of purple here, they're looking for a lot of those tankier mons, such as the Umbreon and the Mamoswine. But this Zeraora pick,
Oh my gosh.
this is an interesting, hover, right? I don't think they're actually going for that.
They
to be honest,
wouldn't.
because-
They wouldn't.
Yeah, because Zeraora is, I think, part of Yoera Zera's, team comp, right? But the Phalanx is going to come out, something that we haven't actually seen today, at least, because it's free. It's free from the ban jail, and the Espeon is going to wrap up for Unite Holic going into this.
There's the T-Tar. There's the T-Tar's calling, just not the side of Unite Holics here. And I think this is actually pretty good, all things considered. Phalanx has the same proposition that I had when it comes to T-Tar. Multiple hits as fast as you can, over time. But this time you're kind of in their face, so it's a little bit in favor of T-Tar as well. However, I should note that, this matchup, Unite Holics versus Yoera Zera, is a return comeback. And Fu, we were talking about this in the back here. Round 2, they had this matchup, and this is going to be a revenge match of sorts here, coming back for it. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top here. Both the compositions look fairly fun to play with. A little bit tanky on the side of Yoera Zera, however.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, both these team comps look very good. They've got, some of the best Pokemons in the meta right now. You've got the Phalanx, you've got the T-Tar going through. But something I do want to mention now is that, if you're on Team Yoera Zera at the moment, you've got that advantage going into this grand final, because it is a best of 3 with a bracket reset. Now, because Yoera Zera is in that winners bracket, they have the luxury just to test out some things into Unite Holic. Whereas Unite Holic, this is the end, right? You need to be able to win this first, set or this best of 3 in order to go through and potentially take it through to the final bit. So, as we get this sync up, I'm very excited, Nitera, to see how this both of the teams go into it. Do we have aggression against aggression or not?
I mean, I think this is a great match to go into it, and I hope, you know what, everyone, they are all set up and ready for it, especially the players here. So, minasan, junbi wa ii ka? Because we are ready to get into this here once we're synced up. 2, 1, let's get to it! As the games are getting started though, I think it's very obvious what this lineup is gonna be. Your torch is gonna run up, it's gonna be stacking here. So very likely we are gonna see the Sylveon failing, or of course the Eevee trying to come into play here. But rather than that, look at that Eevee running straight down through the central area here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important, right? As you said, that they need to get this Larvitar evolved as soon as possible. Look at this possible invade here. The little Umbreon, or the Eevee that's about to be an Umbreon, has taken the blue buff and just cheekily ran away, going up and perhaps even taking out this little Bunnelby. I mean, this is all about this little Eevee, right? The Eevee that could become an Umbreon early on and has disrupted this poor Dragonair. And I think they're going back to normal.
This Umbreon is definitely looking mighty strong here, at already almost level 4 here, but taking a lot of damage given, you know, lack of range here. And so this is gonna be hard, but a return favor onto that Leafeon here, trying to, you know, do a little bit of disruption from the backlines. Pushing backward, he might be able to come up here and he might catch it, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. But as we see the layout here, 4 Pokemon in the top half here versus their 3.
Exactly, and I think that's something that's very popular in the Japan meta. It's just the collapse on top. Look at that! Immediately, the Failings has shown us why this Pokemon is one of the most top banned Pokemon to take out 3 members of the opposition team there. And I mean, what a showcase of that Pokemon.
That was crazy to see, because all they did was 1 skill jump in, 2 skill push them back, and that was it. And again, another contestant coming in here with 2 level 4s. This Umbreon's kind of stuck and they know where they are, so he's gonna wait for it. And Milo kind of giving him some time to just, you know, safely exit here, but still being locked up by the Rock Tomb. I cannot say anything else about that. And we do see on top side though, Larvitar is just kind of stuck down there, and onto the bottom side. There's not much is happening. You see another fight and breaking out here. Splissy is out for the count if he went for that pet. Larvitar able to peel for his team here, and of course Dragonair staying down pretty, hoping to pick out a combustion, but that bush so powerful, denying vision. Again, another Mame fight coming out. Is there much more to say here, Fu?
I mean, this is the first time in their matchup that the Leafeon or Pop have not been, you know, going through so hard in terms of the level disparity. They're only a measly level 7, whereas Mame is already level 8. And I think they might have found the solution to this Leafeon and how powerful it is. Because right now, Unite Holic, they're just taking advantage of the fact that they have that level lead and they want to keep that, you know, Pokemon from evolving into that Tyranitar that everyone fears so far.
I mean, that's what we've been saying, right? Or rather, maybe that's what I've been saying at the very least. Because, you know, if T-Tar isn't T-Tar, then, you know, so what? You're stuck in your cocoon. Nothing can do here. As we see them completely devastated without the lack of their giant monster in there. It's just going ham over and over again. Another overheat, just hopefully pull them back. But look at the positioning they had. They're all postured to just continue to completely devastate them here. Dominance coming and showing from the side here of Unite Holics.
Yeah. Something that's so dangerous is that Umbreon running that mean look as well, which means that some traps of opponent can just get collapsed by the, I guess the Failings. But look at this, Crustle with that secure there, Nitera, enable them to get some XP as well as that defense buff as well.
And of course, Yoera doing a fantastic job again of holding themselves down here, at least taking out the basement Reggie and giving themselves a little bit to work with here. And of course, on the other side, they unfortunately have to trade that Reggie Lackey, but not to worry though, at the side of Yoera is able to just come and respond to this right away.
And here we go, a little bit of pressure now. Unite Holic looking to maybe make a play here. Only Failings and Umbreon though, so probably not the best idea. So there's still a lot of wild Pokemon on the map, Nitera, for both teams to clear. So I want to see both teams, you know, getting a little bit more in terms of these valuable experience on the map to make sure they have their Unite for the next fight, which could have started now, Nitera, as the Crustle goes down.
And Tyranitar is sitting in that bush waiting for an opportunity to jump up and say hello and goodbye, as we are seeing an opportunity arise in just a bit. Gold is just waiting for that opportunity, but giving up that 40 points does not feel that good. Returning the favor though, TTP. is just there to return all of that 40 points they give back. But again, a response to that, another fight does break down. The 40 on the top as well is going to be scored down here, and they're able to catch the low Mammal Swine. Unfortunately, able to back away here, having to just jump out with his Unite move here. The Solar Blade comes in, and he's literally stuck on the pad, unable to do much, but he's going to have to give up all that points here as he try to defend this. Unfortunately, the Solar Blade comes in, dishes out the damage here. He's not able to come back out here to do S1 go down. Next one coming into the fray here is going to be that Mammal Swine with the Ice Bank going down. He's just not able to dish the damage and tank it out as well. One more remaining here. This Umbreon is slowly pushing himself away for the HP, defending himself back and forth here, but the damage is coming out hard and strong, going down to the T-Tower again. Phoenix comes out. He's not able to dish any more damage with this Unite move here as he's just kind of stuck. He has the level advantage though, and he can try and continue to contest this, but bit by bit we are seeing the T-Tower going down here. Leafeon being stuck. The X-Cross thing, I cannot remember. X-Scissor coming hard, just not able to finish it off here, and the Solar Blade unfortunately just not finding its mark on Felix.
Oh, Blaziken coming on from the back, but just able to get out there. This Leafeon is still very much in play, healed up by that Blissey as well. And look at this. I know there was a bit of skirmish over there, but at the end of the day, it is going to be this Dragonite and Leafeon able to secure the basement Reggie for their team. I mean, you can feel how tense this game is, right?
It is.
Teams are just engaging at every single objective possible. Here comes a rip on this Reggie Electric. This Blaziken gets taken down by the T-Tower. And look at this Dragonite jumping in with his Unite move to wipe out the Umbreon. And suddenly, you know, when all the dust is settled, it seems like things are just going in the way of Yoera.
And Yoera, by the way, has a point deficit here, but if we look at their level, they are a lot more stable across the board here. However, Blaziken is going to hit his move spike here at level 13, and so we might see something happen from that. Overheat does come on to try and push it by a little bit more, but he's going to have to contest against Dragonite here. T-Tar coming in hard and strong. 12 is going to be the number that they're going to be watching out for as he's slowly mashing it out here. Umbreon going to Unite move here to just dish damage here. The line going to come in here. We will see S1 pushing back. And again, another devastating push here to drop this pad down as much as we can, but to no avail as we do see the side of Unite Holic able to push them back here, which is devastating because the whole team responded to this. Unites were popped, and well, let's look on the other side. We have the Unite's utility here. This economy is, we have Crossbow on the Unite move, we have Sylveon on the Ambrose Step here, and which is going to be a little bit of a problem when you don't want to invest those things to the fight.
No, definitely not, and I think that might have been an interesting push there. They gave a lot of valuable experience back onto the side of Unite Holic, and now it's really just fair game, right? Yes, like you said, Unite Holic has that point advantage, but to be honest, going into this fight, they also have the level advantage now with a level 14 Phalanx. So, with that top path exposed as well, this is for the first time, I think, in the matchup, we've got Unite Holic in the lead going to the final moments of the match, but there could be a skirmish going on right now, just before the final stretch run, as we have a beam going on and taking off half the HP of Blaziken.
Blaziken, yes, you're right, half HP. Umbreon as well, giving the wish to the Blaziken. Very good call here, just hoping that Blaziken can continue to take another fight, but they're just not ready for it. Look at that, they're not ready for this basement Reggie. They've opted to just kind of wait to take a good fight here. They know both teams have the numbers to really try and take the fight now, and so the real question is, am I going to be baited to go for the basement Reggie and lose my positioning on Ray? So this is going to be a tough one as they really take the fight here. It looks like Cross is almost going down for the count here, having to pop his Unite move here. Mammal Swine is able to freeze him to buy some time, even with the meme blocking them off here. One Unite move down for the side of Yoera, and that's going to be a bit painful because that's your tank going down.
Yeah, that was a very good bait of that Unite move. Costa will not have the sustain that Mamo has now. Look at this, a bit of an engage now.
Jumps in.
All of Yoera is just bunched up together. Mamo Max comes in. The Rayquaza is so low. And look at this, at the end of the day, Nitara is going to be the Blaziken that is so reliable to secure the Rayquaza for them.
Second time today for me, I've seen Blaziken go in hard and heavy on this one. Lightning doesn't strike twice, but when you're a fire type, you know, it continues to spread deep here as they're able to make their waves come in here. It looks like Unite Holic definitely has the point advantage here, but that's not over just yet. They have the points to really turn this around, so Yoera needs to play this a little bit slower because they still have a minute 20 on the clock.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough here though because Umbreon has that Rayquaza shield still, Nitara, so which means Blaziken as well. So they know that they're in the points lead, but in the event there's a good counter push by Yoera here. Unite Holic actually has the capacity to score even more points. But I think right now they're just playing safe, trying to get vision where they can in this bottom path here. At the end of the day, this is a tall mountain to climb for Yoera to take this game number one because this Blaziken is just dancing around them. Look at what they're doing with that eject, Blaze Kick and Overheat combo.
Right, and with that being said though, looks like another 50 is gonna be dropped here with the double points ensuing, 484. This long port, while T-Tar is just not gonna make anything work here. This match is basically over unless you take a really good team fight here and turn this around. With the entire side of team fighting and on the pad as well, it's gonna be a bit tough. They do slowly pick it up here, the tailing shots back out. They're just gonna rinse and repeat this jump pad nonsense, and it's just not gonna make it work. 346 here, they still need another 50 to work with and a little bit more here, but all their point leads are just so big. They need everyone to stand on that point here, and that 41 is just gonna make it devastating. Unless they drop all their points here, I fail to see how they can possibly win this back, and it looks like Yoera is gonna take 1 L for this one, and we're gonna go into game 2 here.
I mean, this is really the best case scenario if you're fans of Unite Holic, right? I mean, they went through the losers bracket the entire way through after losing round 2 to Yoera, but they've come out so much stronger in this grand final, taking this first game off Yoera here. I mean, in the end, it was a little bit messy, if I'm going to be honest, Nitera, because we were watching how the Mamo had this great engage using the Unite move, a bit of a clash coming in from Yoera, but then as we panned to the Rayquaza, it was just so low, and in that moment, when you don't have the ability to, I guess, get some stacks on your Hyper Beam, it's going to be the old reliable Blaziken, isn't it? To make sure that they get that secure. And I think Blaziken here did so well. 96,000 damage as well, being such an impact to the team. And for the first time, I felt like Leafeon just didn't really make the impact that they made in that round 2 matchup. And I think for once, maybe we found, you know, some sort of counter to this Pokemon, especially stopping them from getting that level 8 early, like we talked about, and then really dishing out that damage with the Emerald 2-step.
I don't know if you heard of this before, Fu, but for me, what I think an average game of Unite should look like, even at a competitive level, across the board, 65k damage towards everyone. And so we can definitely see how this is replicated here. Obviously, if you're the team fighter, you're going to be dishing more damage. You're fighting fights, you're taking fights, and so that's how it is. But as you can see across the board, Unite Holics has a nice spread of people who are dishing the damage, but on the other side, when you're playing like a regular game of Unite, when you have a spread of damage across, that's not really good because you're not effectively using your Pokemon to do the right jobs. If your tanks are doing damage, suddenly you realize, I'm not dishing damage where it matters, because if my tank can do the same amount of damage as my attacker, then my attacker is probably not, you know, making Pokemon get KO'd. And so where do you stand in this? I think is where, you know, the side of Yoera needs to figure out. And so maybe, just maybe, there's a reason why their name is called Yoera, because think about it, if they put the Zero Aura there to dish that single target damage. Do you see me, Fu? Do you see me? Maybe they can turn this around.
I think I have a counter argument to that, because looking at the team that Unite Holic has brought out, Nitera, I don't think Zero Aura can do anything into that team. Yes, the Espeon is very squishy, but don't forget, when you're a Zero Aura and you're trying to dive the back line, you've got the Umbreon that's mean-looking you, you've got the Phalanx that you can never KO, you've got the Mamoswine that's running Ice Fang, and you've got a Blaziken to think about. I'm not too sure, even if you're the best Zero Aura in the entire world, whether that is a smart pick into that team comp.
Okay, counter argument. What if they just change the name to Yoera Talon?
Talonflame? I mean, Talonflame is a good idea, but how are you going to get out of it when there's mean look going on? I feel like that's the beauty of this Pokemon game, right? Because there's so many permutations available for each of these teams, and so many counter picks that you can have. And at the end of the day, it's all about how confident each team is on a specific Pokemon, and whether there's that capacity to ban out each one. So we won't, delay this any longer, because the next draft is already up and going, Ryan, and I'm really excited to see how Yoera is going to adapt to it. Because like we said before, it is still chill for them, because they have the bracket reset in their back pocket. They're still able to test out some Pokemon into Unite Holic. But if you're Unite Holic, you want to win this next game to send it to that, bracket reset and the second set of this grand final.
Alright, I guess, you know what, Fu, I'll concede to you. You do make a very valid point throughout the way here. We are hopefully going to see if they can turn this around here. Serena, actually, you know what, all things considered, I feel like Venusaur might be a fantastic pick across the board. That Laser Beam is going to be the one thing that makes it work. Solar Beam, but onto someone who's a little bit further back. I can feel something like that work out, you know?
I mean, talking about, I guess, beams and blades, we've got the Leafeon first pick by Pop here. Not a surprise at all. Now, we know how good they were. Yes, they were a little bit countered in that last game. Maybe they have a adaptation to the second game. Something to do with evolutions is also that Sylveon that has now come out of the ban jail because Hooper is now going to be banned on the side of your Team Unite Holic here. So Sylveon, we talked about how strong it is. I mean, we sound like a broken record sometimes. These evolutions are just so powerful in that early game, and they also scale decently so that they can actually make an impact. So let me tell you about this Mamo and Blissey though. So that's going to be an interesting pick into that Serena, wouldn't you say?
I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted at the fact that we see oh wait, hold on! Bring the Lucario! Come on, let's go! Come on, well, let's go! Hold on, this is more important to me. No! Come on! No! Alright, Fu, you're taking this. I'm gonna weep for a bit. Oh no.
I will. I mean, Lucario's gonna be interesting here for sure. I think into that. I think that the hover of over Sword and Dragonite is a combo that we've seen before. I mean, this combo we saw in actually the OC regionals. That was just, I think, a month or two ago. It is so good in the sense that if the opposition is zoned out, let's say by a Mamoswine or something like that, you can actually have an insane secure potential on that Rayquaza. Now, don't forget, we have a Solar Blade from the Leafeon. We have the Coup de Grace, which is the Unite move of Aegis Slash. And we have the Hyper Beam as well. So I think what, I guess, the Yoera's thinking of is, oh, last game was a bit rough. The Blaziken secured. We're going to bring out a little bit more this time. We're going to make sure that we do get the secure on all those objectives that actually matter. Now, Phalanx though, with a comfy Nitera. What do you think about that?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like that's a little bit, I don't really feel a need for Comfy to be on Phalanx. And maybe that's just my lack of experience playing Phalanx speaking, but Comfy would have been so much better as a Eldegoss running with Pollen Puff. I mean, Phalanx, you kind of want to get that massive heal onto one Pokemon here, but I think Pollen Puff would definitely help with all the other mini links here and there here, and just kind of linking it up just like that is going to be really helpful. So that's just me, but
I just want to mention quickly that Nitera, that the Phalanx is actually running XP share. So it looks like it might actually go in that bottom path as more of a tank set for this Sylveon here. And that's what I'm presuming. I think what's going to be is Mame is going to go that top path with that XP share Comfy to get as big as possible and get that level lead. And this Phalanx, because they can't give away this Phalanx at all, right? And they're going to use it as that tank as well. So I'm good to go to be synced as we bring you guys the game number 2.
Right, my thumbs ups are ready here, so once we get the call, it's all good. And yoi, stato, minasan, because the games are here as we do see it here. Let's see if the Phalanx really does make it work with that EXP share. Generally, I don't see carry mons running EXP share, but there is something to be said that if you're strong enough to just continue to level up, this EXP share will scale with you. So we will see if that helps out.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We've got the orange team, which is Unite Holic, against the purple team, that's Yoera, as they are looking to get some stacks. Mame, especially on that little Serena, they want to make sure that not only are they getting those levels, but they also have those attack weight stats as well, because that's very important. Look at this. Oh my god, they just managed to get out there, which is so important. This Doduo, though, Ryan, able to get that red buff away from the Dragonite. They're just not having a good day today, are they?
Oh, who knows? Because as they make this work here, this Doduo's on the back getting extra stacks here.
Yes, stacks upon stacks as more action is ensuing there. Look at this, more KOs coming out from Unite Holic. Mame is now here to win. He's not here to play games anymore. He's not choosing any off-meta picks. It's all about his counter picks. He does get shut down though, so that's going to be a little bit detrimental for his levels, but I think he did get a few stacks in, which is quite important. Now, as we head on to this 850 burst, it seems like it's going to be a 3v3 action here. Phalanx is online as well, but most of them were soaked up by Yoera.
And that's not going to be a very good thing, because as they soak everything up, the EXP is going to lean towards the favor of course, Yoera. But as you can see here, across the board, we are seeing Unite Holic actually just kind of slowly packing away back up here. Again, another invade coming for Yoera, which helps them a little bit more than usual, but the fight continues to ensue here, and they're not willing to trade this one off. Look, chasing it back here.
Oh, Mame in a little bit of a tight situation here. This Leafeon is... Oh, they missed though! But the eject to confirm the KO there. Leafeon almost got out damaged and taken back to the home base, but luckily they will get their level 6 in due time. this try-attack Dojo looking for a few picks here. I love the fact that try-attack Dojo has that capacity to poke and go in, and they have that choice between what they want to do here. So, Ice Fang coming onto the Failing. Huge oh my god, the follow-up for the Legion is fantastic by Pop there. Getting another KO with that Dragon there now. KO streak of 2, evolving into that Dragonite, and that's what you love to see if you're fans of yours.
And right now with the 4 Pokemon just coming onto Bond side here, this Sylveon has nothing against them. This Hyper Beam cleaning it up here, making this another fight that they really cannot win. And there's absolutely no way they should continue taking this fight.
Oh, Unite, Holic is just going down one by one here from this Dragonite. That is already level 9. A Nitera Emerald 2-step comes to Dojo, weaving and dodging them. Not able, though, to escape the power of the Leafeon coming through. Getting another stack on this tier 2 goal. And I think, you know, the fact that they can possibly get out of this engagement is fantastic because they have kept this level lead going into this 7 minutes.
And with this level lead going to 7 minutes here, they are really postured to take every objective. As you can see here, we ignore the fights here. The more important thing is that we see TGT able to just pick this one up. On the other side, Aegistar is able to go up on top here and clean himself out of that all of the XP here before going to even start on the Regieleki. He can even opt to go and help the team, as we do see right now.
Yeah, things are looking very good for Yoera at the moment. They got that basement Registeel to give them that attack buff as well. I mean, it's still quite a close game. I would have to say nothing's really lost at the moment. But the Aegislash comes to, takes the Failings by surprise though. And oh, this might be a little bit scary now for that. Dodrio just running in, has to get out of this situation because where is the rest of Unite Holic? The team is just so zoned out or doing its own thing across the map that this Dojo is just saying, okay, Dragonite, you can have the top Regieleki. I want to contest it. I want to keep and make sure I get that level 9.
And so anyone who's like, you know, not aware of like how Aegislash works, I'm a sword, I'm sharp, it just works. And you can definitely see how it pans out into this, able to dish the damage early on, but I guess one thing that nobody knows how to play with Aegislash is that, you know, very squishy and how you're able to walk out. It's the same issue with Talonflame.
And look at this, Ice Fang not able to pick up the Failings there. Failings just has to retreat here, but this Regieleki is moments from walking in. A huge collapse of Unite move, Blizzard Systems getting that Mammoth as well. And this is just trouble for Unite Holic, isn't it? What a turn of events here, as the Regieleki will walk into that tier 2 pad and possibly the Blissey. No points so far, but the Aegislash able to bring it down to only 6 points remaining.
Oh, another fight ensues here. Dragonite using Unite to fly in.
Oh, the triple trample has to go through. This Dojo is just trying to run away from Leafeon, isn't it? Here comes the Unite move from the Dragonite. The Aegislash trying to get out. Not good enough, but this Dragonite now in a bit of trouble. And suddenly, Nitera, we've got some experience back on the side of Unite Holic. So a little bit of an interesting, maybe detrimental decision by Yoera to push that into that central area as this Dojo is getting in some much needed help.
And I mean, that's the biggest issue now. If we look at the Unite economy here, all they do have is the Emerald Step here. And of course, in return, there's nothing on the other side of Unite Holic here to really contest them, especially since they are behind in levels for the most part. So the real question they have here is how can they really turn this around? See, just picking up the level 12 recently onto Sylveon as well, which means, well, Sylveon's just basically maxed out. He has all moves up and ready, has the Unite move as well. They need to contest here, and they're going to take another fight up top later on.
And look at this, poor Sylveon has to run away here to maybe help out this Failings. Now this Dragonite, there's no way a Failings can out-secure a Hyper Beam Dragonite, can they? So they're going to be another buff or the basement Regi going on the side of Yoera. And here we go, Comfy Dojo, not able to do too much to this Ice Fang Mamo. And look at this, I love the fact that the Leafeon is just always looking at the Mamoswine. Whenever there's an Ice Fang, there's going to be a Solar Blade that goes through as well. Failings hiding in the middle, maybe just sussing out, getting some vision. Hopefully they can get in that 11 there. Mamoswine getting in a 7. That's going to be huge for them because this Leafeon is going to get this Regieleki that could go into that home base.
Well, I'm not too sure if it will because, I mean, in return for that, they are going to get a bunch of XP on the side of Yoera here as you look at that map. Completely void of yellow on the side here as you take another fight.
And here we go. Look at this triple tumble going through, knocking out 3 members of that team. Mamoswine going in with a Mamo Mash as well, knocking out that Serena. But it's going to be that Leafeon yet again. Pop getting those KOs over and over again, scoring that 35. This Regieleki goes to home base. this has just become such a massive mountain, right, for the Orange Team here to just overcome into that final stretch. Because look at this, Aegis Slash not able to do too much into them. Serena getting a few, I guess, scores in, but just going knocking down from that Ice Fang once again. Blissey trying to get out of this tough situation. They will go down, unfortunately.
Now let's look at the score lead as well. 460 to 190. So not looking too good for the side of Unite Holics, which have been very dominant throughout this entire tournament series so far. And so Yoera definitely postured themselves in a very, very beautiful way here and can continue to snowball this lead if they were to take another team fight here, moving into the raid. Or they can even go for the basement Reggie here, which it looks like they definitely need to go for because they don't want to give them a chance to stabilize the game for the side of Unite Holics.
Yeah, I mean, it's all up to Unite Holic right now to, I guess, make an opportunity, right, in this final moments of this match, because they're going to be down in both points and the levels as well. Look at this, Failings running at this Leafeon, but, you know, forcing to pop the Unite as well. But it's actually the Failings that's going to be knocked down on the side of Unite Holic, and that's going to be a little bit detrimental, because here goes down Sylveon as well. Emerald two-step goes onto Mame as well, and Mame on 1 HP, but the Aegis Slash is so quick to cut through and get 2 KOs. I mean, it's a comfy Nitera on the left-hand side. Can they make the magical happen here? The Aegis Slash is going to be way too good for that Sector. Failings not able to get in there in time. And look at this. What a response coming out from Yoera as they take this game number 2, because they have the Rayquaza shields, they have the score potential on Nitera, and look at this. Hundo Burgers is raining down.
And that's the interesting thing, because like, again, I speak about this as if like I'm like a gaijin, a foreigner, right? I don't know the Japanese meta as well as Japan does. You don't know the Japanese meta as well as Japan does. Aegis Slash is a Pokemon that most of us feel like is like not in a very fun spot to play with, or like maybe we just don't understand, because as we look at this here, they make it work, right? This Aegis Slash is not something we trifle with. That's the damage which is loud. And for the most part, the impact wasn't even in the Unite move. It was in how they were able to use that Sacred Sword. That little
I really think Nitera, it was a little bit problematic on the side of Unite Holic with their drafting process. I think they feel like they were almost forced to play Failings because the opposition team didn't take it. But putting an XP share on Failings and kind of really nerfing the early game of it and not letting it get the levels that it needs to be to not only be a tank and also, you know, have that impact in that late game, I feel like it was quite detrimental for them. I'm not sure whether we'll see it again, to be honest, in this next game coming up, but definitely I feel like that's something they have to consider going in. And look at this. I mean, Ice Fang is just one of the most insane moves to set up for the team, isn't it? Yoera just taking any opportunity to pick up a single character or Pokemon on the opposition, and, you know, whether it's the Leafeon Solar Blade, this Dojo is just sort of run away from the Leafeon. Having a little bit of fun, but like I said, whether it's a Solar Blade, the I guess the Sacred Sword coming in from the Aegis Slash, or even the Hyper Beam from the D-Knight, I mean, it was just their game to win, and they did, and it's one apiece.
I guess humor me here, but if they were to run the same composition, right? How do you think they'll make it work, right? Because I don't think that running EXP share on Failings was a problem. I don't think running EXP share on a Pokemon that is on an attacking duty is entirely a problem. Maybe running it on Mame Serena might be something we consider, but that's kind of where I'm at. I'm at a crossroads. Is this correct or not?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this battle report, Nitera, you can see it was just the story of Yoera here. They lost that first game and they were not happy about it. Pop coming back and saying, "What did you say about my Leafeon first game? I'm going to show you. I'm going to deal almost 100,000 damage." And, you know, the Aegis Slash did fine as well. 93k. Can't be mad about that. I feel like just on paper, going into that match, Nitera, it was just better on the side of Yoera. I feel like, you know, Unite Holic came back with a little bit of an off-meta draft, if I can say that. And it didn't actually pay off in the end.
Right, and ultimately, I guess it's just not to be. When you're in such a position, you don't really have the opportunity to, you know, bob and weave around certain mods and whatnot. And so, as they go into the next draft, I guess what I will probably say is that maybe the Failings is a bait. You know, a lot of us think Failings is really strong, and maybe you guys are right. Again, lack of experience on my part. But as we see how Japan plays around, Failings, while strong, is only strong as much as the players are strong, which maybe it's a sign that Failings is a Pokemon you just don't really need to play to make a team work. You kind of want to build around Failings most of the time, as we did see in the previous match when Mame was going crazy on it on the side of Unite Holics. And right now, when you flip the switch here, didn't really work out, did it?
I mean, it's like what I said before, Nitera. I feel like the Failings was going to be a great pick if they just sent that top path with that Comfy. But I feel like Mame, they obviously want their Serena because they're so good at Serena. I feel like that could have, I guess it kind of outsourced the tank position or the defender, right, for their team instead
Right.
of picking a standard tank, such as a Snorlax or Slowbro even, or Crustle that we didn't get to see that game. They went for that Failings because they were like, oh, if we don't take it, then the opposition's gonna have it. But I think on the side of Yoera, they didn't even want the Failings. I feel like for them, it's all about that Leafeon, right? It's about the Leafeon, it's about the secure potential of the rest of the team, and also about that Ice Fang Mamo. And I think if Unite Holic wants to kind of find a strategy to overcome it, they need to think about how they're going to deal with that Leafeon. It worked with Failings the first game around, but that wasn't an XP share Failings. And I think you know what I mean? And also, in that first game as well, Yoera was running a Tyranitar, which took a little bit of time to come online. Now, Yoera is very smart, right? They saw that it was a problem. So instead of running the Tyranitar, they ban it. And then they pick Pokemons that come online a little bit earlier, and then it paid off. So it's all about this decisive game 3, right? Because it could still go either way. We've got a switch of the script in terms of the priority and who's banning first and whatnot. And this is the opportunity, right? If Unite Holic wants to make their mark and say that, you know what? This is not going to be the same storyline as what round 2 was. We can beat you. We can make sure that there is a bracket reset. They need to win this game. But
I guess the other
this
thing,
is all
yeah.
about Yoera, right? They can just
Yeah,
win
it
this
is.
game and take out the whole series.
So that's the other thing that I need to point out here, which is the main thing that I have to really, I think we should keynote is, they can afford to do this, right? Unite Holics has the ability, they are technically a point up here, all things considered, to, be like, let's mess around with what we have. And so maybe that's also another reason why we did see the EXP share on it. Well, so let's figure out where this is and how it's gonna pan out here for the most part. Now that we are in a better position to kind of like see their new picks and drafts here, let's go ahead and figure out where we stand into that.
I mean, delay no further. Here is the draft process, right? I'm very, very excited to see how both teams will actually take into those first 2 games and see whether the bans differ a little bit. We can see a Dojo ban coming straight away, Nitera, on the side of Unite Holic because, they are saying, the triple trample is a little bit too much. And guess what? To my absolute surprise, Mame's team have banned the Mame Pokemon of time. The Serena is banned on the side of Unite Holic.
Definitely interesting to see why Mame's team banned Serena, especially since, Mame's team has, for a namesake here, Mame. And so, what is the other Pokemon Mame can use here? I guess the closest comparison to this is maybe Lucario, and I'm keeping my hopes up, please? Please?
I mean, I want to say, though, they played a fantastic Failings in that first game. And speaking of Pokemon that's very, very strong, that should be taken away from the opposition, look at this. Unite Holic have done what I thought they should have done in the beginning to take that Leafeon away from Pop. And look at this, Pop is now left with that Sylveon, which is still very good at. But
Let me have my moment, please.
Maybe you will have your moment.
No, Mame, no!
Now, don't forget though, we can't forget about the Mamoswine that was so good for them. Unite Holic allowing them to have it yet again. But in
There's
response, no Lucario so far. Mame still hasn't picked Nitera. You've still got your moment that possibly could happen. But we have to focus on what they are bringing to the table right here. And they have a Blissey and an Umbreon here. So, still a lot of mysterious Pokemon to be picked by Unite Holic. They're not showing all their cards yet. Meanwhile, we're back at it again with that Zoro Comfy. What do you think about that?
Mame, come on. Come on, I trust. Mame, you the best. Cho sugoi, please. Mecha kakoi, Mame. He's the best. Oh no! I don't think I'm seeing it, fool. Alright, I'm gonna hold on. We are gonna see one of the mods that I did hold up for it, which is Mimikyu. It's not my first pick, but Mimikyu definitely has a lot of presence on the board when he has Shadow Sneak online as well, and so that is something to definitely keep note. This Sylveon isn't running away when that Shadow Sneak is online, and of course that is going to be countered by Blaziken if he's nearby the Sylveon, who's going to be dishing out a damage right in your face. So I'm not too sure where I stand with this, right? Both compositions look fairly nice, fairly, conducive against each other. We probably will see Aegis Slash going into central area, but otherwise, I'm not too sure how they're gonna play on the other side.
I mean, there's something to keep in mind when you're Zora going into a team comp that Unite Holic
Right.
has brought out. There's a lot of capability of knockups and CCs or like trapment, right? For example, you could have a foul play or a mean look that could be detrimental to Zorak. You've got a Mimikyu that can actually be just invincible when it does its play rough move. Or you have the Sacred Sword that can knock up a Zorak combo as well. So if I'm the Zorak here, I'm going into this combo, I'm going to be really, really focusing on the engage and when the opportunity arises. Because if they just dive in, Nitera, I think they're going to have a lot of trouble going into Unite Holic.
I do agree with this all said and done though. And as we get into it, unfortunately, while I don't see my Lucario, I think this is a very interesting competition to fight each other. I did say they're very conducive to one another, but when you have conducive teams, right, it kind of means that your team has an objective, they have a goal that they want to accomplish, and how can they really pan this objective back is going to be the most important thing here. So as we try and sync up here, Fu, you can give me your thoughts real quick before we get into it.
I mean, I'm very excited to see how the early game goes. I feel like that is the major turning point for a lot of these games and how the trajectory of the game goes into that mid and end game. Because if we can get those early mons, even, I guess getting the levels and Unite moves very, very early on, I think that's going to be a very tough mountain to climb for the opposition team. So, are we good to sync up for this potentially last game of the series?
Alright, and
Alright, as we head off.
Yeah, let's get to it. This is going to be one for the ages here. This could make or break the teams as we go into it. Unite Holic has been the one that has been... Alright, we've got this going all the way. Yoera wants to really prove a point here. I have not seen the Zero Aura, so hopefully maybe we'll see something happen here. They turn this into a winning game for themselves and the Zero Aura dream will come alive.
Yeah, I mean, this is all up to it could be the end, right, for both of these teams here. I mean, if you're Zera, you want to make sure that this game ends as soon as possible. You want to take that series with that #1 seed as well. This Chansey is just dodging and weaving, but I think things are looking pretty bad for them. A little bit of heals coming out, but Lassie will go down to that Torchic, giving it some good experience. Now, speaking of experience, Mystical Fire, Sylveon already online, Nitera, as we look at this bottom path here.
And this is great because Zero Aura is there as well, so Mythical Fire is just going to keep dishing the damage in onto that singular Umbreon who's just not be able to fight back here. As you see, fall downs for the count here, and there it is. Now, of course, this is only the first of many here, as now we have Zero Aura rushing his way in to grab that 15 here and 2 on this side. With that Sylveon just kind of blocking them off here, there's not much he can do, and we do see a lone Hornet go down.
Yeah, isn't it interesting, Nitera? We've got I guess an ambush in the bottom path instead of the top, which so many of these games we've seen have decided for. This Leafeon Pop going back into the enemy jungle once again to window shop and take a few buffs if possible. This Zorak is coming back up though with a feint attack, dashing through and picking off that Blissey. Maybe even picking off this Mimikyu if they get lucky.
No, they don't get lucky on this one. The numbers are definitely stacked in their favor here. They're able to pick up a Beltoy as well on the side, and this is going to be theirs for this point taking. And there it is. 56 points left remaining here. I'm not sure if we want to see another drop on the 5, but there it is. They are running straight in for this. There's control through the entire map here. The Holic is down for the count. The Mimic is sitting down there, and it looks like at least the Blissey is not going to come out without taking a good chunk of damage. And maybe even get a KO here. There we go. There is the one. Mimic is going down for the 2 right now, but just makes it all across the other side of that wall, and well, you don't want to overcome it.
No, you don't. And this Mimikyu has opted for the Shadow Claw, Nitera, so they're going to be dishing out a lot of damage as long as they're not knocked up or CC'd in any way. But look at this. I mean, what a great engagement on top. Oh, the Leafeon just managed to get out as well. But as I was saying though, the points are going in the favor of Yoera. They've come out flying so far in this game, number 3, with this Zora coming in to just ambush this Mimikyu as well. I mean, this is looking great for them at the moment.
And as they go in for this, another fight ensues here. We do see Zora doing the massive damage onto the Blissey here, almost at half HP. Continues to take the spike here with his side pop, able to help him out here. And there it is. Comfy returning that. Wait, what? Comfy taking the kill?
Oh, Comfy trying to steal the experience, it seems, but that's okay. They've got experience share, so it's all good. And look at this pile of swine. Honestly, the MVP so far for me, their Ice Fangs have just hit the mark over and over again, giving those opportunities for people such as Ease TTV to get those KOs as the Zorak. And, you know, they're level 10 Nitera at 645. That's a really, really good achievement.
And a good try by Mami as well, trying to pick up this basement Reggie on himself, but is unable to finish it up here as the entire team realizes, hey, wait, that basement Reggie's moving around. Someone must be there. And there it is. As you do see on the other side though, it at least looks like, well, this is a second Reggie that's going to the side of them, as they have nothing else they can do here, and Yoera are able to just take this one out. Oh, maybe
yes, they do. And look at this. Mimikyu Nitera able to secure that Regieleki to their relief, and here comes the onslaught once again. 3 members, 4 members potentially of Yoera just going, Unite Holic, sorry, going up on top. But the Zorak has something to say about this situation as the Unite moves are popping off, and the Comfy able to pick off this Leafeon.
And already giving so much damage onto this one, the Mimikyu is able to get KO'd just like that, and they're going to carry on this entire battle that ensues here. If only this Blissey walks back in here, it might be a little bit of a rough ride for him. And unfortunately for them, it looks like this is the end of the KO streak here. They're going to have to wrap around, hopefully grab some EXP across the board. Look at that. You see them just getting punished like that. Takes the buff here, unable to match that Sacred Sword onto him. But hey, you know what? TTV is able to make it out, and that's the best they can hope for right now. At least they did not take too much damage here.
Yeah, I know we talked about at the start where there are so many possible stuns for the Zorak, but I feel like they've done so well to make sure that they actually haven't put themselves in any danger. Look at this Aegis Sash looking to potentially get that level 10 going into this mid game here, but this Zorak at level 12, as long as they play well and not get KO'd by something like a Leafeon, they can keep that level lead and maybe do even more damage and be of a more impact into that, I guess, Leafeon, which has been such a problem, right, for both of these teams.
And as you can see here, they are postured ready for the basement Reggie, but the entire side of, well, Yoera just kind of waiting for an opportunity to go up on top here to take a fight into the top pad. A lot of damage is coming through here as we do see pounding and slamming into it. It's just not making it work here as the side of Unite Holics again just demolished just like that. I don't really have to say much here as you look at the levels. It's definitely very telling, especially the minute you see that Zora run in with the Comfy, that story is just kind of gone down with the win.
Yeah, I think they're probably wishing they had a Slowbro here on the side of Unite Holic, but don't forget there is the Unite move on Mimikyu that can potentially shut this Zorak down. Now, it's going to be a little bit difficult with the Comfey Unite available, so I think what I would like to see Unite Holic is in those crucial moments to really work together and synergize like they've done so far in a lot of those engagements to make sure this Zorak Comfy combo goes down and then play off that opportunity. Leafeon trying to out-secure this against the Blaziken on top. Things are looking a little bit dicey here. Blaziken managed to come out on top, Nitera.
And that's going to be very painful because Umbreon is now going to be knocked out of the count here, and this is going to onslaught and snowball back into the favor side of Yoera, who already has the lead, mind you, and so they need to make something work here. Zora takes the buff down there, and of course, they're going to continue this onslaught here. This Reggie, like he goes in, there's no way they can stop this. Mame slowly going down for the fight here. He has no HP. The coup de grace just coming in very painful here, and of course, as they continue to take this fight, there's just nothing they can possibly do to turn this around. Another one, a devastating damage. The blow comes in, the overheat, pushing him back here. Umbreon has to pop his Unite move to try and continue this onslaught, but it's not making anything work. And to the side here, we do see another pick onto Sylveon, turns around, and the damage is going to fly back here onto Mimikyu, onto Blaziken. Blaziken is now down up for the count, and we are going to see Aegis damage for 1. Sacred Sword trying to link it up here, as now a low Mammal Swine is going to fell to the Mimikyu here, and the rest of the team has to fall back here. EXP is going to be traded back and forth here, with the overall result actually favoring the side of Unite Holics here. As you look at their levels, they are finally able to equalize it to some extent. So ultimately, this fight, I gotta say, Yoera definitely did pick it up here, put their money where it's worth, and overcommit this.
I mean, we still have an almost level 15 Zorak to think about, though, if you're on the side of Unite Holic. They do have that level 14 Mimikyu, like you said, though, but a little bit of a Sylveon being caught out here might be an issue now for Yoera as they're just backing away. Look at this, Mamoswine trying to defend and peel for the Sylveon, but ends up going down to the Umbreon.
And just a little bit more here. Oh, there it is. That's the second one. Zoro has to try and make something work here, but I don't think he wants to commit to a 4 here. Milo could be a potential mishap that could really stop him in his tracks here. We have not seen it happen just yet, which obviously means, it's not online. But hey, you know what? Always be careful with what you're going into here. And this Zoro knows that he's the carry. He's level 15. Does not want to make it work, especially when the raid fight is 3 seconds away. Now it's brilliant as the stars. Let's see which team can shine bright here.
And there we go. I want to see this Mimikyu make sure to lock on this Zorak and maybe get that Unite move on to, really shut it down. A huge snarl coming in from Umbreon. Has to retreat, though. There's going to be too much damage coming from Mystical Fire. Look at this Zorak
from the back line.
going into the Mimikyu, getting roughed and play with me there. Oh my god, what a massive pick by the Mimikyu on the Zorak. And that's going to be 1 down and potentially 2 down on the side of Yoera. Oh, but the Leafeon Unite, though, is going to be so strong. Aegis Slash goes down. Mama is out of the fight. And it's all up to Blissey. Nitera, can the Blissey do something incredible? If not, this is gonna be the series for Yoera as the Rayquaza is getting shredded down.
When you have egg, you big for a way. So hopefully this egg comes in. I did see the egg here. Unfortunate. I mean, numbers do not lie, and this egg can't do much as well. Fortunately, it looks like this pickup is going to the side of Yoera here, and this is going to be a real pain one, as they are going to slowly make their way for a 200 points deficit here. It's going to be a tough one to fight, but not over just yet. They've got a minute.
I mean, there is a reason, Nitera, that their initials is easy, because that game just showed them how easy this series has been for them. Yes, there's 45 seconds left. Yes, there is a mountain to climb, but it feels like if you're on the side of Yoera, this series is coming to a close, because they have almost ended this series by, I guess, a clean sweep, right? Apart from that one game. But I might eat my own words there. With 30 seconds to go, this Blaziken is scoring in the home pad there. Umbreon scores in, but it might not be enough here, Nitera, as the timer still has 20 seconds on. Blaziken, a huge push into the wall, and members of Unite Holic are just getting melted down.
I don't see it. 300 points here, you gotta make it work essentially, and this timer is ticking down. What can you possibly do here? This 50 point, you drop a hundo here, and that's that, right? You still have to travel to the next base. I don't see it.
And with that little spin, ladies and gentlemen, from the Comfy, you gotta say, all congratulations to Yoera, because they have taken this series and the top seed for these Japan qualifiers of the Unity Clash Summer Showdown here. Look at this, 308 to 589. I mean, big shout out to both of the teams to bring up such an immense final here. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why Yoera went through the winners bracket, Nitera, because they were so dominant throughout all these games.
Indeed. And I guess that's kind of the biggest issue here, is that Unite Holics, maybe they gave up that one game with the failings there. Not something you like to see, especially when you're on the loser side of things, but all said and done, this was a fantastic match by both sides here. They played to their strengths, they were able to make it work here, and I guess, just falling a little bit short, Unite Holics had it in the bag for a short while and just let it slip here. They were matching evenly if you saw the battle data, and so afterwards, it just kind of fell.
Well, let's bring back some other people that have been watching from behind the scenes, Spartan and Ghatlue as well. What are your thoughts on this final? I mean, there was moments where we thought maybe Unite Holic can bring it back to go to a bracket reset, but at the end of the day, it is Yoera to take that W.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was such a good game, guys. I mean, I felt like Unite Holics had the mons to deal with that Zorak. I just don't think they picked the right moves at that point, but what can you do? That Zorak was domination all game. That was such a good final.
I think Emma Zera has to change the name to Emma Blaziken, because that Blaziken was single-handedly carrying the team fight after the Zorak died with the overheat. The Blaziken in general just played really well around this ultimate and this overheat. So, shout out to the Blaziken.
Yoera, that's a great idea. But I think you're absolutely right. The focus and highlight was definitely, as you can see from the last match, it's definitely not Zorak. Zorak was the thing that really helped the team push forward and able to get more points and scores, stacks even for the Blaziken, and Blaziken just made a great showing. One very crazy word that I've learned over the years is abare in Japanese, which is like going crazy, going ham, and that's what the Blaziken did. An insane burst of damage, just going like wah, wah, wah! And you can definitely see how it worked out.
But yeah, for like my impression from the Japan qualifier, there was like a lot of action. There was, I think, non-stop action, and every time something happened, it's kind of different because normally I'm like casting or like seeing best players, but in the Asia region, it just keep constantly fighting. A lot of speedsters, a lot of Arondas. Certainly no Lucario, but it's really different from the West region.
It really is. I mean, I was rooting for the Lucario there as well for Night Terror because
Yeah, let's go.
we wanted to see it so much. But no, it's been an absolute blast to watch, a blast to cast. I love seeing these different regions. It's really interesting to see a lot of Lecky gaming in this tournament as well, which is really exciting stuff. So a lot of Mons picked that I don't usually see in the EU region, like playing really, really well. Serena was a highlight of today that I really enjoyed, but also a lot of Mama Swine. So wow,
Yeah.
what a set of games that we had there today, guys.
I mean,
I think
we're
if
reaching the
anything-
home stretch. Oh, yeah,
Sorry,
please,
if there's anything I take from today is that Ice Fang Mamo cannot be underestimated because
Right.
you know we normally only see Ice Fang Mamo in like my solo queue games from OC region. It's like, oh, this Mamo is looking to do some damage, but then it's actually such a great engage tool, especially if you're going up against a team that, like you guys said, plays so many speedsters. Because if the speedsters jump at you and you know they come close to your Ice Fang, I guess, distance. That's just one Pokemon you're lifting in the air, and if they have a Comfy on them, then that's 2 for 1, right? So I guess it's kind of like a mini Slowbro in terms of its like Unite move in a sense, right? Because you can just pick up and then put down wherever you want, and then if you have someone like a Leafeon on your team to just deal damage as soon as they see the opportunity, I mean that's a really good combo to bring into a competitive set.
When you put it that way, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a mini slow, bro.
For sure.
I never thought of it like that. So you know what? That's something I will bring into my games moving forward here, especially since Mamoswine was a fun Pokemon that popped out. But you know, as a fan of Icicle Crash, I mean, it's gonna be a hard sell. I'm gonna take a while to get used to it.
It's like that
I
buy
think,
one
like,
get one
one-
free though, isn't it? Like you get
I
one
think,
and
like-
the comfy.
Oh, sorry, you can finish. Sorry.
Nah, you're good, Ghatlue. Carry on.
I think like one interesting thing I saw, which Mommy's team was doing like Holics in the Japan tournament as well, was getting the Phalanx at 8 minutes and 50 to level 6 by playing attacker Espeon, Expedia. So like the Phalanx was level 6 in the beginning of the game, and then getting a double kill. That was like pretty interesting, like these different rotations that Japan always does and like experiments. It's just really cool to see because people adapt to it, people take strategies and informations as well.
I don't know. Any thoughts on that though? I guess ultimately, composition wise, okay, so Blaziken was a very safe pick across the board. Maybe the bench should have been Blaziken, but I think what is the scariest pick that you guys have saw other than that? What is the thing that really enabled Blaziken throughout that? And I would say for me, maybe it is actually either the Leafeon or the Zoroark. Those are the two Pokemons that I would feel like early game has the damage to dish out and allowed Blaziken to get online faster. What about you guys?
I mean,
I think for me,
I definitely
it was-
think that.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry. So, like, I definitely think that Leafeon was like one of the characters who helped a lot of compositions to shine, just from the early game perspective, similar to the Zoroark, but the Leafeon is just a bit easier to play, and it's just a really strong character, which is like surprising because it's like in Japan or like this qualifier, it wasn't really banned at all.
Spartan, you?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Leafeon is just such a menace in this game in general, and seeing it in these tournaments and used so well, it just utilizes so much and it gives so much to the team. Even if it's just that Leafeon being constantly on the other side of the field, grabbing XP, scoring, just being an absolute nuisance, distracting players from that team. It just shows how much not only you can do as a Leafeon, but can give your team in regards to space that you can create. And I loved seeing it paired up with the Dodrio in some of those games. I thought the Dodrio Leafeon picks were really strong. It was great to see.
Yeah,
Okay,
especially into that T-Tar, like Ghatlue said before. There's two ways to deal with the T-Tar, right? One is to go up against it head-to-head, but I think the smarter option is to have Pokemons that can decide if they just want to poke or go in at different opportunity times. And if you're a Tyranitar and you can never get onto any of the enemies, then you're just a Tyranitar that can't actually do anything, especially in that late game, which we saw. A lot of the Tyranitars today actually were countered by, teams that drafted around these Pokemon, such as the Leafeon, the Dodrio. And I think Mime had a showing today. I'm a big fan of Mime ever since the NAIC. I feel like Mime, Sylveon go really hard together. I feel like Mime, Cramorant go really hard into the enemy team as well. So perhaps we'll see some in the other qualifiers as well.
Well, yeah, that is going to be something we hope to see. And especially with Honolulu coming so close, reaching such a position where we're all excited for it. I think at least for Ghatlue, since he's going to be playing into the World State, you're going to be excited to fight these teams coming forward to it. Japan's going to bring a weird strategy for you guys. It's going to be fun to watch you guys play. And well, I mean, we've got more coming forward, right? For Unity Clash, there's so many more regions that we have yet to explore and discover. It's like we are all on our own Pokemon journeys, watching and casting the games for everyone. As we take a look here, of course, Unity Clash is going to be showcasing at very different places for the West qualifiers. Of course, OCE, EU, Brazil, Latam, and Asia qualifiers. We have Japan, India, Asia Pacific, Korea, and of course for the finals of all of these, you guys gotta watch out here because 13 and 14, this is gonna be our West qualifiers, the EU, NA, Latam, Brazil, and Oceania. On the East qualifiers, India, Asia Pacific, Japan, Korea will be on the 20th and 21st of July. Now, so don't forget about all that here, but I don't know, do you guys have anything you guys want to add on from here?
I think it's important, Natera, to mention the teams that I guess the way that the qualification work into the finals. So Japan has been very lucky. All these teams that played together had already qualified into, I guess, the finals, but they played together for seeding purposes, because obviously we know how important seeding is for these competitive, I guess, tournaments. You might, go further in the tournament depending on how high your seeding is. And in addition to the 7 teams that played today, I've just had confirmation that 3 other teams were invited directly. I think it's from their performance during the UCS season. And these 3 teams are Reject, JSV, Zeta Division, or Cabbie-chans, and Champion Lord are the other 3 teams that have been invited for those Asia finals at the end of July, if I'm correct.
Okay, that's good to know. And this is going to be interesting. Also, I should add on here that OCE will definitely be playing in the Asia finals and not in the West qualifiers. So this is due to time zone issues here. I do believe that they are going to be a little bit behind if they were to play into the West side, which means they will be probably playing at somewhere around 10 p.m. maybe, pushing towards the AM side. So they will be joining to the Asia finals here. But otherwise, that kind of just gives us a good idea where Unity Clash is in terms of all the regions. And I mean, I'm excited. I'll be there. Fu, you'll be there, right?
I mean, I might be playing
you
there,
guys will be
so
there.
I'm very excited, Nitero, for sure. Mate, it's going to be a good time. I mean, Ghatlue, would you like to give a shout out to the sponsor, Community Gaming, and then we can do some thank yous as well.
Yeah, I wanna shout out Community Gaming for sponsoring this tournament, giving a 100 cash prize, including my 250, a 650 cash prize in general. I also wanna thank Anticon Gaming for empowering this tournament, and I just wanna thank all the people behind the scenes, the people that are just helping us to make this tournament as smooth as possible.
Yeah, I mean, thank everyone here, right? Thank of course, the casters, all of us, plus the people who were casting in the earlier time slot. Thank the observers. I know there's a bunch of them who's been willing to help us out here. We've of course got people behind the scenes producing, and of course, managing the tournament, and of course, the people at home who are playing, and the people at home who are watching. So all of you, amazing people.
Yeah, I think we can't ever do without the people that, support the stream by just tuning in and watching all this action. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a grassroots tournament, right? It's a tournament hosted in the off-season period, or the period where there's no official tournaments at the moment. And like I've just harped on yesterday as well, this is the perfect opportunity for people to showcase their talent. I mean, some of these Pokemons we'll never be able to actually see. I mean, this is the first time I've seen XP share failings, and whether it worked out or not, I feel like it was an idea, or maybe it can inspire
only
other
happen
teams
here.
to try it out. It will only happen here, as Nitara has said. But I think this will be also a good time to shout out the fundraiser. Spartan, do you want to do that for us?
Yeah, 100%. So we are currently looking. We have a fundraiser going on for well, I call them Team Alphabet. They are going to Worlds, so they're going to be heading to Honolulu. If we can get the funding for them to be able to go, so we appreciate every single contribution that you make to make that trip easier. And we're going to give a high five for Europe to get on over there. So let's go. Let's try and support them as much as we can.
Right, and if you guys are wondering where, I guess you can look at the chat right now. We have the link coming in here, and it's right there. Click on it, send a few dollars. It definitely will help a lot here. And so as we take a look from there, back to the screen here, I guess this is kind of where we're at. We have got everything down for Japan qualifiers here.
Yeah.
Final thoughts, maybe?
Right. So obviously we wanted to see the Lucario. We didn't quite see the Lucario, right? Was there any other Pokemon that people wanted to see? Because if there's ever going to be a Pokemon that you don't expect to be picked, it'll be in the Japan region, right?
Okay,
so,
you first.
Well, for me, I mean, Gengar. I love Gengar. It's not very good in the meta at the moment, but I want to see some Gengar play. Unfortunately, we didn't today, but hopefully in the next coming tournaments, I have a Gengar type with my hand that I'll show everybody on chat. So I'm a little bit biased towards it, but
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, Ghatlue, you next.
I mean, like, obviously, in Japan, nobody plays Greedent. I think Greedent is a great character. It may not be the best character against the strong around-us like Phalanx and Tita, but I would have loved to see that Japan picks Greedent, because I think it has like some high potential, like Ghatlue said in the chat. But I also am excited to see Ceruledge, hopefully next week or the upcoming week, because we're gonna allow Ceruledge if there's not gonna be any bug. Currently, like, nobody can buy it without paying for it, so it is banned for now, but it will be open in the future.
Okay, so what I'm hearing Ghatlue say is, come WCS, he's gonna be playing Greedent. Understandable. We'll see you with Greedent. I think you think it's high potential, and I mean, we've seen you play it one too many times for it to not be high potential. So I'll leave you to that to showcase to the world. But yes, Fu, last one. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, to wrap up, one of my favorite Pokemon to play in Unite is Mew, and even though Mew has had its fair share of nerfs, I think, in the recent patches, I feel like it's still a very, very strong Pokemon, and it's just the Pokemon that I guess can have the best amount of skill expression, right? It's not a Pokemon that you can just pick up and play. I think really good Mew players use all of Mew's moves kit, and I think if I can see it in a competitive setting, it's always a treat. So I guess Mew is definitely my pick, and hopefully, this leads on to next weekend, because the action just does not really stop. I'm sure that India and I think EU are going to be coming up for the qualifiers. Is that correct? I'll just quickly get that confirmation. It's either next weekend or the weekend after, because that's going to be a different region again, right? We'll talk about each region having its own meta. Perhaps we'll see all of our Pokemons manifested in that region as well. Yeah, I've just got a note that there are some specific people we need to thank today. That's very, very important. So just a listing of the amazing casters, ladies and gentlemen, that have broadcasted today's matches with you. In the first half, we have Danelli Casts, Nuggy D. Obviously, we have Nitera. We've got Ghatlue and Spartan as well, so fantastic people. Our producer today was Pythian Legume. Big shout out to them for making all of it pretty easy going, very easy flow, and professional for everyone at home to watch. We have our observers, we have BemKO, and also standing in Rosan as well to save the day. Two absolute legends in their right. And then obviously the admins and the mods and the whole team, including Fifi, Earthol, Serengo, Tan, and Rosanda, doing all of it at once. And just confirmation. India will be on the 22nd, EU on the 23rd. I mean, there is a gazillion people to thank that make this event possible. And this is just the beginning, as some of you guys just said before. There's a lot more action to come.
Of course, once again, for everyone at home, this is your entire roster when it comes to making a production work. So of course, minasan arigatou gozaimasu, which is doing a great job for Japan region. Of course, I'll find some way to thank all of y'all in your home native language when it comes to EU, which I should be on for that one. But I think Fu, you're also on for that one, right?
I will have to check the schedule, but you know, if I'm free,
Check
you know,
the
I'm gonna
schedule.
be there. No, Tara.
No, I think Spartan is also on there, so we'll see everyone
Oh,
there.
yeah.
We'll see everyone there. Don't worry about it, okay? The point is, there is more to come. Please hang on tight, get ready for it, and watch out for all of these actions.
You guys.
Well, we'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.